Chapter 1, I Have Your Daughter. In the afternoon, at Shanghai University. The speakers hanging high above the campus are playing beautiful instrumental music, which always makes people feel happy when walking around. However, the music suddenly stops with a sharp electric sound. An urgent announcement is made. Is Jiang Xiqing from the School of Drama, Film and Television Direction here? Your sister is looking for my dad. My dad. Shoo. Before the young lady in charge of the radio station could finish her announcement, a milky-sounding voice came out of the speakers. Even though most of the people on campus were university students, they couldn't help but be attracted to the soft, mellow voice at that moment. Hey! It turned out that it was the daughter looking for her father. I also really want to have a daughter. Fragrant, soft, cute, As the passers-by sighed, 3 boys looked at the 4th person in their dormitory at the same time. The reason was none other than because this person was called Jiang Xiqing. He was also a student at the School of Drama, Film and Television Directing. Brother Chen, what's going on? Same name? Lu Tong came over suspiciously to ask. Xia Zihao and Wang Hu were also in a hurry, as if they were about to get some big news. Jiang Xiqing was a little stunned, then turned around and walked back in the direction of the broadcasting station. Seeing this, a look of surprise appeared on the faces of Lu Tong and the others. Could it be true? Just as the 3 of them had thought, the little girl at the broadcasting station, who was rare even just by her presence, seemed to really be related to them. As far as he knew, not to mention the academy, the only other person with his name in the entire university was Jiang Xiqing. And at that moment, his intuition told him that he had to go over there and take a look. So Jiang Xiqing and his 3 roommates went to the broadcasting station. As soon as they entered the door, the 4 of them saw a little girl with delicate features and a cute, fair complexion. At that moment, the little girl was sitting on a bench, swinging her little legs, and her pair of little leather shoes, which had been polished until they were shiny, were very conspicuous. When the few people noticed her, the little girl also noticed Jiang Xiqing. Almost without hesitation, she slid directly down and ran over to them, shouting "Daddy" the whole time. Daddy! Whoa whoa whoa! Shanshan misses you so much, Daddy. Who? A burst of fragrance hit her, and the little girl's soft body crashed into Jiang Xiqing's arms. Next to them, Lu Tong and the others were stunned. What was going on? And they also noticed that the little girl looked a bit familiar. The reason they felt familiar was because she actually looked a bit like Jiang Xiqing. This is not a proper father and daughter. The broadcast girl at the radio station didn't stop it either, because she also noticed that the eyebrows of the young and old looked similar. When Shengo Lu Tong spoke, he had 1,000 questions he wanted to ask. But Jiang Xiqing raised his hand to interrupt, then crouched down and looked at the little girl tenderly. What's your name? Jiang Qianqian, Daddy, you can call me Qianqian. The little girl couldn't tear her eyes away from Jiang Xiqing, her gaze as if it could melt people. Where's your mother? Jiang Xiqing asked again. My mother's name is Qianqian. Qianqian replied. The next second, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 sigh sounds in the broadcast room. There were Lu Tong and the other 2 people, the young lady announcer, and an older gentleman. When they heard the name Qianqian, they couldn't hold back, because the name was known to everyone, and she had many titles: super first-tier actress, national goddess, top stream, and the young female leader. What no one expected was that Qianqian, who was beautiful and had a pure temperament, actually had a child. Or was it someone with the same name? Jiang Xiqing muttered to himself. His thoughts instantly returned to that night. To be fair, Qianqian was their senior, and she happened to run into the freshman orientation party when she was invited back to her alma mater to give a speech. That night, the school leaders hosted a banquet for the alumni, and she happened to be seated at the same table as Jiang Xiqing, who was the representative of the freshmen. Qianqian, who could drink a glass of wine, finished her drink. The kind-hearted Jiang Xiqing blocked the toast for Qianqian and transformed into a protector of flowers, sending her back to the hotel to rest. Under the stimulation of alcohol, the eyes of this national goddess were blurred, and her seductive power was directly at full capacity. Without knowing what was going on, the 2 were here, and a million words were omitted. Recovering his thoughts, Jiang Xiqing stood up, took the shallow little hand, said thank you to the little sister at the radio station, and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, an unidentified uncle stopped them. You can't go. That handsome guy, your daughter hasn't paid for the taxi fare yet. Yes, Dad. I'll let Mommy pay you back. When he learned that Jiang Qianqian had actually taken a taxi here by herself, Jiang Sikan slightly frowned. The streets were busy with cars, and it was simply too dangerous. And now the little guy was standing in front of him unharmed, which was undoubtedly the credit of this driver. Thinking so, Jiang Sikan swept the fare over, but not 20, but 2,000. The veteran driver instantly froze. What's going on? Young man, 20, not 2,000, I'll pay you back. No need, thank you, master. After saying that, Jiang Sikan picked up Jiang Shanshan in his arms and turned around to leave, followed closely behind by Lu Tong and the others, all of them looking puzzled but shocked. They soon walked out of the teaching building. Shanshan squirmed and slid to the ground, wanting to walk on her own, as she was well-behaved and sensible. Suddenly, the little one covered her stomach, pouted her lips and muttered, "Dad, I'm hungry." "Okay, let's go eat." "Yes. I can eat with Dad." Just dinner, but it made Shanshan jump for joy. According to her, she had been thinking about Dad at lunch and hadn't eaten much, which was why she was hungry so soon. Shanshan's words directly made Lu Tong and the others feel heartbroken. They looked sad and indignant, and were almost overcome with the urge to buy the cafeteria and let her eat. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Lu Tong, Xie Zihao, and Wang Hu quickly separated, maxing out their meal cards and emptying their wallets, determined to buy their niece something delicious. Jiang Sikan, on the other hand, found a seat with Qianqian and took out his phone to make a call. On the screen, the note read, Qianqian. Despite the depth of their communication, the two had not exchanged phone numbers. But finding someone was a piece of cake for Jiang Sikan. The call connected quickly, and a woman's voice with a worried tone came through. "Hello? Who is this? I have your daughter." Upon hearing this, Qianqian on the other end of the line was instantly struck by lightning. It was as if all the strength in her body had been instantly drained. She couldn't help but think, my daughter has been kidnapped. How much do you want? Don't hurt my daughter. Please, please. There was a hint of a sob in Qianqian's voice. Even though she wasn't in front of him, it wasn't hard to imagine her frail and at a loss. What a celebrity! What a top stream! At this moment, Qianqian just wants her daughter to be safe and sound, because she hasn't even met her father yet. Chapter 2, The First Gathering of the Family of Three. Jiang Sikan laughed dumbly, realizing that the way he spoke was not quite right, so he added. "Qianqian, I'm Jiang Sikan. My daughter came to me alone and is now by my side. That's it, don't think too much." Upon hearing this name, Qianqian on the other end of the line fell silent for more than a minute. If the call wasn't in progress, Jiang Sikan would have hung up and started over. "Your daughter is here with you. That's good. Where are you? At school? I'll come to you." Qianqian seemed to be mentally prepared, and her tone became firm. In her opinion, she should really meet Jiang Sikan in person. "Yes, I'm at school. Come over. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up?" "No, I'll be there as soon as I can." "Qianqian, listen to your father." After giving her daughter a few words of advice over the phone, Qianqian quickly hung up the phone and hurried over here. When Qianqian learned that her mother was coming over, her young face was filled with joy. "Both father and mother are by my side." This was the little one's long-cherished wish. Is it finally going to come true? While waiting for Lu Tong and the others to queue up for food, Jiang Sichen quietly took a few strands of Qianqian's hair, the kind with hair follicles. He said he took them, but actually he pulled them, which made the little girl frown and pout. Someone soon came and took the hair away. Although the amount of DNA contained in a child's hair follicles is not much, it is not a problem at all for the medical team to which the Jiang family belongs. Reality is not fiction, and a paternity test is necessary. If she really is their daughter, then they will spoil her all day long. The little girl chattered away, sitting on a bench and holding Jiang Sichen's arm, talking about how she envied the children in kindergarten who had dads to pick them up, and about how she missed her dad. As she talked, her eyes welled up with tears, but she was still smiling, as if no matter how wrong she had been in the past, from today onwards it would all be in the past. In Shanshan's opinion, she would be the happiest child in the world with her father by her side. A moment later, Lu Tong and the others returned to the table with all kinds of food, which soon filled the table, as if they were saying, "It's up to the princess to choose." Compared to congee, rice, and buns, Shanshan's attention was entirely focused on the stinky tofu. Jiang Sichen's arms were long, and with a gentle lift, he brought the stinky tofu in front of Lu Tong over to her. "Are you afraid of spicy food?" "Dad, I'm not afraid." She nodded seriously, then held out her small, white hand to take the stinky tofu in the paper bowl. The little girl was very cute. So cute that the way she bit into a piece of stinky tofu with her small mouth slightly open caused tons of damage to Lu Tong, Xie Zihao, and Wang Hu. So much so that when the three of them looked at Jiang Siken again, their expressions were no longer friendly, and they even had complex emotions of envy, jealousy, and biting on their faces. What are you looking at me for? Go back, her mother will be here soon, and there will be a lot of people, it's not convenient to talk. Jiang Siken spoke with a smile on his face, chasing people away. No. Brother Chen, we haven't eaten anything yet. That's right, Brother Chen, you're not being fair. Ahem, Brother Chen, your daughter's mother is coming soon, let's avoid her. Lu Tong and Xie Zihao were reluctant, but Wang Hu, who was honest and straightforward, showed understanding, which made the two of them roll their eyes repeatedly. Get lost. We'll leave, okay? Xie Zihao cursed and got up, and Lu Tong and Wang Hu did the same. The three of them didn't forget to say hello to Qianqian as they left. The brothers were very close, and they called each other godfather, so they naturally wouldn't be upset over such a trivial matter. What really made the three of them unhappy was the fact that Jiang Siken had a daughter. They had all agreed to remain single, and you actually had a child, and it's such a cute girl. They were furious. Fortunately, there was Qianqian, and the little one was like the sunshine in March, and her voice could calm their anger. Goodbye, Shu Shu. Oh, goodbye, sweetheart. The smile that appeared on Lu Tong's face in an instant could basically be included in a textbook. Xie Zihao and Wang Hu also said goodbye to Qianqian before leaving, but the way the two of them waved their hands like lucky cats was really quite funny. After more than an hour, Qianqian arrived. Jiang Siken saw the national goddess from afar, looking anxious and wearing sunglasses and a mask. This way. Qianqian saw Jiang Siken, who had gotten up and waved, but her gaze was fixed on her daughter, which really made her anxious. Sit down. Are we eating? Jiang Siken asked, and promptly picked up a fried chicken leg and delivered it to Qianqian's hands. The little one took the chicken leg and smiled sweetly. Mommy. Hey, good girl. Qianqian had a complex expression. She never expected her daughter to actually come here alone to find her father. The three sat around the table, speechless. Jiang Siken was very attentive to the little girl, and Qianqian watched as he did so, her thoughts returning to the night when she, a virgin, had spent the whole night with a junior schoolmate. It made her feel both ridiculous and a little helpless. And then she had successfully become pregnant with Qianqian. Even Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim in shock, so accurate? Mommy. Eat up, don't just stand there in a daze. A shout brought Qianqian's thoughts back. She looked up sharply and saw the father and daughter across from her, who looked so intimate as if they had been carved from a template. She was a bit lost, and realized that she was just a porter. Oh, okay. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Qianqian only took a small sip of soy milk from her cup and then spoke. Jiang Siken, who was at a loss for words, fell silent again. Jiang Siken was not in a hurry. Calm as he was, it was as if he had everything under control. You take a break first, there's no rush. Okay, thanks. Qianqian nodded lightly, then hurriedly organized her words. Finally, she was ready. Jiang Siken, Qianqian is your daughter. I know. Although the results of the paternity test have not yet come back, blood is thicker than water, and some things can be felt without being said. Seeing that he did not resist or look shocked, Qianqian felt much more at ease, and then she told him roughly what had happened after that night. I knew that Qianqian had been around for almost 3 months. I have a serious problem with my uterus, and it is not easy to get pregnant. If I don't want the baby, it will be very difficult in the future. So I gave birth to Qianqian. You won't blame me, will you? Of course, I will take Qianqian away in a while, I won't disturb you, and I won't cause you any trouble. If you want to see Qianqian in the future, you can contact me. Never mind, forget it. Qianqian interrupted herself, in her opinion, how could Jiang Siken, such a handsome and young guy, accept the sudden news of having a child? Chapter 3, Get rid of yourself and help take care of your daughter? Watching the national goddess nervously and timidly in front of him, Jiang Siken couldn't help but smile as he touched his cheek, before asking Qianqian. Qianqian, do I look serious? No. Daddy is very gentle. Qianqian shook her head, while not forgetting to hug Daddy's arm tightly, before leaning in a little closer. It can be seen that the little one is very happy that she has found her father. That's right. Qianqian said I wasn't serious, but why are you so cautious? It's as if you've made a mistake. Have I? Has she? Qianqian lowered her head and ran her hand through her hair at the sides, trying to defend herself. Jiang Siken, on the other hand, continued speaking, as if he were going to get straight to the point. Qianqian is my daughter, so I can't ignore her. As a father, I will not shirk or evade my responsibilities. Don't worry, I love her just as much as you do. Are you relieved to hear that? Qianqian never expected Jiang Siken to say such things. While she was taken aback, she was also considering the meaning of these words. To sum it up, he wants to acknowledge Qianqian? You want to recognize Qianqian? Why not? Jiang Siken asked with a smile. But you haven't graduated yet, and you haven't started a family yet, and recognizing Qianqian will have a big impact on you. It's not a big deal. Ding. While they were talking, Jiang Sichen's phone received a message, and he quickly glanced at it, and his concerns vanished. The results of the paternity test were in, paternity confirmed. It usually takes a week for the results of a paternity test to come back from a regular institution, but if you pay, you can get the results in a day. For the Jiang family, which has the world's top medical team working around the clock, it only takes an hour for Jiang Siken, the young master, to get the results he wants. After confirming that Qianqian is his own daughter, Jiang Siken was in a daze, but more so than that, as he said before, he has to take responsibility. But Qianqian was about to speak when her phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Jiang Siken, with a smile on his face, nodded elegantly, and while helping his daughter refill her water, he asked, Qianqian, do you want to go and live with your father? Upon hearing this, the little one looked up, a hint of excitement on her delicate face. Where do you live, Dad? I live. Jiang Siken thought for a moment and then said, Where do you want to live, Qianqian? As long as I have Dad and Mom, I don't care where I live. Upon hearing this, Jiang Siken was moved. This is his own daughter, and how could he not want to be with her? So while Qianqian was eating, Jiang Siken took out his phone and sent a message. Meanwhile, in the distance, in the Jiang family's luxuriously decorated office, Zhao Meijing's phone rang. Aunt Jing, help me buy a house in the Magic City. It needs to be quick, I need to move in by tonight. After scanning the message, Zhao Meijing immediately made arrangements, showing her high level of execution. Before Zhao Meijing could finish, the door was pushed open and a tall, beautiful woman with a stunning face, who looked somewhat like Jiang Siken, walked in. Upon seeing the visitor, Zhao Meijing hurriedly stood up. Miss Auntie Jing, what are you doing? Zhang Shirlan asked with a smile. My young master asked me to help him buy a house in the Magic City, and I'm taking care of it. Oh? Buying a house? Zhang Shirlan smiled, and there was a hint of affection in her smile, and this affection was naturally reserved for her younger brother Jiang Sichen. I'm afraid the little rascal has met someone, so hurry up and buy a house. I think the villas in Tangong are good. Okay, miss, I'll make the arrangements. Zhang Shirlan nodded with satisfaction. She was very confident in Zhao Meijing's work as the Jiang family's housekeeper. Later, she wanted to call her brother, but then thought it wasn't appropriate. Well, I guess the brat is busy, so I'll contact him next time. I don't know if he'll even call his sister to say hello, that brat. Although she called her brother a brat all the time, looking at the entire Jiang family, she was definitely the one who spoiled Jiang Sicheng the most. She even dared to argue with the head of the Jiang family, their father, in order to defend her younger brother. She really is a good sister from another family. On the other side of the line, Qianqian also hung up the phone and put it down, but she didn't seem to be in a good mood. Even with her sunglasses on, it was easy to see her slightly furrowed brow. What's wrong? Jiang Siken asked, sensing that his daughter's mother was in trouble and was very annoyed. Qianqian shook her head and didn't tell him. First, it was inappropriate. After all, their relationship was quite confusing. Second, it was unnecessary. Just because something was said didn't mean there would be a good solution. More often than not, it would just add to other people's troubles. Seeing that she wasn't going to say anything, Jiang Siken didn't plan to pursue the matter. Instead, he looked at his daughter, who was enjoying her meal, and said, Shan Shan. Jiqing, I want to see Shan Shan more often. Is that okay? Originally, he wanted to say, I want to keep my daughter by my side for a day, but he was afraid that Qianqian would not agree, so he changed his words. Sure enough, this request was not too much, and Qianqian agreed. It's okay, no problem, You can tell me when you have time, and I will send Qianqian over. Moreover, Junior, I have something that I may have to ask you to do. After agreeing to Jiang Xichen's request, Qianqian suddenly looked embarrassed, and even had something difficult to say. But when it came down to it, Qianqian felt that she had no choice, so after biting her red lips lightly, she spoke with difficulty again. Today, oh no, these past few days, can you help take care of Qianqian for me? I've run into some trouble. What kind of trouble? Jiang Xichan asked in a deep voice. It's nothing to talk about. Well. Qianqian was confused and didn't know why she was actually embarrassed to refuse Jiang Xichan. No, the latter's tone just became a little more serious, and she gave in and was about to explain. Yes, do you know about the Handan City incident? 3 underage people plotted to murder and bury a poor child. I know. Jiang Xichan nodded. The 3 demons were a topic of discussion among the dormitory residents every day, and they were still furious about it. He even donated 100,000 points every day to do his part. And Qianqian, she's actually bringing this up? I spoke up for that poor child on the platform yesterday, and just now I received a notice from the company that my scheduled trip has been cancelled, and I've been asked to go on a business trip to the imperial capital. Time is pressing, there's no other way, I can only ask you to take care of Qianqian for me. Qianqian said with a complex expression. The reason for the complexity is, on the one hand, she feels a bit embarrassed to leave her daughter in the care of Jiang Xichan. On the other hand, she is angry and puzzled. She had only spoken up for the child, and yet she was being targeted? As a public figure, shouldn't this be expected? But the company is so heartless. Chapter 4, with Daddy. Happy. Jiang Xichan could see clearly the difficulty in Qianqian's eyes, and whether it was because the other person had given birth to a cute daughter for him, or for other reasons, it was necessary to mention it. If there is anything you need help with, just let me know. I have a billion acquaintances in the capital. Oh yes, don't worry about Shallow following me. Go on your business trip with peace of mind, and we can video chat when you have time. Jiang Xichan's voice was soft and gentle, and when Qianqian heard it, her heart warmed a little. Well, okay, I'll leave Shallow in your care. Perhaps because of Shallow, the bond between Qianqian and Jiang Xichan only grew stronger. Similarly, the initial awkwardness slowly disappeared. Right now, the family of 3 can actually talk and laugh. Jiang Xichan even learned from Qianqian how her daughter, Qianqian, knew to come to Shanghai to look for him at the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology. Last night I had a fever, and I was almost delirious. I seem to have said that you were here. Qianqian came to look for you today. This girl, she's got a lot of nerve. If something happened to you, what would I do, Mom? Even though it was over, Qianqian still felt a little scared. You know, her daughter is the apple of her eye and the treasure in her hands. Qianqian also knew she was in the wrong. The little one hung her head slightly, and under the table, her fingers scratched back and forth, apologizing. Mommy, I'm sorry for making you worry. Qianqian mumbled apologetically. Her soft voice, however, failed to make anyone feel better, so Qianqian smiled, lifted her hand and scratched her daughter's nose, forgiving her. It's okay, Mommy's not angry anymore, you must never run off by yourself again, do you understand? Yes. I understand. Qianqian found Daddy. I won't run off anymore. Saying this, Qianqian rubbed up against her father again, holding onto Jiang Xichan's arm so affectionately. Watching this father and daughter, Qianqian was also happy from the bottom of her heart, for reasons unknown. Time flew, and soon it was time for Qianqian to leave. Although she really wanted to be with her father, Qianqian still felt a little reluctant to leave her mother, so she took her mother's hand and walked her to the school. Mom, be careful on the way. Okay, I know. Similarly, Qianqian also didn't want to part with her daughter. After all, the mother and daughter had been together all these years, and they had rarely been apart. And now, with the sudden turn of events, she really couldn't take care of her daughter. It also happened that Jiang Xichan was there, so she could only entrust him with her daughter. So while Qianqian was reluctant to part with her mother, Qianqian was also giving her instructions. Qianqian, listen to your father. I will, Mom. Your mother is leaving, and you're still holding your father's hand. Aren't you going to give your mother a hug? Qianqian said, pretending to be angry. Qianqian then laughed, let go of her father's hand, and went to hug her mother. Seeing this, Qianqian couldn't help but sneer in her heart, little white-eyed wolf. Qianqian drove away. Qianqian kept staring at the car until it disappeared from sight before she took her eyes off it. Jiang Sikan took his daughter's hand, and the little one also poked his palm with his fingers mischievously. The father and daughter looked at each other and both smiled. Giggled Daddy. HM. In an instant, it seemed as if a deep bond had appeared in Jiang Sichan's heart. In the dormitory, when Lu Tong, Xie Zihao, and Wang Hu learned that Qianqian was Jiang Sichan's biological daughter, they all became jealous. Who wouldn't want such a cute, delicate little girl? Not to mention a star, if they had to give their lives, they would. Brother, adoptive father. Teach me, how can I have such a cute daughter like you? Lu Tong asked for advice by hugging Jiang Sichan's thighs, but was chased away by Qianqian the next second. This is my father. Qianqian's attitude was very clear. This is my father, you are not allowed to hug. Saying this, Qianqian hugged Jiang Sichan's thighs and did not allow anyone to touch her. Lu Tong's eyes immediately lit up, so cute. Similarly, Jiang Sikan did not give him the opportunity to hug his daughter. Without waiting for him to make a move, he had already lifted Qianqian up high. You're so mean. I want to have one too. That being said, the envy in Lu Tong's words was so clear and strong. Brother Chen, are you going to move out? The honest Wang Hu asked innocently. Xie Zihao gave him a nasty look. That's nonsense. Brother Chen has to take care of his niece, so where will he sleep if he doesn't move out? Or should you, Tonzi and I move out and make room for them? Ah, that's not a bad idea. Get out. Can't you tell I'm teasing you? The brothers teased and played with each other, and Jiang Sicheng, in a great mood, also started packing. The house had already been bought, and Aunt Jing's efficiency was still high. It's just that the house is in Shandong, right? You don't need to ask, it was definitely my sister's idea. Speaking of my sister, Jiang Sikan couldn't help but wonder how she would feel if she knew that he had become an aunt. I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to put down the hundreds of projects she has on her hands and fly over to see for herself. I have to say, Jiang Sikan also really wants to take his daughter back to show my sister and my parents, so they don't keep thinking about bringing back the princess of a certain country, the daughter of a certain family, or the daughter of a certain president to meet them. Jiang Sikan shook his head and laughed, and all the things that needed to be packed were also packed at this time. Before leaving, he did not forget to shout into the dormitory. Sons, Dad is leaving. The next second, pillows and shoes flew over. Fortunately, he dodged quickly enough, but he didn't know which bastard actually threw his phone over. While Jiang Sikan was taking his daughter to their home, Kansas Jiqing also returned home. Hearing the noise, Li Mengling hurried over. Xingqing. Where's Qianqian? She looked left and right but didn't see the little person. Her heart sank. If Kan Jiqing hadn't stopped her in time, she would have really called the police. Sister Ling, don't worry, I found Qianqian, she's with her father. Her father? Then why didn't you bring her back? Or did that man not let you? I'll go ask him for her. No, I asked someone to look after Qianqian. Kan Jiqing spoke her mind to Li Mengling, who was in front of her. The two were good girlfriends, and she was also her manager, so naturally they were close and could tell each other anything. Qianqian is still young, and I don't want her to grow up without a father, so I took advantage of this incident today to confront Jiang Sikan. What about him? What did he say? How did he react? Li Mengling kept asking, because she had seen Qianqian grow up, and she couldn't help but care. When she heard that Jiang Sikan liked Qianqian very much, Li Mengling let out a long sigh of relief. She was afraid that Qianqian would be hurt, because after all, the little one had gone all the way to find her father alone. Chapter 5, The Little Cotton-Padded Jacket That Supports Her Father. While Li Mengling was worrying about Qianqian, the little one had already followed her father home. Looking at the Shandong villa in front of her, Qianqian opened her mouth wide. Oh yes, it's better to call it a manor than a villa, because the smallest villa here has a floor area of 1,600 square meters, and Thompson Riviera is nothing in front of it. Dad, this place is so beautiful. After a moment of shock, Qianqian said, putting her arm around Jiang Sichan's. Jiang Sikan nodded and smiled without saying a word. The materials used to build Tangong Villa were the same as those used for famous palaces such as the Palace of Versailles, the Louvre, and Notre Dame Cathedral. The villa was also designed by a professional, so it naturally looks very impressive. However, compared to Jiang's manor, there is still a gap. Do you like it? I like it. If you like it, I'll give you the house as a present. Jiang Sicheng said dotingly, mainly because he felt a sense of indebtedness in his heart. His daughter was already 5 years old, and he had only just realized that she existed. He had been absent for far too many years. Unexpectedly, Qianqian shook her head. No, I can come and live with Dad a lot. Qianqian is still young, and for her, as long as she is with her mom and dad, that is enough, no matter how big and magnificent the house is. As she said this, the little girl muttered a sentence under her breath, if only her mother was willing to be with her father like Qianqian. Jiang Sikan heard his daughter's words but did not respond. After all, there were a lot of things and entanglements involved. Stepping inside, Qianqian suddenly felt like she had entered a palace. Everything in front of her was luxurious and bright, especially the crystal chandelier that ran from top to bottom, sparkling and gleaming. Qianqian ran around the house happily, finding everything new. It wasn't that the little one hadn't seen the world before, but because this was her father's home, she felt overly fresh and wanted to see everything. Jiang Sikan was sitting on the sofa, smiling and watching his daughter, but in his heart, he was complaining to his sister, there's really no need to buy this villa. It's flashy and superficial. Sister, you're not misunderstanding anything, are you? Jiang Sichen secretly laughed bitterly. Even though they were more than 2,000 miles apart, he could feel his sister's deep love. When Qianqian got tired of playing, she pounced into her father's arms like a young swallow returning home, but her little mouth didn't stop talking, incessantly telling him about the joy in her heart. Daddy, please don't leave Qianqian, okay? Daddy, I really envy the kids who have dads who pick them up after school. Daddy. The little one's voice grew quieter and quieter, and after a while, her breathing evened out, and she fell asleep. Perhaps it was because she missed her father too much, that Qianqian fell asleep like this, even though she was not feeling well. Jiang Sikan patted Qianqian's back with some tenderness, and secretly decided in his heart to make up for his daughter and do his best to fulfill the little one's wish, for her father and mother to be together. After all, men are naturally lustful, and Jiang Sikan has a special feeling for Qianqian, a beautiful woman. If not, how could he have taken advantage of the alcohol to have sex 6, 7, or 8 times? But after all, he doesn't know how the other person feels, so Jiang Sikan can only take things slowly. Perhaps it was because she was by her father's side, but Qianqian slept soundly and for a long time. When the little one opened her eyes, it was already dark outside, and even her tummy was rumbling. Even though she was hungry, the first thing she did when she opened her eyes was look for her father. When she saw him sitting next to her, she smiled happily, quickly rolled out of bed, and snuggled back into his arms. Her father seemed to be able to make her happy just by saying Daddy. Daddy's here, are you hungry? Jiang Sichen put down the book in his hands so that he could hold his daughter more securely. A little hungry. Qianqian nodded, and when she was in the cafeteria in the afternoon, she was so busy looking at her father that she didn't eat much. This was the truth. Qianqian's attention was entirely on her unmet biological father, so where was the heart to eat? As a result, after waking up now, the hunger came directly. Okay, Dad will take you out to eat. What do you want to eat? Dad is going to cook? Dad will cook whatever people like to eat. Qianqian answered seriously. Jiang Sikan agreed after some thought. Although his original intention was to take his daughter to a star-rated hotel for a meal, the little one spoke up, so he had to cook himself. Although Jiang Sikan is the young master of the Jiang family, his cooking is quite good, and his eldest sister Jiang Shirlan knows this, so as long as he is at home, the family chef can take a holiday. There are a total of 18 villas in Tangong, and 9 were sold before the opening. Even if the others are not sold, someone will come to clean them every day. Don't look at the tight schedule, but the refrigerator and everything else is still filled up. Don't ask, Jiang Shirlan made the arrangements. In the kitchen, Jiang Sikan was busy. It was just cooking a meal, a trivial matter. Soon, a few dishes with a mix of meat and vegetables were served on the table. Not only were they beautifully arranged, the taste was also to Shallow's liking, and she gave a thumbs up. As the saying goes, a daughter is a father's close companion. With Shallow's encouragement and praise, Jiang Sikan suddenly felt like he had endless energy, so he made 2 more dishes. It is no exaggeration to say that men need praise, not scolding. At the dinner table, Qianqian helped herself and her father to rice. She was afraid that Jiang Sikan would not be full, so she used the spoon to press the rice in the bowl, compacting it, and then added 2 more scoops. When Jiang Sikan went to take the bowl, he realized that there was probably half a pot of rice in his bowl alone. Dad, you have to eat a lot. Jiang Sikan smiled, properly kissing his daughter. Qianqian also wants to eat a lot, so that she doesn't feel homesick when she's full. I'm right here at home. You're not going to feel homesick, Daddy. Eat your meat. It was clear that Qianqian didn't know how to get close to her father, and she was so cute, serving the rice and picking up the dishes. This was also the first time that Zhang Sikan had enjoyed a meal so much. It's understandable, too. Who wouldn't be happy when they have a sweet daughter whispering sweet nothings in their ear and calling them daddy? The father and daughter had a happy meal together, and afterwards the little one even helped with the cleanup. If Zhang Sikan hadn't got there first, the little one would have washed the bowls away. His daughter was so sensible, and while Zhang Sikan was delighted, he also felt a pang of worry. It was clear that Qianqian wasn't just showing off, she was just used to it. Did Qianqian usually wash the dishes herself? Zhang Sikan frowned slightly, a little worried about his sensible daughter. Mommy is usually busy at work, and Qianqian wants to help, so she often washes the dishes, even though she breaks a few bowls and plates. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sikan suddenly felt his heart seized. His daughter really is an angel. Chapter 6, Bathing My Daughter? After meals, Qianqian wants to take a bath. This is not a problem, but the little one asks Zhang Sikan to help her bathe. This is despite being her biological daughter, but the idea of helping her bathe still makes Zhang Sikan clench his teeth. However, no matter how embarrassing it is, in the face of Qianqian playing with the bath towel and tilting her head coquettishly, Zhang Sikan still gives in. Okay, Dad will help you bathe. After the water in the bathtub was ready, Qianqian jumped in with a plop, and when her head surfaced, her wet hair floated along with the water. The little one's face was also red from the steam, as if it were a fruit. It can only be said that Qianqian perfectly inherited all the advantages of her mother, the big star Qianqian. If she continues to grow up like this, she will definitely become a beautiful woman. But the more so, Zhang Sikan is the more anxious, pondering how to protect his daughter. As expected, the experience of netizens is true. When a man has a daughter, he will see everyone as a bad guy. Qianqian is very sensible and can wash herself, and Zhang Sikan only helped wash her hair, which doesn't seem to have helped much. After drying her body and putting on a bathrobe, Zhang Sikan stretched out his arms and carried the little one back to the bedroom. In the blink of an eye, the little one came over holding the hairdryer. Zhang Sikan understood at once when he saw his pleading eyes. Here, Daddy will blow dry your hair. Yes. Daddy is the best. The sound of the hairdryer whirring started, followed by the little one's giggles. The room was empty, but it was filled with the laughter of the father and daughter. Giggle, Daddy, that tickles. Ouch. Daddy, you're hurting me. Oops, my bad. Hee, it's not Daddy's fault. In this way, Zhang Sikan experienced for the first time the difficulty of being a parent, and of course, he also got enough of the thrill of raising a daughter. After the bath, it was time for bed. When Zhang Sikan came out of the shower, Qianqian had already climbed into the covers, and had even thoughtfully warmed them up. When he came to the bed, the little one moved over a little, leaving the warm place for her father. Qianqian really treasures the time she spends with her father. So much so that he has been forced to develop a habit of listening to bedtime stories that he didn't have before. Daddy, can I listen to a story? Qianqian nestled her head against Zhang Sikan's arm, and the latter could clearly feel the warmth of his daughter's face. Under the little one's attack of winking and coquettish charm, not to mention listening to bedtime stories, if Zhang Sikan were asked to get the stars in the sky, he would do his best to do it. Don't ask, just ask what the little master needs and satisfy it. No problem. Daddy will think about what story to tell you. A fairy tale? Yes. She happily clapped her hands, especially when she heard a fairy tale from Zhang Sikan's mouth that she had never heard before. The story Zhang Sikan told was Snow White. The little one was fascinated by the story, worrying for Snow White and cheering for the kind hunter. Zhang Sikan also once again felt the lack of entertainment culture in this world. Yes, Zhang Sikan is a time traveler. In his previous life, he arrived on this planet called Blue Star under the auspices of a large truck. It is very similar to Earth, except for some differences in certain areas. The technology here is slightly more developed, but the entertainment culture is very lacking. For example, even Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales does not exist, let alone Anne de Shang's fairy tales. One story of Snow White was not enough to listen to, and all of Qianqian's light sleep disappeared. She wrapped her arms around her father's neck and begged for another story. There was no choice but to continue the story since his daughter liked it. So the second fairy tale, The Little Match Girl, was born in Blue Star. Halfway through the story, Qianqian was already feeling sorry for the little girl, her eyes red with tears, and her voice even taking on a hint of a nasally tone. Coincidentally, Jiang Xichen's phone rang, and the caller was still Can Jiqing. After arriving in the imperial capital and settling in, Can Jiqing called the first time, not because she was worried about Jiang Xichen, but because she missed her daughter. After all, Qianqian had grown up, and the mother and daughter had rarely been apart. Qianqian. Can Jiqing shouted across the phone. Yes, Mom, I'm here. Qianqian answered into the phone. Just as she did, Can Jiqing immediately heard a hint of a sob in her daughter's voice, and her heart immediately sank. She then asked Jiang Xichen in a roundabout way. Xichen, Qianqian is disobedient and naughty, isn't she? No, Qianqian is very obedient and sensible. Jiang Xichen answered puzzledly, and then he saw Qianqian's tearful face and immediately understood. He then hung up the phone and made a video call. Can Jiqing felt slightly relieved when she saw her daughter appear on the screen of the phone, unharmed. Mommy, I wasn't crying. It's just a story Daddy was telling. The little girl in the story was so miserable. It was so cold, and she couldn't sell her matches. If you're busy, I'll finish telling this fairy tale to Qianqian. Jiang Xichen smiled and said, there are some things that are hard to explain, and it's even worse to try to explain them. She has to hear it from me herself before she'll believe it. That's fine, I'm not busy, so go ahead and tell her the story. I like listening to stories too. So it was that Qianqian and her mother, thousands of miles apart, both pricked up their ears to listen to Jiang Xichen's story. The little match girl was retold, and it only took a few minutes. But after listening to the story, both Qianqian and Can Jiqing were moved to tears by the tragic experience of the little girl in the story. It is understandable. On New Year's Eve, in a heavy snowstorm, on a cold street, the tragic story of a beautiful girl who froze to death after lighting a match is very sympathetic, not to mention the fact that both mother and daughter are sentimental people. Jiang Xichen brought tissues to let his daughter wipe her nose, but there was nothing he could do about Can Jiqing. Jiqing, do you have any tissues over there? Jiang Xichen asked softly, already seeing the glistening tears on Can Jiqing's long eyelashes. Yes, ooh. Can Jiqing left the camera to get the tissues, and then there was a moment of embarrassment, actually being embarrassed in front of Jiang Xichen. Ooh, it was so embarrassing. It was only after a while that Can Jiqing reappeared in the frame with a shallow cry. Are you tired, Momo? Shanshan asked with concern. It was not true that she was not tired, especially since she had been temporarily dispatched to the imperial capital more than 1,000 li away. Can Jiqing only felt sore all over, otherwise she would not have taken off her underwear and thrown it aside before making the phone call. Which girl can refuse to throw off the shackles of a bra and let loose? Chapter 7. It turns out that even a celebrity's sleeping position is not elegant. But although she was very tired, after hearing her daughter's concern, Can Jiqing's fatigue seemed to be reduced a lot. Qianqian is sensible and obedient, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she came to repay her debt. After a while of chatting with her mother, the little guy got sleepy and fell asleep. In contrast, Can Jiqing and Jiang Xichen, a man and a woman, got more and more excited as they chatted, and they had no intention of hanging up the phone. Luckily, Qianqian fell asleep, otherwise, seeing her parents chatting so happily, she might have been very happy. Because of Qianqian's existence as the linchpin, Can Jiqing's impression of Jiang Xichen was not bad, especially since he was handsome, knew how to talk, and knew how to make people happy. So, in the middle of the night, Can Jiqing almost treated Jiang Xichen as a tree hole to pour out her recent troubles. And Jiang Xichen was indeed the most suitable person. Qianqian is still young and doesn't understand many things, and telling her these things will only worry the little one, and Can Jiqing can't bear to do that. Li Mengling is a good girlfriend, but she has a hot temper. If Can Jiqing tells her about the company's face, she will definitely rush into the boss's office with a bench leg. In this way, if Can Jiqing encounters something annoying, she can only bear it herself. But people are all swayed by their emotions. When negative emotions build up to a certain level, even the best-tempered person will feel suffocated. Now the appearance of Jiang Xichen has undoubtedly provided a vent for Can Jiqing. Ramble on. Ramble on. Can Jiqing is like a machine gun, spewing out her displeasure. She even accidentally let slip the words, "This month's period really hurt like hell." Although she apologized in time after she reacted, she still heard Jiang Xichen's gentle concern. Drink more hot water, don't catch a cold again, and you should take care of your body when you have time. Well, okay. Normally, when a girl hears drink more hot water, she would be furious, but when Jiang Xichen said it, Can Jiqing nodded obediently, like a little dainty wife. Because they had talked a lot and had a good time, Can Jiqing had vaguely regarded Jiang Xichen as a one of us. So, there was one thing that she was unsure about and wanted him to give some advice. Sikhen, I'm not sure if I should do one thing. Can you give me some advice? Sure, go ahead. I'm about to release a new song soon, with a self-determined theme, and I want to use this opportunity to speak out about that matter. Do you think it's appropriate? Qianqian asked after thinking about it. Regarding this matter, Qianqian is still bothered by it. As parents, the death of a child will undoubtedly make people collapse, and she also feels the same way. So even if the company does not allow it, she still has another opportunity to release a new song at the moment, and she doesn't want to waste it. She wants to speak out again. But the result of this is that she may be banned, shelved, or abandoned by the company. The price is high, but Qianqian feels it is worth it. In fact, Qianqian has already made up her mind. The reason she still wants to ask Zhang Sikhen is that on the one hand, she wants to hear his advice, and on the other hand, it may be a test? It may be, but she herself is not sure what this test is. Zhang Sikhen was also slightly surprised after hearing Qianqian's words. After all, she had been ousted by the company, but she still wanted to continue to speak out? This courage and commitment alone is enough to impress people. Thinking this, Zhang Sikhen gave his own advice. Not a bad idea, I agree. The so-called advice is just these words, and there is no harm in saying more. Zhang Sikhen, who knew Qianqian only a little, knew that if she had thought of it, she would definitely do it in the end. Not to mention that this is a very meaningful thing, why not support it? Even if, at the very least, Qianqian really encounters some difficulties, I will definitely help her out, for the sake of my daughter. Right? Really? Qianqian asked again, delighted. Yes, I support you. If all public figures and celebrities had your kind of responsibility and actions, the atmosphere in the entertainment industry might be a lot better. You're great, really great. No one else knows, but I will always support you. Qianqian's face turned red from Zhang Sichen's words, because no matter how you listen, it sounds like a compliment. Especially since he is the biological father of her daughter, the only man who has ever had sex with her. Laughs. Then I'll find someone to go on a date with. Qianqian only felt full of energy, as if she had found a source of strength. Well, you don't have to ask me out on a date, I have a song here, do you want to listen to it? What? You have a song? Qianqian was stunned and didn't react for a while to what this meant. Yes, wait a minute, I'll get it for you, you try it out and see if it's suitable. With that, Zhang Sikhen rolled over, got out of bed, went to the table, picked up a piece of paper and a pen, and started writing. It seems that because of the rebirth, Zhang Sikhen has a very good memory. All the information from his previous life on Earth is stored in his head. I dare not ask why his brain capacity is so full, but anyway, he has it all memorized. He even knows which position to launch missiles from to get twice the result with half the effort. Back to this matter, Zhang Sikhen is writing with a pen. On the other end of the line, Qianqian blinked impatiently, waiting. When she learned that Zhang Sikhen had written the song on the spot, she was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but wonder, is this a joke? Or is it for real? It wasn't until Zhang Sikhen actually sent a message that Qianqian realized that he wasn't bragging. Me, 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 me. And after reading the lyrics on the paper again, she fell into deep thought. What genius! Oh no! Genius! Zhang Sikhen. You really surprised me. I. Okay, don't say anything, just try it out and sing the climax. Okay. Qianqian hurriedly rolled off the bed, accidentally sending her skirt flying, revealing a lot of spring scenery. What I used to keep you. She softly recited the name of the song, and Qianqian began to adjust her state. She is indeed a big star, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she displayed professional singing skills. Compared to the internet celebrities on TikTok, she is simply incomparable. So life is as bright as a song. You must see the flowers bloom. You must wait for the swallows to return. Think that they will all come back. You vow to live for these things. In the short 30-second climax, Qianqian sang with true emotion. I want to use this song to keep you here, Qianqian murmured, clearly understanding the meaning of the lyrics. Si-chan, sell me this song, I want to sing it. Sing it. I'll pay you. I don't need money. Air. Qianqian rolled her eyes impatiently, not talking like this, not dying instantly. I don't care if you need money or not, I will definitely pay you if I sing your song. No need, what you're doing is of great significance, just consider it my sponsorship. Money is a good thing, but the man and woman kept refusing to accept it. After that, the two of them chatted for a long time, until Qianqian couldn't hold on anymore, and she fell asleep. But before she could say goodnight or hang up the phone, she threw her head onto the pillow and fell asleep. Coincidentally, the phone slipped off the pillow and fell to the side, with the camera pointing directly at her. In this way, Qianqian was completely exposed to Jiang Siken. Underneath the pajamas, her body was exquisite, with high, towering peaks and a smooth belly which could not be seen, as it was blocked. Her feet were delicate, with pale pink nail polish, which was both playful and charming. It can be seen that Qianqian and Qianqian are very similar, even their sleeping positions are exactly the same, on their stomachs. Although they are sleeping on their stomachs, their sleeping positions are not elegant. Sometimes they kick the covers off, sometimes they ride on top of the covers. Qianqian even coos sweetly, full of charm. The next day, Qianqian suddenly opened her eyes. It was 6:30. Fortunately, it wasn't late. But when she saw that her phone conversation with Jiang Siken last night had lasted as long as 6 hours, she froze, and quickly calculated. It was actually after she had been asleep for more than an hour that Jiang Siken hung up the phone. For a while, Qianqian was so shy that she couldn't help it, and she lifted the quilt to cover her head, trying to calm her embarrassed heart. What did he see? Did he see everything? Did I talk in my sleep? Was my sleeping position indecent? She wanted to ask Jiang Siken all these questions, but then again, she was too embarrassed to do so. But before she could continue to feel awkward, the teacher from Qianqian's kindergarten called. What? A temporary holiday? The classroom collapsed? Chapter 8, Mother and Daughter, Like Mind to Mind. The next morning, Jiang Siken woke up and saw that it was already 6:30. He quickly got up the next second, because he clearly remembered that his daughter Qianqian needed to go to kindergarten today. However, here came the problem. Qianqian, who was already half asleep, was actually very difficult to wake up. Qianqian, be good, it's time to get up. Daddy will make you breakfast, what do you want to eat? After you eat, Daddy will take you to kindergarten. Although this is his first day as a father, Jiang Siken adapts very quickly and feels very good about it. It's okay, Dad. Shan mumbled, her eyes just opened a little to look at her father before closing again. Okay, you get dressed yourself while I go cook. Okay. Although she agreed, Shan climbed back under the covers, only her small hands fumbling around for her clothes. Soon, Qianqian got dressed, put on her slippers, took a few unsteady steps towards the kitchen, and then wrapped her arms around Jiang Siken's back. Daddy, I'm so sleepy. Jiang Siken laughed silently, but he understood. Not to mention children, how many adults don't like to sleep in? If the classroom collapsed, it would be great, then he wouldn't have to go to school and could stay with his father. Qianqian was daydreaming as soon as she woke up in the morning. Jiang Siken was also at a loss for words with the little one, and he was so reluctant. Go wash up, dinner will be ready soon. Okay. At the same time, Qianqian called. Qianqian did not rush to wash up when she heard it was her mother calling, but wanted to say hello to her. Hello? Good morning, Mom. Good morning, Qianqian, where is your father? I'm here. Jiang Siken answered. Qianqian on the other end of the line couldn't care less about being embarrassed and immediately informed her. Siken, today, oh no, this week, Qianqian doesn't need to go to kindergarten. Oh? You're taking a leave of absence? No, a corner of one of the buildings in Qianqian's kindergarten collapsed, and the kindergarten is worried about safety issues, so they notified the parents to take a leave of absence. Hello? Are you still on the phone? Qianqian asked, mainly because she hadn't heard Jiang Siken respond, and she had thought that the signal was bad. However, the truth was, both Jiang Siken and Qianqian had fallen silent. After all, a few minutes ago, Qianqian had muttered, if only the classroom collapsed, and now, had her daydream come true? Ahem, I'm listening. That's good, you two can rest more. I'll leave Qianqian in your care. A minor problem. Because she had to go to the filming location, Qianqian didn't get to speak to Jiang Siken for long before hanging up. Qianqian was also unable to get to sleep. Although she really didn't want to go to kindergarten just now, she was now blaming herself, feeling that it was her own evil mouth that caused the kindergarten building to collapse. Dad, do I have an evil mouth? Qianqian pursed her lips and then bit the corner of her mouth. It's all my fault, I made the kindergarten classroom collapse. Seeing his daughter's face full of self-blame, Jiang Sikan was unable to laugh or cry, and he was also a little distressed. He immediately wrapped the little one in his arms and comforted her softly. How can you blame yourself? It's just a coincidence. Okay, let's eat first, and after we eat, we'll figure out where to go. Today, Daddy will take you out to play, okay? Huh? Okay. After all, she is a child, and her mood immediately improved when she heard that she was going out to play. However, the problem that both father and daughter were stuck with was where to go for fun. After breakfast, the two of them crowded on the sofa and discussed for a long time, but they still had no idea where to go. Seeing that time was passing by minute, Jiang Sikan directly picked up his daughter and walked out. Let's go, get in the car first, and think about it while walking. Yesterday, we took a taxi, but today, the car was sent by my sister overnight. Don't ask, just know that Jiang Shirlan is a crazy fan of spoiling her younger brother. In the car, the two of them walked in thought. Suddenly, Qianqian's eyes widened. Jiang Sikan felt something and pulled over, then looked at his daughter. What's wrong, Qianqian? Dad, I miss mommy. As she spoke, tears welled up in Qianqian's eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Sikan immediately turned the car around and drove directly to the airport. She misses her mother. Simple. Just go over there. And for some reason, Qianqian just really wanted to go find her mother. At first, Jiang Sikan thought that his daughter was still young and couldn't live without her mother, but then he thought again that it wasn't that unusual. After all, they had only been apart for less than 24 hours. So he took advantage of the fact that Qianqian wasn't paying attention and called Qianqian, but the result was no answer. Something's wrong. A thought flashed through Jiang Sichan's mind. Before boarding the plane, he ordered someone to go to where Qianqian worked to find out what was going on. If nothing had happened, it would be even better, and the two of them would just surprise Qianqian with their arrival. If something had happened, it would be convenient to investigate beforehand and deal with it. So Jiang Sikan took Qianqian straight to the imperial capital, but the little guy's worried expression in his eyes remained strong. Fortunately, the 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them, one big and one small, quickly walked out of the airport and onto the road. On the roadside, a dark and shiny Maybach had been waiting for a long time. A majestic man in a black suit took big strides to greet Jiang Sikan when he saw him, opening the car door and saying hello. However, when he saw Qianqian, he was a little at a loss. Young master. Shoo, don't notify the family of my return for now. Dazhuang, just drive carefully. Yes, young master. The three of them rode off in the car, and the Maybach drove directly to an outdoor photography base in the suburbs. The location was not small in scale, and many domestic organizations and celebrities would choose to come here to complete their filming tasks. Qianqian was also dispatched from the Magic City for this reason. At Jiang Sichan's signal, the bodyguard reported in detail what he had discovered in a low voice, so as not to worry or scare Shallow. But something really bad had happened to Qianqian, and the plot was very bad. A female artist had actually done something to sabotage the shoot, pushing the lighting stand on the second floor down while Qianqian was on a filming assignment. If she had been hit, the consequences would have been unimaginable, and hospitalization would have been unavoidable. Li Mengling discovered it in time and pushed Qianqian away. Although neither escaped and both were injured, fortunately it was only minor injuries. After the incident, everyone at the scene agreed that it was an accident. If it wasn't for Jiang Sikan dispatching Dazhuang to investigate, the female artist would have gotten away with it. In the studio, Qianqian and Li Mengling cleaned their wounds with the help of their assistants. The filming task was urgent, the journey to Daidu Hospital was far, and they both wanted to finish the business trip early to go back and see their daughters, so they both chose to simply treat the wounds. Li Mengling was frowning and silent, while the assistant kept cursing, saying things like irresponsible staff. It was hard to hear, but a certain female artist was secretly delighted. Suddenly, Qianqian caught sight of two familiar figures in the corner of her eye. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Sikan and Shallow, who was covering her mouth, were standing at the entrance of the studio. For a moment, Qianqian panicked, and hurriedly tugged on Li Mengling's arm. They were not afraid of the exposure of Shallow and Jiang Sikan affecting Qianqian's acting career, but they were genuinely afraid of Shallow seeing them hurt. Although the injuries were not serious, they still needed to be disinfected and bandaged. The bandages had not yet been wrapped properly, and there was a little blood oozing out, which made it look quite serious. If Qianqian saw it, she would be sad. Thinking this, Qianqian resolutely pulled the sleeve of her shirt down to cover the wounds. Then, she walked towards Qianqian in Zhangxichen. At the same time, the father and daughter were also walking towards her. At this moment, Qianqian was only worried about whether her mother's injury was serious. Zhang Sikan also didn't think about the impact of his appearance in public with Qianqian. Compared to taking care of his daughter's feelings, the entertainment industry was nothing. Why did you guys come? Qianqian raised the other arm and held Qianqian's hand. The little guy wanted to check on his mother's injury, but was not allowed. Li Mengling also followed, looking at the family of three. A touch of helplessness appeared on her delicate face. As a celebrity agent, she knew full well the scale of the public opinion storm that would be caused by Zhang Sikan and Qianqian's appearance and their intimacy with the big star Qianqian. It was not difficult to say that it would trigger a series of earthquakes in the entertainment industry. Sure enough, when Qianqian took Qianqian's hand, some onlookers at the scene secretly took out their phones to take pictures. Chapter 9. What century is this? You're still calling people a young master? Holy cow! What am I seeing? The superstar Qianqian actually has a child? They look very similar. Could it be that the man is someone important, that he can make the superstar Qianqian give birth to his child? For a moment, everyone at the scene began to whisper, and it's not surprising that they were sure that Qianqian was Qianqian's child. After all, the mother and daughter could be said to be carved out of the same mold, one big and one small. Of course, what was most surprising was the existence of Zhang Sikan. Using one's foot to think, the existence of someone who can make a super first-line female celebrity in the prime of her fame bear his child is definitely not simple. In fact, the encounter between the two was really quite ridiculous. Qianqian, let's go. Ling, let's postpone the shoot. After giving her orders, Qianqian pulled Qianqian and tried to leave. She didn't want her daughter to be exposed to the public eye. Unexpectedly, before Li Mengling could talk to the brand, a female celebrity jumped in. Hey, sis, leaving in such a hurry, are you afraid of the wound healing on its own? This photo shoot is urgent, your company didn't forget to remind you, did they? I don't care about your company, but if you cause damage to our company, who am I going to talk to? Is this little girl your daughter? Sister, you're hiding it pretty deep. Shut up. It wasn't Qianqian who spoke, but Zhang Sikan. Feng Yue was furious after being scolded. Since she started out as a celebrity, she has always felt superior to others, and now she has been rebuked, her displeasure is directly bursting. But then she thought, Zhang Sikan will definitely be flayed alive by Qianqian's male fans. A playful expression appeared on Feng Yue's face. Unfortunately, she couldn't wait that day. Just as Feng Yue was formulating her taunting words, a burly man in a suit actually carried a woman down the stairs. De Zhuan was given the signal and directly threw the woman, who looked like a little chicken in his hands, to the ground. Poof! Ahem! Feng Yue was furious and panicked. You should watch out for the master when you hit the dog. Why are you bullying my assistant? De Zhuan ignored the flirtatious movie star and looked fiercely at the woman who was crouching on the ground. The woman didn't dare to look at him, kept her head down, but spoke. I already said that lampstand was pushed down by Feng Yue and I. She wanted to smash Qianqian. Wow. Once this was said, there was an immediate uproar. Feng Yue's face changed even more, and she pointed her finger at her assistant and started listing her faults. Tang, don't speak nonsense. I didn't. You're slandering me. I was just defending you. Brother, I have the video here, please let me off. While Feng Yue was defending herself, her assistant Tang Qian took off the name tag hanging around her neck. On the blue background, there was a tiny camera stuck on. Seeing this, Feng Yue's face turned pale, without a trace of blood. She knew that she was now in an impossible situation. Looking at Qianqian again, Feng Yue felt like a real clown. Just now, she was still laughing at Qianqian for being ruined, but now she was the one who had been ruined first. A woman's jealousy is terrifying. Even though Feng Yue knew she was finished, she was secretly happy that Qianqian would also be ruined. Is it really true that hurting oneself 1,000 times hurts the enemy 800 times? Facing Tang Qian's plea for mercy and Feng Yue's menacing glare, Zhang Sikan simply didn't want to pay any attention. He just waved his hand, and Dazhuang carried the two women out, one in each arm. Outside the photography base, the police car from the police station was already in position. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Not to mention them, even Qianqian was also dazed, unable to think clearly about what had just happened for a while.
Si-Chen, how did you know?
Qianqian was greatly puzzled, but also shocked. For the time being, let's not mention how Jiang Si-Chen and Qianqian suddenly appeared from the 1,000-mile-away demon capital in the imperial capital, and how he investigated the truth of this matter. When I couldn't get through to you on the phone 2 hours ago, I sent someone over to investigate.
So you knew about it at that time?
Yes, but it was Shanshan who knew about it first.
I can only say that you two are connected in some way.
When something happened to you, Shanshan felt it in the magic city and missed you so much that we came here. After Jiang Siken finished speaking, Qianqian was so moved that she couldn't calm down for a long time, hugging Shanshan. But Shanshan was still worried about her mother's work.
Mom, has Qianqian done something wrong? She shouldn't have come to you.
Qianqian shook her head quickly. She knew exactly what her daughter meant, and it was nothing more than a worry about her future acting career.
But even if there is an impact, what does it matter? It's okay, it's not Qianqian's fault.
Besides, Mom is very happy and moved. Qianqian is really the best gift from the heavens.
Really?
Really? The mother and daughter laughed and chatted as Jiang Siken helped them into the car. Li Mengling, who had followed them, tilted her head at the expensive Maybach. Her surprise turned to relief. As Qianqian's best friend, Li Mengling of course hoped that she would do well, and of course, so did Qianqian. Although they didn't have much contact, Jiang Siken dared to stand up for Qianqian and take care of her. Just this alone was enough to make her look up to him.
Where are we going?
First, let's go to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Dazhuang drove directly to the hospital. Meanwhile, what happened at the filming location was also fermenting and brewing up a huge online storm. If nothing unexpected happened, the trending search list would be very lively soon. Qianqian would probably dominate several of the searches.
The other one is Feng Yue.
After all, what she did could involve intentional injury, or more seriously, intentional murder.
Feng Yue was destined to be in trouble.
Jiang Siken was lucky that Qianqian was alone, so Dazhuang understood what to do.
Don't look at Feng Yue as a celebrity, but in front of the young master of the Jiang family, she really isn't anything. It's very easy to be removed from the entertainment industry, and it's not difficult to be removed from Huaxia.
Soon, Dazhuang drove to a private hospital. The environment was very good, with greenery everywhere, and the patients and medical staff all communicated with smiles on their faces. It was just that the so-called patient, Li Mengling, recognized.
Qingqing, the old man, doesn't he look like Chen Dao's father? Following Li Mengling's pointing, Qianqian noticed that it really was.
Later, the two of them also saw an elderly patient dressed in military uniform and exuding an air of authority, as well as a certain business tycoon.
Jiang Xixin explained, it's a hospital, so any patient can come.
Qianqian and Li Mingqi rolled their eyes at the same time.
That's not what they wanted to say.
What I want to say is, what kind of hospital is this, so different?
Miss, this is our young master's private hospital, and it's also the best hospital in the imperial capital.
Dazhuang spoke up to explain for the young master. It would have been better if he hadn't explained, but once he did, Li Mengling was even more surprised.
What century is this? You're still calling people a young master? Jiang Siken, what does your family do? Li Mengling asked out her confusion.
Qianqian hurriedly introduced. Siken, this is Li Mengling, my agent and also my best friend.
Hello. Jiang Siken smiled and said hello, then glared at Dazhuang.
Dazhuang scratched his head awkwardly, then strode forward to go find the doctor.
My family?
We run a business, a small business.
Hearing this explanation, Li Mengling gave another disgusted look. Who would believe that? How many people who run a small business can own a private hospital?
Qianqian was also thinking about this question.
It seemed that the little junior in her eyes was extraordinary.
On the contrary, Qianqian, the little guy's focus has never changed.
Mommy. Auntie Ling. Hurry up and go. Hurry up and go see the doctor, okay?
Qianqian was very anxious, especially when she thought back to seeing her mother's wound not long ago, which was still bleeding.
Okay, in fact, Qianqian blowing on Auntie Ling will make it stop hurting. Li Mengling teased Qianqian.
The little guy took her seriously and actually went up to her and blew on her.
Then, Auntie, do you want Qianqian to blow on it for you?
Upon hearing this, Qianqian shook her head and laughed, then quickened her pace.
Mommy doesn't need it, Mommy's not as evil as your Auntie Ling. Qingqing, why are you trying to undermine me now? Li Mengdeling was infuriated. Chapter 10, What's for Dinner? Qianqian, meet. In the Jiang family's private hospital, Qianqian and Li Mengdeling had very different experiences.
Even Li Mengdeling, who was used to going to high-end places, couldn't help but feel emotional at this moment. This is the life of the rich, rude, and retreating the wounds, Qianqian returned to Jiang Sikan and Qianqian's side, and the doctor behind her became even more respectful when he saw Jiang Sikan.
Young master. You've worked hard. How are their injuries? It's not serious.
They haven't hurt the bones.
They'll recover after changing the medicine again the next day.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Sikan nodded, relieved. Next to him, Qianqian saw the concern in Jiang Sichan's eyes, and for a moment, her heart felt warm. However, the next thing the other person said took her by surprise.
Let's go back to my place and rest. Huh? Back to your place? Qianqian blinked, hurriedly protesting, no, that's not necessary, we can stay at a hotel.
Unexpectedly, at this time, Qianqian stepped forward to help. The little guy walked up, hugged Qianqian's thigh, and started to coo and purr.
Mommy, let's go to Daddy's house, okay? Mommy.
The little one's voice was soft and cute, but it was incredibly powerful and penetrating. Qianqian, who already doted on her daughter, immediately gave in. Okay, I'll listen to Qianqian, she said.
Mommy is the best.
Qianqian jumped for joy, and at the same time, she did not forget to extend an invitation to her Auntie Ling. Oh no, to be precise, she's scared.
Auntie Ling, saying, you come too, there are bad guys outside. Oh no. Auntie Ling, I'm so scared.
But I'm not going with you guys, I'm going back to the hotel.
Li Mengdeling prides herself on her powers of observation. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, but what about absence for several years?
Who knows what kind of fireworks there might be?
Why go along? To be a third wheel? That's not even the worst of it, what if they run into each other again and have bedroom secrets? She immediately decided not to go.
No matter how Qianqian and Qianqian tried to persuade her, Li Mengdeling refused and resolutely got up and left for the hotel.
Let's go home. Okay.
Hearing that they were going home, Qianqian happily came between her parents, took her mother's arm with her left hand, and slipped her right hand into her father's warm palm. Then she skipped and danced her way out of the hospital. Qianqian had stolen glances at the father and daughter next to her more than once, and her heart was a little complicated. She had once dreamed of this scene, except that in her dream, the face of Cherishing, the father of Qianqian, was very blurry, so when the dream came true, she felt dreamlike.
Fate is really wonderful.
I thought I would never be connected to Jiang Sikan again, but who would have thought that we would still meet? Young master, young mistress, young lady, please get in the car. Dazhuang bowed to hold the car door, his eyebrows lowered in submission. Qianqian, however, blushed at the young mistress and said, that's not appropriate. In contrast, Qianqian had already adapted and didn't forget to say thank you to Dazhuang when they got in the car. Thank you, Uncle Dazhuang.
You're welcome.
Jiang Sikan was in a good mood and nodded with a smile.
Dazhuang, go back to my place. Yes, young master.
The Maybach drove steadily down the streets of the imperial capital, and after 10 minutes it pulled into a villa district. Each villa had a different style, but without exception they were all exquisite and luxurious. Qianqian's heart skipped a beat at the sight, and even though she already knew from the private hospital that Jiang Sikan was no ordinary person, she couldn't help but be surprised. This was still a prosperous area of the imperial capital, and the villas here, the villa district here, were probably beyond the reach of just money, right? Upon thinking of this, Qianqian smiled bitterly to herself, wondering why she felt like she was marrying a wealthy man. The Maybach stopped in front of a villa. There were 2 stone lions on either side of the gate, their mouths containing white jade beads, looking awe-inspiring. As the gate opened, the courtyard came into view. Small stones, clear pools, green bamboos, dragon walls, and other unrelated decorations seemed to complement each other at this moment, just right. It was obvious that even this courtyard had been planned and built by experts.
Dazhuang, go down and rest.
Yes, young master. After dismissing Dazhuang, Jiang Siqing picked up Qianqian in his arms, called on Qianqian, and walked into the house.
The interior decoration is much more simple, unlike some houses that are so magnificent that you don't want to live in them. Until I saw a jar in the house. Oh no, to be precise, it's an urn, and it's actually made of pure gold? That jar is porcelain. Jiang Sikan explained with a smile in the corner of his eye. Qianqian, on the other hand, gave him a disgusted look and said, like hell. Porcelain? Are you afraid that it will damage the floor tiles and purposely not pave that area? Jiang Sikan didn't respond, but said, right. Well, Sikan, I'm a little tired, I want to rest for a while. Qianqian stretched, her beautiful figure on full display, not at all like someone who had given birth. Jiang Sikan took her to a bedroom, and when she saw the bed, Qianqian felt even more sleepy. Shanshan, be a good girl and listen to your father, I'm going to take a nap. Okay. Before leaving, Qianqian kissed the face of Shanshan, looked at Jiang Sikan again when she got up, and then. Sikan, help me change the door, it needs to be closed tightly. I have a small problem, I can't sleep well if the door is not closed or not closed tightly. Okay. Jiang Sikan gently closed the door, rubbing his chin a little embarrassed. Just now, for a moment, he thought Qianqian was going to kiss him. Cough cough, obviously he was overthinking. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Qianqian, who had already lain down on the bed, also felt her face flush. To be honest, just now, she did have the intention of teasing Jiang Sikan, and why she suddenly had this intention, she couldn't say clearly. As soon as she thought of this, Qianqian couldn't help but wonder, why was she so promiscuous? She was definitely infected by lingling, absolutely. Li Mengling, a Chu? Qianqian was catching up on sleep. Jiang Sikan, on the other hand, played with his daughter, playing table tennis, badminton, and video games. The father and daughter played everything, except for Barbie dolls, which made Qianqian a little disappointed. But happy times always pass very quickly. When she turned her head, she noticed that it was about to get dark, and her tummy started to grumble at the same time. Seeing that her father was looking over, the little one put down the game controller awkwardly and covered her tummy. What do you want for dinner? Daddy will go and cook it for you. She whispered, I want meat. But if you ask her what kind of meat, she'll cover her ears and shake her head. Braised pork? Yes. Pork in a sweet and sour sauce? Yes. Pork ribs? Yes. Sweet and sour pork ribs? Yes. She's such a sweetheart, she's not picky about what kind of meat she wants, as long as it's meat. Chapter 11 Daddy. This is the melon seed core that mommy gave you. Qianqian, In both his past life and his current life, Jiang Sikan has always liked to cook, so his cooking skills are quite good. He can make most home-style dishes. Although in his position, he can have whatever he wants at the drop of a hat, at home, cooking for himself has to be the only option. In his opinion, only cooking over an open fire has a homely feel, otherwise the kitchen looks cold and lifeless, which he really doesn't like. A family member regularly replaces the ingredients in the house, as instructed and arranged by his sister Jiang Shirlan, so that when his brother comes back to the capital, he can eat fresh ingredients. Jiang Sikan is busy in the kitchen with an apron on, while Qianqian is doing what she can to wash vegetables in the sink on a small stool. A home-cooked meal is served from the pot, and the delicious smell makes Qianqian unable to stop salivating. But when Jiang Sikan brings her a delicious dish with chopsticks to try first, the little one will shake her head and say she wants to wait until her parents eat together. Don't look at Qianqian, she's still young, but under the education of Qianqian, she has a good character, is gentle, and understands things. As night falls, Jiang Sikan has also finished cooking. With the father and daughter working together, one home-cooked meal after another was served on the table. Qianqian, go and tell mommy to come eat. Qianqian took small steps towards the bedroom, gently pushed open the door, and then smelled the fragrance of mommy. Feeling her way in the dark, the little one walked in and came to the edge of the bed, calling softly. Mommy, get up and eat. Qianqian did not respond. Qianqian shouted again. This time, she slid her slightly cold hand under the quilt and placed it on Qianqian's chest. SSS. This trick worked well. Qianqian was awakened by the cold, and she was still sleepy. Qianqian was startled, but when she saw it was Qianqian, she laughed and pinched her daughter's little nose, pretending to be angry. Shallow, you little rascal, how dare you cool your mother? Hee, it's time to eat. Mom, I can't wake you up. Oh, is that so? Okay, Mama forgives you. Ha? How long have I been asleep? Is it dark already? Looking outside through the gaps in the curtains, it was pitch black, with a few stars hanging faintly in the sky. Looking at the time again, it was already night. Qianqian couldn't help but support her forehead. She had slept so soundly, or was she still at Jiang Xichen's house? Got out of bed? Mom, dinner's ready. Okay, I'm coming. Qianqian rolled over, pulled up the suspenders that had slipped down her shoulders, and then followed her daughter out of the bedroom and into the dining room. As soon as she set foot in the room, she smelled the delicious aroma of the food, and her appetite was suddenly piqued. The feeling of hunger that she hadn't really felt before suddenly swept over her. When the mother and daughter arrived, Jiang Xichan got up and pulled out a chair. Qianqian gracefully took her seat and said, "Thank you," with her lips slightly parted. Jiang Xichan hadn't said anything yet, but Qianqian was already unhappy and took back the bowl that she had handed over halfway. "Mom, why are you and Dad being so polite? Aren't we family?" Well, that's..." Qianqian was at a loss for words and didn't know how to answer her daughter's question. Family? Not really, but then again, if we're not family, where did Qianqian come from? Ha! What a headache. Qianqian, I know, I won't be polite with your father. Only then did Qianqian agree to pass the bowl over, muttering all the while, "Yes, yes. That's right." Jiang Xichan laughed at the wry smile on Qianqian's face. His daughter was very helpful. "Qianqian, help your mother with the dishes." "Good. Mom, hurry up and try the sweet and sour pork that Dad made especially for you." For this dinner, Qianqian gets extra points and a big score. At the urging of the little one, Qianqian's heart was stirred, and who could stand the barrage of sugar-coated bullets? "Qian, thank you." "No, the food you cook is really delicious." "It's delicious." "Mom, then you have to eat more, and let Dad cook delicious food for you every day in the future." Hearing this, Qianqian glanced at Jiang Xichan, then tugged her daughter's arm and whispered, "Shoo, don't talk nonsense." "Well, I didn't say I wasn't happy." Jiang Xichan suddenly spoke. Qianqian's body suddenly trembled. "What's going on?" After 3 or 5 seconds, her face turned red. "Dad, Mama's face is so red, come feel it, is Mama feverish?" The two adults were at a loss. Their daughter's red string was leading them in the right direction. What they didn't know was that Qianqian had done it on purpose. She knew that there was a gap between her parents, even though she was young. But she also really wanted her parents to be together, so she helped out. All she could say was that Qianqian's thoughts were very simple. At her daughter's urging, Jiang Xichan touched Qianqian's forehead. It was warm, not hot. Unexpectedly, before he could take his hand away, Qianqian spoke again. "Dad, when Qianqian had a fever before, Mummy said that just touching her forehead wasn't enough, you also had to put your hand inside her neck and back to see if she was hot." "Wow." Qianqian suddenly put the bowl on the table. "I'm full. I'm full too. Mummy, Dad, let's go to bed." Suddenly, Qianqian's legs felt weak and she had to lean on the table. "My daughter, you are really filial." "I'll clean up, you and Qianqian watch some TV. I'll wash the dishes." Before Qianqian could take the bowl, Jiang Xichan grabbed it. "You have limited mobility, I'll do it, go watch TV." Unable to persuade Jiang Xichan, Qianqian could only take her daughter and sit on the sofa, but the problem was how to turn on the TV. Once again, it was Qianqian who took charge, and in a few seconds she had turned on the TV. Qianqian, embarrassed, dug her long fingers into the sofa cushions. Is she getting old? Can't she even use the TV? When Jiang Xichan returned to the living room after finishing tidying up, Qianqian and her daughter Qianqian were snuggled together watching TV. The scene was very touching and heartwarming, especially when Qianqian saw him and patted the cushion next to her, calling for him to come sit down. "Dad, here are the melon seeds that Mom gave you to snack on." Qianqian handed over a small plate full of melon seeds. Qianqian suddenly turned her head and didn't know how to say anything, because she had indeed eaten the melon seeds, but not for Jiang Xichan. It was obviously Qianqian who wanted them. Who would have thought that Qianqian had hidden this up her sleeve? "Dad, do you like to eat?" Qianqian asked with her big, quirky eyes. "Of course." Jiang Xichan said, taking the melon seeds and eating them in one bite. Qianqian, who was watching him eat the melon seeds, suddenly felt her body tense up. Those melon seeds were all she had put in her mouth and chewed with her teeth. Didn't that mean the two of them had kissed indirectly? Chapter 12, Embarrassing, there's no change of clothes at all. It's getting late, and Qianqian started yawning, her mouth slightly open, her eyes slightly closed, making a cute sound.
Ken Jiqing saw this and rubbed her daughter's head.
Qianqian, it's time to go back to bed.
Qianqian originally wanted to refuse, and wanted to stay with her parents for a while longer, but the little one's eyes rolled around, and then it seemed like she thought of something.
Okay. But I want to sleep with you and mommy, okay? Shan shook Ken Jiqing's arm.
The latter was flustered by her daughter's words.
Sleep together? Dad on the left, mommy on the right, and I in the middle, so happy.
Cough, I'll go take a bath first. Ken Jiqing stood up in a panic, fled in a panic, and wanted to go to the bathroom, but she entered the kitchen instead. This damn place is unfamiliar to her. Shan followed her, not to nag, but to show her concern.
Mom, can you get wet?
The little girl was still very concerned about her mother.
It's fine, the doctor said I can shower, it's waterproof. With a bang, the bathroom door was slammed shut. Ken Jiqing didn't want to confront her daughter again.
After all, it was inappropriate to sleep in the same bed as Jiang Siken. But then she thought, if they already have a child, and it is not appropriate to sleep in the same bed, isn't it a bit of a double standard?
At this thought, Ken Jiqing didn't know what to do anymore.
Her thoughts were in turmoil, so she took care of herself by taking off her clothes, revealing her white and smooth skin. In the mirror, her hair was scattered and draped over her fragrant shoulders, her beautiful back was seductive, and it outlined an impressive curve downwards. With a flick of her hand, she turned on the water, and within 30 to 50 seconds, she was soaked to the skin. She was still enjoying the water when she suddenly opened her eyes wide.
Wait! This isn't her home, it's Jiang Sichen's home. Where are the toiletries? Where are the towels? Where are the clothes to change into?
For a moment, Ken Jiqing supported her head in her hands, feeling a headache coming on. She let the water that had been hitting her body drip onto the ground, following the curve of her breasts and behind her. There was no way to avoid it, sooner or later she would have to go out. In the misty fog, Ken Jiqing bent over and washed her slender legs. The whole person looked elegant and beautiful. After finishing, she rubbed her face and turned her head to check Jiang Sichen's toiletries, just in case they weren't for men only. In the end, she had to call Jiang Siken, otherwise she would have to go out in wet clothes.
Crap! What a nuisance! Why did you take off your clothes and just throw them in the sink?
Ken Jiqing muttered, her beautiful feet stamping on the ground. With a creak, she pushed open the bathroom door and shouted into the living room.
Sichen, Jiang Sichen, are you here?
Jiang Sichen came over quickly, looking at Ken Jiqing, who was only showing her head, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth.
What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. Huh? How did you know I needed a towel? If I don't get you a towel, are you going to just run out here?
Jiang Sichen teased, smiling. Ken Jiqing glared at him, then stretched out her long, slender arms and grabbed the towel, before ducking back into the bathroom and closing the door tightly. But in that instant, Jiang Sichen seemed to see a bolt of lightning. The sound of wiping oneself came from the bathroom, and then Ken Jiqing let out a gasp, and it hurt a little as she pulled on the wound.
In that case, she couldn't blow her hair dry.
There was no choice but to tie the towel around her body first, and then go out and let her daughter help her blow dry her hair. When she walked out of the bathroom, Jiang Sichen was not in the living room. She followed the sound and saw that both father and daughter were in the bedroom. Jiang Sichen was telling Qianqian a story, about Snow White or something.
The little one was captivated. Qianqian, blow dry your mom's hair. Unexpectedly, Qianqian shook her head directly. Mommy, call daddy.
Ken Jiqing was speechless.
Here we go again.
Jiang Sichen, on the other hand, took the initiative and got up directly to take the hairdryer from Ken Jiqing.
Sit down, I'll blow dry your hair. Okay then.
Ken Jiqing sat down on the bench, not daring to hold her head up or look up, afraid that the towel would slip, and afraid to see Jiang Sichen's face.
It was embarrassing, being alone with a man. As the hairdryer whirred, streams of warm air blew against Ken Jiqing's hair.
Jiang Sichen was very skilled, smoothing the hair with his left hand while drying it with his right, not causing her any pain. Ken Jiqing enjoyed the electric feeling caused by Jiang Sichen's fingers running across her scalp, which was very comfortable, while at the same time she had to hold the bath towel in place with her hand, because it had already loosened and would slip if she didn't hold it tight, which would be a disaster.
Ooh. If she let out a sound, it would be a sweet ooh, and it would be all Jiang Sichen's fault.
His fingers felt so good as they stroked her scalp, but it was also so embarrassing. She let out a sigh of relief when she caught a glimpse of Jiang Sichen in the corner of her eye and saw that he wasn't paying attention. For the first time, she felt that girls were trouble. Her hair was so long that it took several minutes to dry it. She also clenched the towel in her hand for several minutes, until her knuckles turned white. Finally, it was over. Jiang Sikan turned off the hairdryer and looked at Qianqian's naturally soft and supple hair.
He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "This hair is really soft."
Qianqian nodded proudly and then explained that, "Sikan, I used your shampoo, it smells really good."
Jiang Sikan laughed. "Do you have to report this to me? Aren't you tired?" "Not really." "Okay, go to bed. You don't have any pajamas, so wear my clothes for now."
As she looked down, she saw a set of clothes by the bed, a loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt and shorts. The thought of wearing men's shorts made Qianqian's head spin, even though the man was Jiang Sikan, with whom she had had intimate relations. But there was no other way. She couldn't just take off her towel and get into bed naked, even though it would be really comfortable. Jiang Sikan left, closing the door behind him, and Qianqian quickly got changed. When she was finished, she sat on the edge of the bed and turned her head to see her daughter staring at her.
"What's wrong, Shallow?" Shallow answered as she rolled off the bed. "Mommy, you're all dressed, I'll go get Daddy back to bed."
"No, Shanshan, it's really not convenient for Mommy to sleep in the same bed as your father."
Qianqian felt awkward even saying this.
But Shanshan's next words made her change her mind. "But Mommy, if we take over Daddy's room, the other rooms only have beds, no mattresses or quilts."
"Ha? Aha."
Shanshan nodded seriously, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. Qianqian thought about it carefully, and indeed, it was true.
Jiang Sikan usually went to school in the Magic City and rarely returned to the Imperial City. Even if there were quilts, they would be damp, right?
Thinking about this, Qianqian also got off the bed and prepared to go with her daughter to call Jiang Sikan back to bed. She was thinking that she could not be too selfish.
Chapter 13, Life is about movement. Qianqian, "Ah yes."
Jiang Sikan brought a quilt and prepared to go to the other bedroom to sleep. When he turned around, he saw his mother and daughter, Shanshan and Qianqian, staring at him, and then they took the quilt from his arms without any further explanation. Qianqian took the quilt and felt it, and sure enough, it was very damp, as if you could squeeze water out of it.
"Sichan, this quilt is really damp." "It's fine."
"No, you're coming back to the bedroom with us to sleep." Qianqian took Jiang Sichan's hand and walked towards the bedroom, while Qianqian pushed hard behind her father. With the mother and daughter working together, the three of them returned to the bedroom. In the bedroom, Qianqian knelt on the bed and spread the sheets and quilt well, and after there wasn't a single fold, she patted the surface of the bed.
"Shan, Sichan, come up and go to sleep."
"Okay." Shan cheerfully answered and ran up to the bed, while Jiang Sichan was frozen in place. This scene suddenly made him feel something in his heart.
Thinking about it, isn't this the wife and children on the warm bed? "Dad, come here."
"Okay."
Jiang Sichan moved and sat down by the bed.
The bed was large, so there was no problem putting the three of them on it. Qianqian was in the middle, and the two adults lay on either side. When the lights were turned off, the room suddenly became quiet. Even Qianqian's breathing and body temperature could be heard and felt clearly by Jiang Sikan, so much so that her body became hot and her face flushed. Once again, it was Qianqian who spoke first. The little one couldn't sleep, so she muttered something and turned around to hug Jiang Sichan's arm.
"Dad, I can't sleep. And want to hear a story."
Jiang Sikan laughed helplessly, saying that the agreed bedtime story had become a no-sleep story. Out of his love for his daughter, Jiang Sikan cleared his throat and began to tell the story. This time it was about the bottleneck, one of the Andersen fairy tales.
Before the story was finished, Shanshan fell asleep, and her breathing became even.
Seeing this, Jiang Sikan paused, but unexpectedly, Qianqian spoke.
"Sikan, continue, I'm still listening."
Oh. Okay." In this way, Qianqian was only satisfied after listening to the entire fairy tale.
"What a great story, Sikan, where did you read it?" "I've never heard of it. I made it up." "Believe it or not?" Jiang Sichan asked with a smile.
The main reason was that no one in this world knew Hans Christian Andersen, so it was useless to explain for a long time. Sure enough, when Qianqian, the big star in beauty, heard this, she was shocked.
"Well, I believe it. You can write songs, and they're so good, of course you can write stories too. By the way, you're amazing." Qianqian lavished praise on him without reservation.
Even Jiang Sikan, who prided himself on his good psychological quality, couldn't help but feel a hint of pride at this moment. Men, after all, are happy when they are praised by women, especially a beautiful woman like Qianqian. It's getting late, Sikan, I'm going to sleep too. Good night. After saying this, Qianqian turned around gently and fell asleep with her back facing Jiang Sikan. Good night. Jiang Sikan responded quietly, then thoughtfully covered the two mother and daughter with the quilt before going to sleep. The night passed without a word. When the morning sun shone through the gaps in the curtains, Jiang Sikan woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt that he was having some difficulty breathing. When he looked carefully, he saw that there were two more people on his body. Last night, it was clearly Qianqian sleeping in the middle, but now, it was him who was sleeping in the middle? Qianqian had run to the far left, while on the right was Qianqian. The two, one big and one small, were both snuggled up against Jiang Sikan, and in particular, Qianqian, half of her body was pressed against him, and her long legs were wrapped around him tightly. Looking down, he could see her pretty face, big breasts, long legs, and pretty feet clearly. Pretty feet? Is this a test for cadres? I just got up in the morning, and I'm still erect, and this kind of stimulation comes? But then again, no matter where Qianqian is, it is her own aesthetic, so it is no wonder that there was an encounter that night. While admiring, Qianqian's long eyelashes, which looked like a fan, moved, and then her eyes opened, and she looked at Jiang Sikan. Good morning. Good morning. After asking for the morning, Qianqian suddenly became uneasy. What was going on? The next second, she fled from Jiang Sichan's embrace like a bat out of hell. That, I sleep very badly at night, I hope I didn't hurt you. How could you, you're not heavy. Jiang Sikan laughed dumbly, and with Qianqian's weight, he could lift her up. Really? Qianqian asked cautiously. A girl likes to hear the most words, you're not fat, you're slim, you're so skinny. Really? Hey, thanks. Qianqian looked at the time on her phone, it was still early, but she rolled over and got out of bed. Sichan, it's still early, you go back to sleep. What about you? I have to practice yoga every day, I'll go to the living room and not disturb you too. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sikan suddenly understood why Qianqian had such a good figure. It turned out that she practiced every day. Your injury? It's fine, I'll practice somewhere else. Okay, just as well, I can't sleep either. I'll go with you to the gym. After covering his daughter's quilt lightly, Jiang Sikan also got out of bed. Then, to Qianqian's surprised gaze, the two of them went to the first basement floor. The room was very large, and it contained all kinds of fitness equipment. Hey, Sichan, you work out regularly? As soon as she had asked, Qianqian felt that she had been nosy. After all, if he didn't work out, where would Jiang Sikan get his abs? Abs? Well, I didn't mean to touch them. Life is about movement. Exactly. Qianqian agreed wholeheartedly, and the two of them thought alike. And went to an open area. Qianqian and Jiang Sikan gave a shout of warning, and then they started practicing yoga. Although she didn't have yoga clothes and was still wearing loose clothes, she still followed the exercises to the letter without any nonsense. Jiang Sikan came to the treadmill to warm up, and through the glass in front of him, he could just see Qianqian's graceful body and beautiful curves. Soon Qianqian finished practicing, and she came to Jiang Sichan's side, slightly panting. What a pity, I want to run too. How big are your feet? 36? Yes, how did you know? Qianqian tilted her head curiously and playfully swung her feet. Wait for me. Jiang Sikan went out, and when he returned, he was carrying several shoeboxes in his arms. When he came up to her, Qianqian realized that they were actually shoes, and they were all women's shoes. Here, try them on. Jiang Sikan has women's shoes at home? At this thought, Qianqian felt inexplicably uncomfortable, but then she thought, who am I to be uncomfortable? Even so, she couldn't help but ask. Sichan, whose shoes are these? They don't fit me, do they? Full of desire to solve the problem. Chapter 14 Idiot. Scoundrel. Facing Qianqian's two-part interrogation, Jiang Sichan couldn't help but smile. Why, do you care? Upon hearing this, Qianqian's face flushed, and she turned her head away and muttered, No, I don't. Why would I care? Are they your girlfriends? She said she didn't care, but then asked such a question. If I had a girlfriend, would I bring you back? Idiot. As he spoke, Jiang Sikan gave Qianqian's forehead a little tap as she was shopping, causing the latter to cry out in pain.
Ouch. Why? Okay, try them on.
They should fit, they're the same size.
What do you mean, the same size? Qianqian was a little sensitive. Of course they're the same size.
Jiang Sikan said helplessly, then squatted down and lifted Qianqian's foot to put on her socks. He also played with her delicate, pink feet, which were very beautiful. These shoes are my sister's collection, my real sister, and they're here with me, so you can wear them without worry.
Come on, put your foot in.
Jiang Sikan was like taking care of his daughter, helping Qianqian put on her shoes, and even sticking his finger into the place where the shoe met her heel to see if it was too crowded. Fortunately, Qianqian and Jiang Shirlan have similar foot types and sizes, so they can wear them and they fit perfectly.
They're your sisters. Then I'll wear them. Do they fit?
You said it yourself, they're your sister's shoes. Qianqian knew that people who like to collect shoes have an obsession, and they wouldn't let others wear them, let alone themselves. But now, Jiang Sikan actually brought his sister's shoes for her to wear. She took this kindness to heart.
Just wear them. Oh.
She waited until Jiang Sikan spoke before she let go of her concerns. She had to say it, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she likes a man to be a bit domineering. After putting on her shoes, Qianqian adapted to the treadmill for a while before getting on next to Jiang Sikan. The two of them chatted and walked while Qianqian secretly increased her speed a bit when she saw that Jiang Sikan was walking at a speed of 8 without even breathing heavily. The result was that the sudden increase in speed almost knocked her off. Jiang Sikan was shocked and hurriedly came over to check on her. Fortunately, she was unharmed, but he helplessly rubbed his forehead.
Slow down. I got it.
After this incident, Qianqian never dared to be competitive again. She spent 40 minutes at speed 6, jogging 5 kilometers.
It can be seen that the wound is not painful and is not serious.
When she got off the treadmill, she was already sweating, and her skin was becoming more and more rosy and translucent. At this time, she was using her palm as a fan and fanning herself energetically. She looked very cute no matter how you looked at her.
Don't rest, come over and stretch.
Qianqian didn't have time to sit on the treadmill to rest before she was shouted over by Jiang Sikan the next second. She imitated whatever he did, and it seemed that every muscle in her body was being stretched, and then she started sweating again. Stretching made her sweat even more than exercising, but her body felt lighter and she felt more energetic. That morning, Qianqian and Jiang Sikan talked a lot, from work to life, and then to their daughter Qianqian. Qianqian, who had never complained to the opposite sex, vented about the injustices she had encountered, which straightened her mindset and brought her back to full strength. In contrast, Jiang Sikan had become Qianqian's tree hole. It is worth mentioning, however, that after this incident, the relationship between the two has also grown much closer. When going up the stairs back upstairs, Jiang Sikan held out his hand, and Qianqian would subconsciously place her small hand in the palm of his hand. That palm was very warm, very generous, and very safe. But what the two didn't expect was that Qianqian had already woken up. Not finding her parents, she wasn't afraid, but instead came into the living room and sat on the sofa, hugging a pillow as she watched TV. When she heard a noise, she looked over just in time to see Jiang Sikan and Qianqian holding hands, chatting and laughing as they came up the stairs.
What? Qianqian was very happy, and seemed to be very happy to see her parents being affectionate with each other. Dad, Mom, good morning. Qianqian asked them good morning with her chin resting on the pillow.
The sudden sound startled Qianqian, and when she looked over, she saw it was her daughter, and she hurriedly tried to pull her hand away. Unfortunately, Jiang Sikan deliberately tightened his grip to prevent her from escaping.
Humph. Bad guy. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Qianqian frowned and snorted lightly. When she came to Qianqian, the little one rolled over and jumped off the sofa into the arms of the two of them.
Almost in unison, Qianqian and Jiang Sikan spoke.
Wear shoes. 2. No bare feet. 2. Be careful of catching a cold. 2. It was almost too well coordinated. Ha, Daddy and Mommy, you are so funny. Qianqian ran to put on her shoes, while not forgetting to tease her parents.
Qianqian looked helplessly at Jiang Sikan, her eyebrows lightly twisted, looking a little unable to laugh or cry.
Sikan, why are you imitating my speech? I like the way you talk.
Jiang Sikan took the opportunity to flirt a bit, holding Qianqian's hand but at this time rubbing it restlessly on the back of the latter's smooth hand, as if rubbing a piece of jade.
Taking advantage. Shameless.
But there was no way to stop it. Jiang Sikan was very strong, like a pair of pliers. Breakfast was made by Qianqian and Jiang Sikan together: milk, bread, and poached eggs. The poached eggs were all heart-shaped.
Coincidence?
Who believes that? She ate quickly, taking big bites of bread and milk. It wasn't that she loved it so much, but she simply couldn't swallow without milk in her mouth.
Okay. Dad, Mom, where are we going to play today?
The little one remembered clearly that they were going out and playing today, but where would be a good place to go?
Where did Qianqian want to go? An amusement park. Qianqian answered decisively.
When she was in the Magic City, she only went to an amusement park once, because she didn't have her father around, and all the children she saw at the amusement park had fathers with them, so she didn't like going. Now that both her father and mother are around, Qianqian also wants to go to kindergarten to play. Holding her father's left hand and her mother's right hand, the family of 3 is happy just thinking about it.
Okay, let's go to the amusement park. Jiang Sikan agreed.
After breakfast, they cleaned up. Qianqian and Qianqian went back to their room to change clothes. Fortunately, they had washed their clothes in the shower last night, otherwise they would have to go out in a vacuum today, in which case they would rather not go out at all. When Jiang Sikan was changing, Qianqian held Qianqian back and wouldn't let her leave, asking her to brush her hair.
It was so embarrassing.
Jiang Sikan was changing next to them, and Qianqian sat on the side holding a brush and brushing her daughter's hair. It was obvious that Jiang Sikan could have taken the clothes outside to change, but he refused to do so.
Don't ask, asking is bad. Chapter 15. Young Master, it's time to go home.
Everything is ready, and they are ready to go out. Qianqian cheerfully runs out of the house with a small pink school bag, and Qianqian follows behind, giving her instructions.
Qianqian, run slowly and watch your step.
The mother and daughter arrive in front of the car, and Jiang Sikan, who is right behind them, thoughtfully opens the door for them. After Qianqian has run up, he doesn't forget to hold out his hand against the doorframe, so that Qianqian doesn't hit her head.
Humph.
Qianqian gave a haughty grunt, seemingly very satisfied with Jiang Sichan's actions. However, when closing the car door, she mischievously pinched the latter's thigh. Needless to say, she was blaming him for being shameless while changing clothes. Jiang Sikan didn't care, and after settling the mother and daughter, he went to the driver's seat. With one kick on the accelerator, the car sped off, heading straight for Happy Valley in the imperial capital. Halfway there, Qianqian and Qianqian shouted for the car to stop, and then rushed into the small supermarket by the roadside.
After a round of shopping, Qianqian's small pink school bag was filled with snacks. So, your daughter likes want snow cookies? Qianqian, do you like want snow cookies that much?
Jiang Sikan asked with a smile. On hearing this, Qianqian shook her head and looked at her mother beside her. Qianqian blushed for no reason, then bit her cherry lips and defended herself a little shyly.
Well, actually, I like to eat it. Oh, Jiang Sikan suddenly realized, and couldn't help but laugh when he saw Qianqian's flushed cheeks in the rearview mirror.
The national goddess, the big star, actually has such a cute side, and she also loves want snow cookies, just like an alligator. Here, have half of it. To ease the awkwardness, Qianqian tore open a pack of snow cookies, looked at both halves, and then handed the darker, sweeter half to Jiang Sikan. You have to know that normally she really likes the darker half because it's sweeter and tastes better. But now she's actually offering the good stuff to Jiang Sikan, which doesn't mean nothing. If he dares to laugh at her again, she'll get angry and bite him. Jiang Sikan was going to refuse, but since Qianqian insisted on giving it to him, he had no choice but to open his mouth and eat it. He told the truth, and really didn't mean to bite her finger, let alone tease her. He was driving, so he didn't have the heart to do that. Finally, they arrived.
Qianqian was so sleepy that she was falling asleep.
Qianqian and Jiang Sikan were chatting and didn't feel sleepy at all.
They looked like a happy couple, laughing and talking. After parking the car, the 3 of them checked in and entered Happy Valley.
Qianqian was no longer sleepy, looking around with a happy expression on her face. What Jiang Sikan and Qianqian didn't expect was that, despite her young age, Qianqian liked the more exciting rides, such as the roller coaster, merry-go-round, angel's wing, etc. When she saw her daughter pointing straight at the roller coaster, Qianqian was momentarily speechless.
Were these the kinds of things a girl should like?
In her opinion, she had just wanted to take her daughter to have some fun and relax, and watch a show. She had never dared to think that they would go on the roller coaster right away. By the time Qianqian had recovered from her shock, Qianqian had already dragged Jiang Sikan onto the musical roller coaster, and she had been left behind because of her injured arm. Even though she didn't go up with them, her heart was already not on the ground. After all, it was her daughter and Jiang Sikhen up there. So when the roller coaster started and slowly climbed upward, Qianqian's heart was in her throat. Her hands were clenched so tightly that when the roller coaster went down, she let out a scream. It was only 45 seconds, but for Qianqian, it was definitely the longest minute of her life. When Qianqian and Jiang Sikhen got off the roller coaster, she hurried over to them. "How was it? Are you okay?" "Mom, I'm fine. It was really fun." "When your arm has recovered, Qianqian will go on the roller coaster with you again. The little one's heart is still very good, she knows how to comfort her mother, who wasn't able to go on the ride with her." Cough, cough. Besides. Shallow, what? Are we going to play next?" Before Qianqian could finish speaking, Shallow pointed to the sign in front of her. A very good activity. Heaven and Earth Heroes is also very exciting. "No, Shallow, wait until your mother finishes speaking." Qianqian no longer looked like a big star. At this moment, she looked like a mother who was trying to dissuade her daughter from doing something, reminding her over and over again not to do these overly exciting activities. Unfortunately, Qianqian was brave and not afraid at all. In the end, Qianqian could only look to Jiang Sikhen. "Sikhen, please take care of your daughter." "Okay, don't worry." With that, Jiang Sikhen and his daughter boarded the machine. It can be said that the two flew in the front, their souls chasing after them, and Qianqian chasing at the back, afraid that their souls would not be able to keep up. "I'm really tired." Don't look at Qianqian not playing much, but after half a day she is still exhausted. Don't ask, just know that she is tired. She was really worried. After playing 3 projects, Qianqian thought about starting with easier projects like the carousel, thinking that her daughter was scared. Who would have thought that she was just bored? It's not fun, they're all more or less the same, it's not interesting, and the fun ones don't let people play. There are rules in Happy Valley that some extreme rides are not allowed for children, so Qianqian had to give up. After playing other exciting rides, she naturally lost interest, and in fact, she felt that the merry-go-round did not bring as much joy as she had expected. Qianqian was speechless and helpless. She had been quiet and well-behaved since she was a child, so why did she give birth to such a naughty egg? Thinking about this, Qianqian looked at Jiang Sikhen, then glared at him angrily. Jiang Sikhen was confused. What was going on? Innocent people are being targeted. It's all your fault. The gene for being a naughty egg was inherited from you. On the merry-go-round, Qianqian angrily muttered. Time passed quickly during the happy times, and before she knew it, it was already afternoon. The mother and daughter were both tired, and they didn't have the heart to watch any more performances, so the 3 of them prepared to head back home. Happy Valley is very popular with tourists, and even at this hour there are still tourists entering, and of course, more leaving. However, there was a traffic jam at the exit. There was no accident, but because the tourists coming and going were shocked by the luxury convoy of cars by the roadside, they couldn't help but stop and watch. Each car in the convoy was jet black and shiny, and they were all Hongqi cars. When Jiang Xixin and the other 2 came out, Qianqian also noticed this luxurious and extraordinary convoy, especially the license plates. Just as she was wondering who these cars were here to pick up, an elderly man with gray hair but still full of energy got out of a Hongqi and walked directly over here. Young master, it's time to go home. Chapter 16, Qianqian, don't pull my father's ear. Young master, it's time to go home. Miss, young mistress, please get in the car. The old man opened the car door and invited Qianqian and Qianqian to get in. When it was Jiang Xixin's turn to get in, he was stopped. Young master, the young mistress has something to tell you. My eldest sister? Yi Bo, what is it? Young master, come closer. Jiang Sikhen bent down to peer over, and then his ear was grabbed. The words of the eldest young lady were, "You little brat. You came back to the imperial capital and didn't even bother to go home and see your family? Yi Bo, give it to him hard, twist his ear hard." Young master, the latter words were said to me by the eldest young lady. Yi Bo explained with a smile. Jiang Sikhen was speechless. He let Yi Bo hold his ear without saying a word. Yi Bo, there's no need to explain, have you finished pinching? It's done. Master, please get in the car, we should go home now. The master, the mistress, and the eldest daughter are waiting impatiently. After giving his lecture, Jiang Sikhen got into the red car, closed the door, and the convoy set off steadily. However, the shallow, who was sitting next to Jiang Sikhen, looked at Yibo outside the passenger seat with an unfriendly gaze.
Grandpa, what makes you bully my dad?
In the end, she couldn't hold back and asked. Upon hearing this, Yibo turned his head and smiled, looking very kind. Miss, it was your aunt who told me to do this.
My aunt?
Yes.
Oh, then, is it okay, Dad? Does it hurt? Let me blow on it for you.
Qianqian sat in Jiang Sichen's arms, rubbed her father's ear, and then opened her mouth wide and blew a few gentle breaths. It's hard to say whether it's true or not, but even if an ear falls off, a few breaths blown by your daughter like this can alleviate a lot of pain. Seeing the little girl and her young master being intimate, Yibo's smile on the passenger seat grew even wider.
Only Qianqian was distracted and even nervous.
Jiang Sikhen is going home, and she and her daughter are in the car together.
Does that mean they are going back to his house together? What kind of thing is this? It's not appropriate. A daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws? It hasn't come to that yet.
As an actress, Qianqian has a very rich inner drama, and she even mentally filled in the scene of an unseen mother-in-law throwing a bank card in her daughter-in-law's face to keep her away from her son. Seeing Qianqian's worries, Jiang Sikhen quietly held her cold little hand, and for a moment, the former felt a little comfort in her heart.
Anyway, let's take it one step at a time.
The Hongqi convoy drove further and further away from the urban area of the imperial city, until they stopped in front of a manor house built against a mountain. Men dressed in Zhongshan suits stood on both sides of the entrance, their bodies straightened as if they were exceptionally strong. When Jiang Sikhen arrived with Qianqian and Qianqian, the two of them greeted him together, "Young master." Walking through the gate, what came into view was a field of green bamboo, and at their feet was a path of bluestone leading directly to the courtyard behind. Strolling among them, it felt as if one were away from the hustle and bustle of the world. The further she walked, the more surprised Qianqian became.
How terrifying was the family background of Jiang Sikhen, the only man she had slept with, or rather, slept with.
The older she got, the more she thought about it.
In contrast, Qianqian never had any problems, wherever she went, as long as her father was by her side. The little girl certainly didn't have her mother's complicated thoughts. After walking through several courtyards, they finally arrived at the innermost part of the manor. It was a 3-story building, and there were also Zhongshan-style bodyguards at the entrance.
Although this building did not match the style of the entire manor, its location here made it obvious who lived there.
It must be Jiang Sichen's parents.
Qianqian became even more nervous at the prospect of meeting them. "Young master, the master and mistress are waiting for you, as well as the eldest daughter." After Yibo finished speaking, he turned and left, and Jiang Sikhen then picked up Qianqian and took Qianqian's hand, walking towards the house. His purpose in doing so was to tell his parents and eldest sister what he was thinking: "This is my child, the woman I like, so you'd better not make things difficult." Not to mention, Jiang Sichen's move directly gave Qianqian a backbone, and her restless heart seemed to have quieted down. Walking into the house and approaching the living room, a familiar loud laugh came at them. Another voice sounded unfamiliar to Jiang Sikhen, but it was incredibly familiar to Qianqian, as it sounded like her father's.
On second thought, this is impossible. How could Jiang Sichen's father be on the phone with her own father? The two shouldn't even know each other.
With a puzzled heart, the family of 3 walked in. In the living room, Zhang Jilong, in military uniform, was on the phone, while his wife, Gong Mulan, sat by his side, well-read and sensible.
Jiang Sichen's eldest sister, Zhang Shirlan, was sitting opposite.
When she saw the 3 of them, she enthusiastically got up to greet them.
"Are you serious? I'm your aunt. Qianqian. Hello, I'm your sister."
Zhang Shirlan's heroic way of introducing herself almost made Qianqian unable to respond, but she still reached out and shook hands with her.
Jiang Sichen's eldest sister? So pretty and elegant, that's what Qianqian thought when she first saw Zhang Shirlan.
Zhang Shirlan also greeted her younger brother, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she said, "Rascal.
You want to hide such an important matter for how long?"
She said this and then wanted to grab his ear, but she was protected by Qianqian, who was in Jiang Sichen's arms. The little one directly put his arms around his father's head, so Zhang Shirlan couldn't grab him. "Good girl, this is worthy of being your father's sweetheart." Zhang Shirlan laughed and teased.
Qianqian rested her chin on the top of her father's head and replied, "You bet. Okay, Auntie won't bully your father anymore. Come, Jiqing, come sit."
As she approached the sofa, Qianqian became more and more surprised, because the person on the phone with Zhang Jilong really sounded like her father. Dong Mulan waved at Qianqian, and Jiang Sikan let go of her hand.
She blushed and went over, then sat down next to her grandma. Look who your father is talking to on the phone. Dad? Father-in-law? No.
Meanwhile, Jiang Jilong flipped the phone screen over, and Qianqian finally saw the person on the other end.
Yeah. Dad.
Qianqian froze, and the person speaking with Jiang Jilong was actually her real father, Qianqian, also known as Shallow's grandfather.
You little brat. You better behave yourself at the old leader's house, and don't throw a fit. ABA, what's going on? Dad's, old, chief?
Qianqian didn't dare disobey her father, took the phone handed to her by her father-in-law, and nodded obediently, understanding.
Dad,
didn't wait for her to ask what the relationship between the two fathers was. Her real father on the other end of the phone spoke again. Qingqing, I have to tell you something, you and Chen are engaged as children.
Chen? Jiang Sikan? Damn it. Chapter 17, so he just blurted it out? That was a bit fast.
Until the phone hung up, Qianqian's mind was in a daze. Not only her, but Jiang Sikan too.
A doll marriage? How come her parents never mentioned it? And the object was just Qianqian? Could it be that coincidental? If it wasn't impossible, he would think that the night they had sex that night that year was all arranged in advance.
A mother knows her child best.
Mulan Gong could see that Jiang Zichen liked Qianqian, and since the latter had also given birth to a child for the Jiang family, it made sense to poke and poke. She immediately took the little hand and asked softly, Qingqing, what do you think of Qianqian? He's quite good. Then, would you like to marry him? Dong Mulan asked again, and because she was so direct, Qianqian didn't know how to answer for a moment.
But there was Shallow, and the little one hurriedly answered for his mother.
Yes. My mother wants to marry father. Shallow.
Qianqian shouted in panic, but Shallow didn't intend to stop. Mom was talking in her sleep last night, and she kept calling out father's name.
People think that mom can't live without dad anymore. Qianqian's expression suddenly became strange. Did she talk in her sleep last night? And did she call Si Chen's name? For the whole night? That's impossible.
But looking at her daughter's serious face, it didn't seem like a lie. So, in this situation, with Jiang Mulan questioning her from the front and Qianqian adding fuel to the fire from behind, Qianqian was completely panicked, like a cat with 6 different spirits.
Jiang Zichen couldn't bear to see this, so he quickly spoke up. Jiqing, come, let me introduce you.
This is my father, Jiang Jilong, my mother, Gong Mulan, as the name suggests, and this is my eldest sister, Jiang Shirlan. After Jiang Sikan introduced the members of the family, Qianqian hurriedly got up and respectfully asked how they were doing.
Hello, uncle, aunt, and eldest sister.
Jiang Shirlan walked up to her and took Qianqian's hand to sit her down opposite her, very warmly.
Qianqian was very bold.
Knowing that the two people in front of her were her grandparents whom she had never met, she came to Jiang Jilong under the pull of blood ties.
Grandpa? Grandma? Qianqian called out tentatively. The two people were overjoyed when they heard the words grandpa and grandma directly from her mouth. To be honest, as early as when Jiang Jilong was video chatting with Qianqian, he had seen his granddaughter and wanted to call out to her and give her a hug. But he was worried that he would scare her, so he held back his affection until now. Now that Qianqian took the initiative to come and call him grandpa, Jiang Jilong's heart instantly melted. Hey! Qianqian, come here, grandpa will hug you.
Jiang Jilong's voice changed, his originally sonorous and powerful voice softening a lot at this time. Jiang Sikan and Jiang Shirlan, the brother and sister, glanced at each other, and they both saw incredulity in each other's eyes.
Could it be that their father also had such a gentle side? Intergenerational relationships are truly terrifying.
Jiang Jilong picked up his granddaughter and sat her on his lap.
Dong Mulan brought over all kinds of fresh fruit and snacks and placed them in front of Qianqian. For a while, the little one was spoiled like a little princess, and the house was filled with the cheerful laughter of the three of them.
Qianqian, who was being led by Jiang Shirlan, saw the scene and bit her lip before standing up abruptly.
Uncle, auntie, Si Chen is a very nice person.
Although I gave birth to Qianqian for him, if he doesn't like me, I won't pester him.
Qianqian said this, undoubtedly lowering her own attitude.
She knew that at the moment she was like a woman who had brought her child to the door. But who would have thought that at the same time she was speaking her mind, Jiang Sichen on the side also spoke up.
What would you do if I said that I also like you?
Ha? Ken Jiqing turned her head in shock, and then she saw Jiang Xichen's smiling eyes, clear and sincere.
Say it. Jiang Xichen pursued.
Ken Jiqing, however, began to stammer. Don't look at her as the national goddess and big star, but she is also a woman, and a woman who can't think straight when she is nervous.
Okay, forget about me.
We're engaged, an arranged marriage that was set from the moment we were born.
Can you run away from it?
Jiang Xichen took Ken Jiqing's small, cool hand and sat down, then looked at his parents.
Dad, Mom, I want to marry her, is that okay?
Hearing this tone, it didn't sound like a question, but more like a notification. Zhang Zhilong then burst out laughing, a hearty laugh with a hint of relief.
Good boy, you're taking responsibility. Your mother and I of course support you marrying Qingqing.
Gong Mulan lived up to her name, and waved her hand. Zhao Meijing, the butler outside the door, then handed over a notebook. When she got closer, she realized it was actually a household registration book.
If you have time, go and pick up the marriage certificate.
She was a doer, and didn't like to drag her feet when it came to things. Since they liked each other, they should just get the certificate. Ken Jiqing looked at the book on the yellow rosewood table and was lost in thought.
How long had she been in the Zhang family before she got her own marriage settled?
She had thought that she would end up alone.
But now she was the fiancée of Jiang Xichen?
It really was a big circle, and she was back to the night when they first started to open up to each other. Ken Jiqing no longer had any misunderstandings in her heart, but instead there was a hint of expectation and sweetness. She is also a woman, longing to be loved by her lover. Jiang Xichen's various expressions these days often go straight to her heart. Ken Jiqing is moved, she has long been moved. In addition, Ken Jianan told her about the engagement of Jiang Xichen and her as childhood sweethearts, and the last vestiges of her heart's barriers disappeared. However, she felt a little bit helpless and couldn't help but laugh when she thought about entrusting her life to Jiang Xichen like this. It was just too fast. It has to be said that the role played by Qianqian was very significant. The little one's clever remarks always hit her mother's heart exactly right. After learning that her parents were together, the little one's smile never faded. Sitting on her grandfather's lap, she proudly swung her little legs. Zhang Zhilong and Gong Mulan really liked Ken Jiqing and her daughter Qianqian, so the dinner was arranged to be very luxurious and sumptuous. Qianqian sat on Zhang Zhilong's right hand, and Ken Jiqing sat on Gong Mulan's left hand, followed by Zhang Shirlan and Jiang Xichen, the siblings.
The family was very happy at the dinner table. Ken Jiqing sincerely felt the warmth of home, and she no longer felt like an outsider.
After dinner, Jiang Shirlan wanted to arrange for Ken Jiqing to stay in her younger brother's room. The servants had already dried the brand new double quilt, but Jiang Xichen wanted to take his new wife away. Sister, don't bother, Jiqing and I will go back to my place.
Huh? What's wrong? Can't you fit in the house? No.
Jiang Xichen shook his head and looked at Ken Jiqing.
I'm afraid she won't be used to it. We'll talk about living at home when she gets used to it.
So, he was actually concerned about his young wife.
Chapter 18. If you can't get her drunk, how are you going to take advantage of her?
Humph. Upon learning that Jiang Xichen was going to give up living at home for her, Ken Jiqing's heart warmed slightly, but then she thought, am I being too much of a nuisance?
Do I have to make things difficult for people just because I'm embarrassed?
Seeing through Ken Jiqing's innermost thoughts, Jiang Xichen tightly grasped her hand and gave her a charming little smile when they looked at each other.
Shan, are you really not going with mommy and daddy?
Jiang Xichen asked with a mixture of laughter and tears. He had originally planned to take his wife and child back to the villa together, but who would have thought that his daughter would actually cling to her grandparents and refuse to go, insisting on staying with them. No, she wants to stay with her grandparents.
Qianqian said sweetly, and then added, and my auntie too.
The little one's watertight answer made Zhang Shirlan's heart flutter. She also loved this lively and cute niece very much, so she urged. You two can go if you want, but Qianqian will stay with us.
That's fine, we'll go then. Qianqian, listen to your grandparents and auntie. Ken Jiqing couldn't help but worry as she gave her instructions.
Qianqian happily waved her hand, but even so, she wouldn't let go of her grandfather's hand, which made Jiang Zhilong's heart very happy, and his smile was simply too rich. So much so that the security guard standing nearby couldn't help but be surprised. When had the master ever had such a broad smile on his face before? Don't look at Qianqian as a little girl, but she can really charm the adults.
When Zhang Zhilong and Gong Mulan asked the little one who she wanted to sleep with that night, Qianqian replied, Grandma, I want to play with my auntie. When my auntie gets sleepy, I'll go back to sleep with you and Grandpa, okay? Haha, okay.
Dong Mulan was amused by her granddaughter's cleverness and cuteness, and her affection for her was no less than anyone else's. On the other side, Jiang Sikhen, who had just left Jiang's manor, also borrowed a hongqi from Dezhuan, and then drove off with Qin Jiqing in the car. In the car, Qin Jiqing didn't say a word, but couldn't help but sneak a peek at Jiang Sikhen.
Handsome? Ha? You've peeked at me 13 times already, am I handsome?
Qin Jiqing was speechless. It turned out that he had noticed her little actions.
Damn it, how embarrassing. If you like someone, you'll keep looking at them. If you can't get enough of looking at them today, you can look at them forever.
Jiang Sikhen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiqing nodded, and then imperceptibly knocked away Jiang Sichen's hand, which was resting on her thigh and was uncomfortably stroking her. Just drive carefully, don't make trouble for now.
Explanation, let's make trouble when we get home. We're almost home.
Before we go home, let's eat something first, Jiang Sikhen suddenly suggested. Qin Jiqing turned her head, blinked her eyes, and looked suspicious.
Didn't we just have dinner at home?
You didn't eat enough, and you'll be hungry at night, and you won't be able to sleep if you're hungry. As he said this, Jiang Sikhen patted Qin Jiqing's clean forehead and teased her, if you're embarrassed again, you'll be hungry, right? Qin Jiqing's head hung slightly, and she bit her cherry lips apologetically, revealing a little girl's attitude, I'm just embarrassed.
Next time, it won't happen again.
Jiang Sikhen pulled over and stopped the car, then opened the door and pulled Qin Jiqing to a small barbecue restaurant at an intersection.
Do you want to eat some skewers before going home?
Sure. She loves skewers. They sat down at a folding table and soon a waiter came over with a notebook and menu. They looked at the menu together, almost touching their heads together. They ordered some pork and lamb skewers, and Qin Jiqing, in a playful mood, also ordered 6 skewers of pork kidney for Jiang Sikhen, which made the latter pinch her thigh in anger.
After the order was placed, the waiter turned and left.
Qin Jiqing pretended to be angry and grinned at Jiang Sikhen, her wrinkled nose looking charming and moving.
Do you want a drink?
Qin Jiqing asked suddenly, glancing at the beer kegs stacked next to them like a wall.
You can drink now?
In the past, you would pass out after just one glass, and you took advantage of that.
Now you can drink a little, for social occasions. I've practiced a little.
As she spoke, Qin Jiqing gave a flirtatious wink, naturally referring to the night she lost her virginity.
Jiang Sikhen laughed.
The girl holds a grudge. But if she wants, she can stab me back at any time.
That's fine, then let's drink. It's not far from home, so we can walk back later.
So, before the food was even served, Jiang Sikhen and Qin Jiqing were already toasting. Jiang Sikhen finished the draft beer glass, and Qin Jiqing took a small sip at random, but her face still turned red. With her rosy cheeks, charming eyes, and hands supporting her chin as she stared straight at you, no one could resist. Jiang Sikhen knew that Qin Jiqing was deliberately flirting with him while drunk. When he thought about this, he took another big sip. The meat skewers and other food ordered were served. Qin Jiqing picked up a skewer of meat and brought it to Jiang Sichen's face. Here, don't just drink, eat something first to fill your stomach. With a sip of wine and a bite of meat, the temperature between the man and woman gradually rose. Finally, with enough alcohol in her system, Qin Jiqing asked the question on her mind.
Shan Chun, are you really going to marry me?
Upon hearing this, Jiang Sikhen raised his head with a frown, and the smile in his eyes had completely subsided, replaced by a touch of seriousness.
Didn't I say it already? Marry you.
What are you worried about? No, I'm not worried about anything, Qin Jiqing muttered, her 2 arms resting on the table supporting her head, looking cute and dumb.
It just feels a little bit unreal. It'll be real once you get the certificate. Hurry up and eat, and go home to sleep after we finish.
Jiang Sikhen pushed the food in front of Qin Jiqing, then took the wine glass over to her, so that she wouldn't drink anymore, lest she think of anything else.
Qin Jiqing laughed. This little man really has a temper. Sister likes
to eat and drink to her heart's content, and then pay the bill and go. The two left their car by the roadside, holding hands as they walked home. Under the street lamps, their shadows grew longer and longer, their hands clasping tighter and tighter. In front of Jiang Sikhen, Qin Jiqing let go of all her idle baggage. At this moment, she was just a little woman, talking and laughing, skipping and jumping, sometimes covering her mouth to laugh, and sometimes covering Jiang Sichen's mouth to stop him from laughing. Jiang Sikhan was not willing to be outdone, and raised his hand to tickle her.
Giggle. I don't have any ticklish spots. I don't believe you. If you don't believe me, try it. Qianqian gave up covering up and let Jiang Sikhan try. She was not afraid of being tickled, whether it was her armpits, neck, or waist. How was it? Qianqian asked proudly.
Jiang Sikhan nodded in agreement, but as soon as he spoke, the taste was not right.
Well, it's not bad, the lower abdomen is flat and smooth, and it feels great. Ha! Hey, don't touch it. Chapter 19, The Joy of Love and Family Bliss. I wasn't feeling you up.
Jiang Sikhan said seriously. After all, what's the point of feeling her up when you can stroke her waist? Qianqian realized belatedly that she had been taken advantage of, and immediately pouted, ready to punch someone. Jiang Sikhan walked quickly forward, and no matter how Qianqian moved her long legs, she could not catch up. Oops. Suddenly, Qianqian stumbled and screamed, and Jiang Sikhan hurriedly turned back, and then he was arrested. Qianqian wrapped her arms around Jiang Sikhan's arm and held on tightly, refusing to let go. She hung on like a koala bear. When she couldn't outlast him, she played the innocent child. Jiang Sikhan, who had no choice, had to give in.
All right, I give up. As compensation, you can touch me back.
As he said this, he was about to show off his abs, but Qianqian turned her head away, too embarrassed to look.
No, there are still people outside. That's good, let's go home first. I didn't mean it like that.
Qianqian hurriedly defended herself, and when she turned her head to come back, she suddenly kissed Jiang Sikhan's mouth. It turned out that someone was waiting here.
Ugh.
She wanted to fall back and separate, but Jiang Sikhan was quick-eyed and quickly embraced her directly, so the lonely man and woman directly kissed passionately on the roadside. Qianqian was squeezed against the fence by the roadside, and she could only lean against it to take a break from the kissing. No, she was being forced. Jiang Sikhan was almost aggressively demanding, not giving her a chance to catch her breath, until Qianqian could hardly hold on anymore and bit him on the corner of the mouth before they separated.
Hiss. You bit me so hard.
Jiang Sikhan laughed and teased, touching the corner of his mouth as if he was tasting the taste of his prey.
Humph. You deserve it.
Qianqian glared at him, but her towering breasts kept rising and falling. She was obviously out of breath after being taken for so long. But why did she still want it?
Home.
Qianqian walked ahead, and Jiang Sikhan followed slowly behind, watching the former stomp her feet in anger, and he couldn't help but laugh again and again. They soon returned home. Qianqian sat on the sofa with a pouty face, while Jiang Sikhan went back to the bedroom.
Seeing this, Qianqian couldn't help but wonder, this bad man, has he actually ignored me? He went back to the bedroom to sleep?
Just as she was thinking this, Jiang Sikhan came out, hugging a pillow and a thin quilt in his arms.
Chen? What are you doing?
Sleeping, of course, Jiang Sikhan replied. You go to the bedroom and sleep, I'll sleep in the living room.
Just call me if you need anything.
Upon hearing this, Qianqian became furious. Without bothering to put on her shoes, she came to Jiang Sikhan's side, barefoot.
Jiang Sikhan. What do you mean? Last night, with your daughter here, you still knew to sleep in the same bed as me, but today, with your daughter not at home, you want to sleep on the sofa? Is it because I'm not sexy enough? Or is it because I don't have enough charm to attract you? Are you saying that I'm just a freebie for your daughter? Ugh. This is so frustrating. So frustrating. You're so bad. Qianqian didn't know why she was so angry.
She snatched the pillow from Jiang Sikhan's arms and punched it with a set of pink and delicate embroidered fists.
Should she say something?
The way she was punching looked like she wanted to punch Jiang Sikhan. After a moment, Qianqian ran out of steam, threw the pillow away, and walked towards the bedroom without looking back.
She quickly and coldly warned.
Jiang Sikhan, if you don't come back to bed with me, I'll break up with you.
Bang!
The bedroom door was slammed shut by Qianqian, but after 3 or 5 seconds, she gently pulled it open from the inside. Don't ask, just know that it was the door she left open for Jiang Sikhan. To be honest, if Jiang Sikhan had said at the beginning that he wanted to sleep in the same bedroom as her, Qianqian would have definitely refused. But he played hard to get right away, which made Qianqian think that Jiang Sikhan didn't fancy her looks. This was a huge challenge for a beautiful woman.
What's the matter? I'm a national goddess, and I still can't charm a little man like you.
When Jiang Sikan returned to the bedroom with the messy pillows, Kan Jiqing was sitting on the edge of the bed with her legs together, looking like a little grumpy woman.
Humph. You know how to come back?
You were hugging me and nibbling on me outside.
Why are you afraid to come in when you're home? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Come here. Sit down.
Jiang Sikan obediently walked over and sat down next to Kan Jiqing. He was a little at a loss for words, as the reaction was so drastic.
Aren't you quite bold? You were possessed the other night, and just now outside, too. Why aren't you now? Get into bed.
Go to sleep. Kan Jiqing urged like an older sister, and she also climbed onto the bed. But what she never expected was that Jiang Sikan suddenly embraced her from behind, and this sudden change took her by surprise.
Sikan? What? Well, fuck, my palms are dry.
When Kan Jiqing came to her senses, her top had already flown off. As the lights in the room went out, Jiang Sichan's exhaled breath was able to land directly on Kan Jiqing's body.
In the darkness, Jiang Sichan's voice rang out.
I just had 6 strings of kidney beans, and I'm incredibly strong now.
Are you scared? Kan Jiqing nodded, then let out a small sound of doubt. What? Come on.
For a moment, the room was full of spring-like atmosphere. Under the influence of alcohol, Kan Jiqing soon felt something, and she kept cooing, even though she was gritting her teeth and trying not to make a sound.
Otherwise, it would be even more tempting.
It turned out that 1 string of kidneys was equivalent to 1 time of scary. Kan Jiqing, whose eyes were glazed over, was still thinking this way as she grew tired and fell asleep.
60,000 characters have been omitted here.
Later that night, in the warm bedroom, Jiang Sikan leaned against the bed, and Kan Jiqing lay blissfully in his arms. This beautiful woman, big star, and national goddess had no strength left at this moment, and was completely limp in Jiang Sichan's arms. Even though she was so tired, it was easy to see the deep satisfaction on her flushed face. Jiang Sikan, still full of desire, patted her fragrant shoulders lightly. After so many years, he had eaten her again, and just like that first night, it felt great. The two of them were honest with each other that night. Although the knowledge points were a bit rusty, driven by instinct, everything was no problem, and each time they scored higher than the last.
Jiang Sikan also fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning.
He looked at the time, it was 10:30. In his arms, Kan Jiqing still had no intention of waking up. Not to mention going to yoga or exercising in the morning, she didn't even want to roll over at the moment. He originally wanted to let Kan Jiqing sleep a little longer, but unexpectedly, her phone rang, and she got a call. Kan Jiqing opened her eyes dazedly and saw that it was her best friend Li Mangling calling. Unexpectedly, after the call was connected, the moment she spoke, her voice was so weak.
Chapter 20, So You've Conquered Me? Hello? Mangling, what's wrong? Hey. Qianqian, are you sick? Not feeling well? Why are you speaking so weakly? Upon hearing this, Kan Jiqing's drowsiness instantly disappeared. Weakly? Really?
If so, it's Jiang Sichan's fault. He's been tormenting me enough, but I definitely can't say that, so she hurriedly defended herself.
Cough cough, no, I just didn't sleep well last night.
While speaking, Kan Jiqing did not forget to pinch Jiang Sikan and throw him a dirty look, but in the latter's eyes, it just seemed more charming.
Didn't sleep well, or didn't sleep at all? Are you really not feeling unwell?
Li Mangling meant well, but this sounded like teasing to Kan Jiqing's ears. After all, last night, it could be said that she didn't sleep at all and was exercising instead.
No, really, I'm fine. Oh yes. Mangling, is there something wrong? Of course there is something wrong. You've forgotten, today is the day you've arranged to go into the recording studio.
Li Mangling answered helplessly, but in her heart she wondered. In the past, Kan Jiqing was very attentive to work-related matters, but why has she changed now? Just as Li Mangling thought, Kan Jiqing had really put today's work arrangements behind her. No sooner had she heard Li Mangling's words than she hurriedly got up and got out of bed, but her legs were weak and she almost stumbled and knocked into the cupboard. Jiang Sikan was startled and hurriedly followed her, but the sight of him stark naked made Kan Jiqing turn her head away.
Get dressed. Kan Jiqing snapped, while Jiang Sikan asked gently, Are you okay?
Little did they know that their entire conversation had been overheard by Li Mangling on the other end of the phone.
What's going on? Qianqian, you're sleeping with Jiang Sikan?
Li Mangling's voice came through the phone's earpiece, and Kan Jiqing suddenly reacted.
Damn it, I actually forgot to hang up the phone. Now I can't explain this clearly.
Although I have to explain sooner or later, the point is that I haven't figured out how to start.
In a flash of lightning, the strong-willed Qianqian could only pretend to be calm.
Mengling, I'm hanging up the phone now, I'll be there in a while, wait for me.
Do. Li Mengling, whose curiosity was bursting, wanted to ask something else, but unfortunately Qianqian hung up the phone even faster. Wow! Qingqing actually slept with Qianqian's father. The national goddess has lost her innocence. Ah no, it's a repeat loss. I hope Jiang Sikan will treat my Qingqing well, otherwise, I'll show him.
Li Mengling waved her fists in the air, and this younger sister of Qianqian is quite competent. On the other hand, Jiang Sikan was getting dressed, but Qianqian was in a difficult situation. She had been so busy with the pleasures of the flesh last night that she had forgotten to do the laundry. Although the clothes were not dirty, for Qianqian, who had a slight case of cleanliness obsession, it was still somewhat of a struggle. While she was torn between the two options, the doorbell rang.
Jiang Sikan went to answer the door.
When he returned, he had several bags in his hands, all of them designer brands, and there were several maids behind him.
Young master, we're going to clean up.
Jiang Sikan nodded and promptly went into the bedroom, giving the bags to Qianqian.
What is this?
Clothes that your eldest sister has prepared for you. Upon hearing this, Qianqian's heart warmed. The Jiang family's kindness towards her was truly beyond words.
Thank you, eldest sister.
Qianqian muttered and then prepared to get dressed, while not forgetting to make Jiang Sikan turn his head away.
It's not like I haven't seen it before.
Jiang Sikan smirked.
That's different.
Qianqian refused, covering her breasts and trembling as she held her legs together.
Okay, I won't look, you can get dressed.
Jiang Sikan twisted his head away, and Qianqian began to change her clothes. The rustling sound was accompanied by a hint of ouch, my legs are weak and ouch, I have no strength. She walked out of the bedroom and into the dining room, where the maid sent by Gong Mulan had already set out an exquisite breakfast and then stood on either side, waiting to serve Jiang Sikan and Qianqian. Don't look at Qianqian as a big star, a top stream, and not poor, but she has definitely never been served like this before. It's not that she doesn't know how to enjoy herself, but she doesn't like it. She prefers to do things herself.
Young master, please eat. Young mistress, please eat. Yes, thank you.
She took the bowl and chopsticks and the spoon for the porridge, and Qianqian smiled awkwardly, but in her heart she was thinking, I really can't get used to a life of having everything handed to me. Jiang Sikan saw all this in his eyes, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Out of his love for his young wife, he raised his hand.
You can go back after cleaning up, and you don't need to come back in the future. Yes, young master. Qianqian looked at Jiang Sikan gratefully.
If there weren't other people around, she would want to rest her head in the latter's arms and rub it. Her own man was also too considerate for her. The breakfast was very rich, with all kinds of food. She didn't have much of an appetite in the morning, but after drinking the appetizer soup, she was able to eat quite a bit.
After eating, the couple went out. In the car, Qianqian sat in the passenger seat, but her body leaned towards Jiang Sikan, who was driving, like a little cat that was glued to someone. Sikan, you sent the servants home because of me, didn't you? What do you think? Yes. Sikan, you're so nice.
Jiang Sikan laughed silently. After last night's lovemaking, Qianqian was becoming more and more like a little girl in front of him.
But I'll be honest, this feeling is really good.
Qianqian tilted her head and laughed, then broke her fingers and fantasized.
Chen, I don't want anyone around to serve me.
It feels uncomfortable to be stared at.
It's kind of an occupational disease and a stress reaction, right? I prefer to create our little nest with you. Will you laugh at me if I say this?
Jiang Sikan shook his head, freed one hand, and petted it on Qianqian's head.
Silly, how could I laugh at my own daughter-in-law?
Qianqian was even happier to hear this. If the majority of fans knew that their national goddess, Qianqian, actually had a man in her eyes, the sound of heartbreak would last for 2.5 years. The two were flirting while hurrying along the road, while poor Li Mengling had to shoulder the heavy burden at this moment. On the one hand, she had to report to the entertainment company that Qianqian had signed with, and on the other hand, she had to deal with the recording studio. Even though the other party knew that the person who had booked the studio today was the superstar Qianqian, they didn't care at all and said that the originally agreed time would be advanced. Li Mengling tried her best to give Qianqian enough time and said all the right things, But the other party didn't give her any face and was extremely arrogant.
What's wrong with Qianqian?
We are affiliated with Crown Entertainment. Tell her to hurry over, use her if you want, if not, change the time as soon as possible, don't delay the time of our company's artists. Li Mengling's face was ugly, and she was helpless in her heart. No matter how famous a person is, in the face of capital, they are still not qualified.
When will this kind of life ever end? Chapter 21, recorded in one take, because you're in a hurry to get your license? Zhang Sikan and Qianqian arrived.
But when getting out of the car, Qianqian needed to be helped, otherwise she would have to hold onto the wall to walk. The thought that she would be meeting her best friend soon made her feel a headache. The way she looked now, she would definitely be teased. That's not the worst of it, the worst is that it's useless to defend yourself, and they're all adults, they can tell if you're a fox or a demon at a glance.
Phew. It's all your fault.
Qianqian gave Zhang Sikan a menacing look, but the latter just smiled faintly and pretended to be ignorant, but he knew exactly what was going on in his mind. Walking into the building and arriving at the recording studio, as a recording studio under the Crown Entertainment banner, this place is very popular. After all, an excellent recording studio will have a very important role in the quality of the recording production and its products.
However, what Qianqian never expected was that Li Mengling was actually turned away.
She was leaning against the wall, rubbing her face, looking far away and dispirited.
Mengling? What's wrong? Qianqian.
Oh, when can we stop looking at the face of capital? Li Mengling complained, telling of her recent encounter. The recording studio was obviously empty, and not all of Crown Entertainment's artists would be there, but the staff refused to let Qianqian use it, and they even kicked Li Mengling out of the room on the grounds of company secrets. Li Mengling was indignant, but there was nothing she could do. Qianqian, who had figured out the cause and effect, also frowned. What the other party had done was obviously excessive. After all, she had paid the fee. I'll go talk to them. Qianqian was about to knock on the door when Zhang Sikan grabbed her wrist.
Chen? I'll do it.
Wait for someone first, don't worry.
Didn't we agree to go get the certificate after the recording was finished? We won't be late.
Zhang Sikan gave a small smile, then pulled Qianqian behind him. Li Mengling, who was full of grievances, was immediately dumbfounded after hearing these words.
A certificate? What certificate? A marriage certificate? At this moment, screw the recording studio and screw Crown Entertainment. She just wanted to ask Qianqian what had happened in the past 2 days. Qianqian, are you going to get married with him? Did he force you?
Hearing this, Qianqian suddenly felt a little bit between tears and laughter.
How could something like this be forced? Of course not, Qianqian and I are soulmates. And we can give Qianqian a complete family.
Li Mengling suddenly realized why Qianqian had been supported when she came in just now. It turned out that she had been tossed around and had a sore back. Qianqian, if your back hurts, let's take a break for a couple of days before we record again.
It's fine. Seeing her best friend's thoughtful expression, Qianqian's face turned red.
She felt her earlobes burning.
Did she figure something out? It must be, I'm so embarrassed. And can we take a break?
That Zhang Sikan is like a wolf, what the hell is a break?
Cough cough, Qianqian. Qianqian is so sweet, this dog food is scattered, it really caught me off guard.
Li Mengling teased without mercy.
Qianqian frowned and glared at her, then continued, Qianqian, who are we waiting for? Waiting for someone from Crown Entertainment.
Ha! Qianqian was about to ask something else when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind her. Looking down, she saw a middle-aged man in a suit. Judging by the way he was panting, he had definitely come here non-stop. Then, the middle-aged man came up to Zhang Sikan and bowed respectfully.
My lord, you command. My lord? Li Mengling was unfamiliar with this title. After all, it was the 21st century, and who still called people using such a retro title? Wait. She thought for a moment and realized that something was wrong. Someone who could make someone call him young master willingly was definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be that Zhang Sikan was a rich young master from the imperial capital? Moreover, this middle-aged man looked a bit familiar.
Upon thinking of this, Li Mengling's eyes suddenly widened, and then she felt happy for Qianqian. My wife wants to use the recording studio, said Zhang Sikan indifferently. Wu Fenghua immediately understood what had happened. The young master and young mistress had been turned away from the door.
It was definitely someone inside who was playing the devil. Young master, I'll go open the door. With that, Wu Fenghua, the general manager of Crown Entertainment, quickly walked up and pushed open the door. When the few people inside saw him, they were all stunned, and some were so scared that they moved their butts off the table. Wu, Mr. Wu. Everyone was scared to death that the general manager of Crown Entertainment had actually come over. Wu Fenghua didn't bother with them, then turned around and respectfully invited Qianqian in. My lady, please. At this point, there was no need to ask anything. Even the head of Crown Entertainment was so polite to Qianqian, where would they dare to be difficult again, unless they were tired of living? In this way, the matter that had been a headache for Li Mengling was easily resolved by Jiang Siken. In order not to delay the receipt of the certificate, Jiang Siken notified Wu Fenghua on the way here to come over. At the moment, Qianqian, who had just entered the recording studio, also wanted to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, so she sang her best and passed the audition in one take. Of course, some of them wanted to do well in front of their loved ones, so they managed to record the song in one take. Outside the studio, the staff were stunned by the various data and couldn't help but think, Qianqian is truly a big star, her talent is too strong, it's as if the heavens are feeding her. Qianqian just sings, and Wu Fenghua will take care of the rest. Wu Fenghua was very happy to receive the task, as long as he can serve his young master. The three of them walked out of the building and got back in the car. When they heard that the two of them were going to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Mengling directly rejected Qianqian's invitation. What for? To be a third wheel or eat dog food? Sorry, I don't want either. Li Mengling gave her blessings and then opened the door and walked away. On the way back to the hotel, she was still thinking about Qianqian's work, but then she thought about it and felt relieved. With Jiang Siken as her backing, what was there to worry about? If you don't agree, just do it. She was still thinking about it today. No matter how famous you are, you will still be constrained by capital. But now, Qianqian has turned into capital. This feeling is really exhilarating. On the other side, Jiang Siken and Qianqian arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were quite a lot of people inside, but when you looked closely, you could see that most of them were there to get divorced. The level of arguing was comparable to that in the market. In front of the marriage window, there were simply 3 pairs of newlyweds standing there, including the 2 of them. When they went through the registration formalities, the staff member was taken aback when he saw the 2 of them. After double-checking, he realized that it was really Qianqian, the real person. The national goddess is actually getting a certificate? She still had a happy look on her face. Just who is the man? The staff member looked up and figured it out. Qianqian and Jiang Siken, the 2 of them really do match well. Chapter 22, Qianqian, Jiang Xiao, you're blushing. The information was successfully entered, and as the file dropped, Jiang Cherishing and Qianqian became legal husband and wife. The staff handed over the marriage certificate, not forgetting to say words of blessing. Thank you, have some candy. Qianqian wore a beaming smile as she handed out the candies she had bought on the way. Several staff members scrambled for them. After all, these were wedding candies from a big star, and who wouldn't want to be touched by the happiness? Unlike the tedious procedures in TV dramas, there were no vows to be made or speeches to be given. All that was needed was to submit the information, fill out the form and enter it into the system. The whole process took just half an hour. Back in the car, Jiang Siken drove to a quiet place in the suburbs as Qianqian had said. Under the shade of the trees, in the car, Qianqian took out her phone. She took a photo of the 2 of them with their marriage certificate, then pulled Jiang Siken in for a sweet photo, and then improvised a caption on the spot, so that she was ready to post it on her Moments today. Daughter-in-law, you're going to post on Moments? Yes. For something like this, of course it has to be an official announcement. Qianqian was full of enthusiasm, just like a little girl who couldn't help but share the good news. Well, I'm not afraid of losing followers, right? Jiang Siken asked again. After all, in the entertainment industry, the detachment of a celebrity from their single status will inevitably cause their followers to unfollow them, and we don't know why. He was just asking, but unexpectedly, Qianqian's expression became serious, and she looked over at him with utmost seriousness. Qianqian, I'm your wife, you're my husband, we're a family. I'm a big star, but I'm also a girl, and I'm with the person I love. I really want my family and friends to know. I don't want an underground relationship, I want you to come out in the open. It's just that I love you. Jiang Siken was both moved and gratified to hear this, especially the sudden confession at the end, which made his heart tremble. Yes, we're a family. Honey, it's about to be published. Okay.
With Jiang Xichen's nod of approval, Qianqian posted the content that was enough to cause a sensation in the entertainment industry.
Li Mengling almost liked it in seconds, and sincere blessings followed.
After that came the father, Qin Jianan, and the younger brother, Qin Wenbin.
The former just liked it, but the latter also posted a long series of Qin Wenbin?
He's my younger brother, very naughty, in his third year of high school, and about to take the college entrance exam. When it comes to her younger brother, Qin Wenbin, Qianqian's eyes show a mixture of affection and helplessness, because her parents can't control this rascal at all.
Almost as if on cue, Qin Wenbin sent a message asking for his brother-in-law's WeChat. Honey, do you want to give it to him?
Of course, he's my little brother-in-law, Jiang Xichan said with a smile. The two friends were successfully added, and the first message from Qin Wenbin made Qianqian tear up.
Hello brother-in-law, please treat my sister well, she is a very nice person.
Qianqian never imagined that her naughty younger brother would say something like this. It has to be said that Qin Wenbin is quite to Jiang Xichan's taste, and the two of them had a lot to chat about. At the same time, Jiang Xichan also announced in his circle of friends that he and Qianqian had gotten married, which caused quite a stir.
The first to explode were the three roommates.
Wang Hu wished Jiang Xichan happiness, Xia Zihao wished them a quick child, and Lu Tong shouted that they should have 18 children at once.
Are they thinking that they are carps and that just by spawning, they can hatch little fish?
In the dorm group chat, the three of them even sent red envelopes. This was outrageous.
Shouldn't Jiang Xichan be the one to send red envelopes and invite them to a wedding feast?
But in their dormitory, the three single guys actually took the initiative to give gifts, and the red envelopes were not small.
Go home now?
Qianqian thought for a moment and shook her head.
Honey, I want to go to the mall and buy something. Okay, whatever you say.
Just as the two were heading to the mall, the #National Goddess Qianqian official announcement thing shot up in popularity. A red, boiling word at the end of the entry indicated that many netizens were paying attention to the matter. Opening the real-time comment section, basically you can't finish reading one sentence before it's overridden by the comments behind it, and you have to scroll up for 10 minutes. In the comment section, some people wished Jiang Xichan well, some people speculated about his identity, and some people were so caught up in the romance that they hardly commented at all.
This is entirely thanks to the character that Qianqian has cultivated since her debut.
She is a big star, but she doesn't act like a diva. She is beautiful, but even more kind-hearted. Over time, her fans have grown to love her more and more.
Blessings. Blessings. Blessings.
Even if it weren't an official announcement of marriage, but an official announcement of a sudden pregnancy, I would still be smiling and supporting my auntie. I'll eat all this dog food, and I'll drink to that. She's my girl, and she's just gotten out of a relationship, but she's already announcing her marriage. I love her spunk. I'll switch to her side, and put aside everything else. Compared to those stars who have been in secret relationships for years but pretend to be single, she's 100 times better. While fans were wishing Qianqian happiness, there were also people in the comments section who were jealous to the point of being envious. Qianqian, the big star, knows how to make an official announcement, but when my girlfriend went out to dinner with me, she only knew to take pictures of the food, and when she posted it on her moments, she even cut me out.
Does she not love me? Upstairs, you must be the legendary ATM. Shouldn't you dump this kind of woman, or she'll keep on putting you in the position of a cuckold every Chinese New Year? Brother, don't pray that she loves you more, you should pray that other men don't try too hard. This netizen completely broke down his defenses.
Unwillingly, he sent his girlfriend the official announcement of Qianqian's relationship, and then received a reply of "we're not a good match." Although it was sad, it was a timely stop to the relationship. In addition, the forum at Jiang Xichan's school also completely exploded. A student successfully held hands with a popular actress. No matter which school this happened at, it was a big deal. The students were envious and got pink eye. The teachers shook their heads in shame. Even the venerable old artists had to give a thumbs up and secretly think, young people are awesome, or rather, young people are awesome.
Today's internet is destined to be unsettled.
Jiang Xichan and Qianqian, the protagonists of the event, have by now moved to the front of the lingerie store. Looking around, the lingerie store is pink and tender, referring to the decorative style, but inside there is a whole different world, with everything imaginable. Jiang Xichan had never been inside a lingerie store before. Although there was no rule saying that men were not allowed in, he was still embarrassed to go in.
Qianqian, you go in and buy something, I'll wait for you outside. What's wrong? Okay. Bah, so it turns out that my little man is shy. Wait for me to come out, I'll buy something nice to wear for you. At first, Qianqian was puzzled, but after seeing Jiang Xichen's embarrassed expression, she understood. Young Master Jiang, you're shy. Chapter 23 Black, White, or Silk in the Pants. Do. Qianqian had just walked into the store when Jiang Xichan received the message. Honey, do you like silk? Or do you like white silk? Only on her phone did she feel comfortable enough to call him husband. If they were face to face, she just couldn't do it. Although she did call him that last night, her brain was short-circuited then, so it didn't count. In that situation, she wouldn't have been able to call him husband, let alone daddy. Jiang Xichan didn't think twice about Qianqian's question, and just sent 3 words back, without even adding a punctuation mark. Pantyhose? Men, they like their girlfriend's pantyhose for a very simple reason. It's not a surprise, but they're the only ones who can see them. Qianqian looked at the 3 words Jiang Xichan sent and turned back to the previous shelf, then took an extra 20 pairs of various stockings. She had originally wanted to tease her man, but unexpectedly, she actually managed to arouse his interest. Qianqian wanted to laugh, so when she was selecting underwear, she deliberately moved a little closer in that direction. However, the top one had 2 triangular pieces of fabric attached by a string, and the bottom one had 1 piece of fabric attached by a string. She didn't even think about it and just passed them by. The fabric was less than 2 feet long, and it was actually priced at 180 yuan, which was not as good as the 1-cent pants she made at home. After checking out and leaving the store, Qianqian looked at the bag full of underwear and stockings and fell into deep thought. Obviously, she just wanted to buy underwear to change into, but why did she buy so many stockings? After thinking about it, she came to a conclusion: to show her husband. Qianqian couldn't help but blush, lowered her head, pouted her lips, and was so embarrassed that she couldn't be seen by anyone. It can be said that now Qianqian has completely and utterly become inseparable from Jiang Xichan. Don't ask, just say it's a complete conquest? That's just how relationships are. When they come, it's like a flood, and there's no stopping it. Here, let me take it. Jiang Xichan reached out to take the bag, and Qianqian subconsciously hid it behind her back, but in the end it was handed over to him. After taking the bag and just glancing at it briefly, Jiang Xichan laughed. This stupid wife of mine really has bought a lot of all kinds of stockings. Don't laugh at me. Qianqian puffed up her pink fists in anger, and if you laugh at me again, you'll sleep on the sofa tonight. You're not allowed to go back to bed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xichan nodded. Okay, I'll stop laughing, but if I sleep on the sofa, you have to come over too. Well, it's not like I can't. Okay, let's go to the underground supermarket to look at daily necessities. Qianqian took Jiang Xichan's arm and led him towards the underground supermarket. As soon as they got off the elevator, the 2 of them were stopped. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, we, Xiaoxiang, are having a promotional event, and we'll give you 2 a free box of ha. Before Qianqian could react, a box was slipped into her hands. On closer inspection, she saw that the pink box was printed with an elephant. Thank you. She subconsciously said thank you, and then saw a line of words: natural latex rubber condoms. In an instant, Qianqian's face flushed, and even her fair neck turned a seductive pink. Although she was already a mother, the number of times she had had sex was only 2, and neither time had she used a condom. Now she had been given a box of them in the street, and she immediately felt at a loss for what to do, so she just stuffed them into Jiang Xichan's pocket. Hurry up and go. Qianqian practically trotted into the supermarket, and Jiang Xichan behind her was also looking a little between tears and laughter. This idiot, he really is cute enough. Qianqian kept walking until she reached the back of the supermarket, where she stopped, patting her chest and breathing heavily. Chen, was I being too exaggerated? But I really haven't seen this before, but I know what it is, so I just couldn't help feeling shy. Qianqian confessed the truth, and Jiang Xichan was also straightforward, saying bluntly, it's okay, I'll teach you how to use it tonight. Okay, no, what? Use it at night? It's okay if you don't. Qianqian rolled her eyes, unable to compete with Jiang Xichan. Compared to him, she was just a little rabbit. Later, under the leadership of Qianqian, they bought all kinds of daily necessities, even toothbrushes in matching designs, and of course, matching underwear. Next came the bed sheets and covers, which were also purchased in several sets according to Qianqian's preferences. The purpose of this was simple: they wanted to decorate their home together. After all, Qianqian's traces and scents in the house were too faint. While Jiang Xichan and Qianqian decorated their love nest,
Qianqian at the grandparents' house was also getting ready to eat chicken. The incident started when Qianqian was playing in the manor, and the little guy discovered that the grandparents' house even had a zoo. Although the variety of animals there was not as great as in a real zoo, it was still very interesting to look at. So, followed by his grandparents, Qianqian visited the miniature zoo at home. But who would have thought that a chicken ran out of the garden and gave Qianqian a flying kick? Qianqian, who was frightened, tripped and sat on the ground with her bottom. Although the little one said she was fine, Zhang Zhilong and his wife were furious. Grandma Jiang, who was known as Mulan, rolled up her sleeves, picked up the rooster, threw it to one of the bodyguards, and announced its fate. Take it to the kitchen and cook it for lunch. After giving the order, Mulan hurriedly came to her granddaughter, knelt down, and looked at her carefully. Fortunately, she was fine. Shan, does it hurt? Tell Grandma. Qianqian shook her head, but her grandmother's mouth did not stop. I've been saying not to raise roosters, they're aggressive, but you never listen. Yes, these words were meant for Zhang Zhilong. Don't look at him, he's a tough guy, but in front of his wife, he's nothing left. After thinking about it, he couldn't remember when his wife had said this. But seeing that she was still angry, Zhang Zhilong could only nod in agreement, sulking. Fortunately, Zhang Zhilong's granddaughter, Qianqian, is a little sweetheart who senses her grandmother is angry with her grandfather. The little girl immediately comforts him. Grandma, I'm fine, absolutely fine. Calm down, too. When it's time to eat, I'll eat an extra bowl of meat to get back at you. Hearing her granddaughter's sweet voice, Gong Mulan's anger subsides, and Zhang Zhilong loves his precious granddaughter even more. Okay, get back at me, eat 2 extra bowls, but don't get too skinny, or your parents will say I'm not taking good care of you. No way. Qianqian took Gong Mulan's hand and the two of them walked away holding hands. It had to be said that since Qianqian's arrival, there had really been a lot more laughter and joy. Even Jiang Xiqin's sister, Jiang Shilan, had been urged to get married for the first time ever. Jiang Shilan was speechless and simply took a private jet to go on holiday. Chapter 24, a full half cup of wolfberries, more powerful than a subsidy of 10 billion yuan. After shopping, Jiang Sikan and Qin Jiqing returned to the villa as a couple. Just as Jiang Sikan was about to take a break, Qin Jiqing appeared full of energy. After coming out of the bathroom, she started tidying up the house, in stark contrast to the way she had been walking with support in the morning. The chopsticks were used to tie up her hair like a hairpin, and she looked like a full-fledged wife. The apron was tied around her waist, but it could hardly hide her breasts. Her bare feet looked playful and agile as she walked across the floor, and Jiang Sikan gave her 5 stars for her pink and tender soles. Jiang Sikan then quietly lay on the sofa, admiring his lovely wife. He even took advantage of the opportunity when Qin Jiqing walked past him to embrace her in his arms and caress her. Jiang Sichen, stop it. Jiang Sichen then rubbed her smooth, white chin and corrected her, saying, be good and call me husband. Qin Jiqing refused, unable to bring herself to say it, but now she was like a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger, unable to resist at all. So, under Jiang Sichen's teasing, this beautiful woman blinked her big, soft eyes and gave in. Old husband. Hey, my husband is here. Jiang Sikan answered with a hint of pride. The more he looked at her, the more he loved her. Qin Jiqing did not hurry to break free from his embrace, but instead looked at Jiang Sikan affectionately and asked. Everyone calls you husband, so what do you call me? Of course, I call you wife. I like that too. Qin Jiqing giggled, as if she really liked the title. Hubby, say it again. Wife. Again. Wife. Hubby loves you. And I love you too. There was no one else in the house, so the two of them recklessly showered each other with affection. Fortunately, Li Mengling wasn't there, otherwise she would definitely have been overwhelmed by the tons of affection. The mood was right, and Qin Jiqing wasn't shy when she called Jiang Sikan hubby again. Whenever they do something, it's always husband, husband, husband. Jiang Sikan stood up and wanted to help Qin Jiqing decorate their home together, but the latter shook her head and refused. Husband, you rest, I can do this alone. I'll help you. No need. Unable to persuade Jiang Sikan, Qin Jiqing had to agree, but only assigned him simple tasks. In the afternoon, everything was finally tidied up, and the originally empty home became much more welcoming. There were flowers on the table, colorful and vibrant, much like Qin Jiqing's current mood. Jiang Sikan leaned back on the sofa, and Qin Jiqing lay in his arms. Even just being quietly together was very reassuring. Honey, do you want to pick up Qianqian tonight?
I don't think she'll want to come back. I'll give them a call.
Jiang Sikan said with a smile. Even if Qianqian is willing to come back, her parents at home may not agree. Sure enough, when Jiang Sikan called home to ask if Qianqian wanted to come home, Jiang Jilong's sonorous voice came over the line.
Rascal, what's wrong? Afraid I'll mistreat Qianqian?
What's wrong with not going back and staying with your grandparents for a couple of days?
Dodo.
Without waiting for Jiang Sikan to speak, the phone was hung up, leaving the couple with a face of tears and laughter. See, this intergenerational affection really gets on your nerves.
Giggle. It's very normal, and Qianqian will definitely make her grandparents very happy.
A mother knows her daughter best. Qianqian knows how sweet her daughter Qianqian's little mouth is.
It's as fast as a Gatling gun, but it's sweet. Honey, if Qianqian doesn't come back, what do you want to eat that night? I'll cook it for you.
Qianqian asked, climbing up from Jiang Sikan. Jiang Sikan was slightly surprised.
Could it be that the big star can also cook? Honey, what kind of look is that? Don't you believe I can cook?
You'll have a lot of good fortune in the future, because my cooking is really very good.
How good? Well, I can't fatten you up.
Qianqian thought for a moment and replied, but the image of a little pig popped into her head.
Yes, it would be really funny to fatten up her husband and make him look like a little pig. But he won't look handsome if he gets fat. It's fine, even if he doesn't look handsome, he'll still be my husband.
Qianqian said without hesitation, and Jiang Sikan was touched. This is how it is between a man and a woman. Sometimes an unintentional remark can make the other person feel warm. Looking at Qianqian's delicate face, Jiang Sikan couldn't help but fall in love with her, and pulled her into his arms. Feeling Jiang Sichan's deep love, Qianqian was also very happy, hugging his chest tightly and pressing close together.
Honey, what's wrong? You suddenly did that. Nothing, I suddenly love you so much. Haha, I love you too.
Qianqian's head rubbed against Jiang Sichan's body, her eyes slightly closed, enjoying it very much.
Oh yes, honey, you still haven't said what you want to eat. I should go cook. Eat you. No, I have to eat first. After I eat, I'll eat you? Naughty.
Qianqian swung her fists and pounded away, and after a great deal of effort, she finally came down and went to the kitchen. The refrigerator was full of fresh ingredients, but there was not much of a smell of cooking in the kitchen. After all, Jiang Sikan didn't often come back to live. Qianqian is very confident in her cooking skills. Even when she was busy at work and her shift was over, she would cook for herself as much as possible.
Qianqian grew up eating the meals she cooked, and Li Mengling would praise them too.
Jiang Sikan wanted to help, but was driven away by Qianqian. In the end, he could only bring a bench and sit aside quietly watching the curvy and graceful figure. No, the way she cooks and fries the food. It can be seen that Qianqian cooks a lot, and whether it's knife work or the way she cooks, she is very skilled and unpretentious. Compared to those celebrities who only brag about themselves and set up an image, but are a bunch of cowards when it comes to real combat, she is simply superior. In line with the principle of not wasting, Qianqian fried 2 dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. However, when she was pouring the wolfberry into the soup, the lid came loose, and half a cup of wolfberries fell into the pot with the lid. Seeing this, Jiang Sikan couldn't help but frown.
Is she trying to supplement her health? This is even more intense than Shishi's 10 billion subsidy. Oh no! Qianqian exclaimed, quickly fishing for the extra wolfberries.
Be careful, don't burn yourself. Hubby, the cup the wolfberries were in broke, so help me scoop them up.
There are so many, and they're so hot. Well, they are indeed hot, very hot. Jiang Sichan nodded in agreement.
After this pot of soup is gone, either his wife will fall apart or he will be exhausted.
Chapter 25, she looked even more feminine. Honey, eat your vegetables. Honey, have some soup. Honey, is it delicious?
Opposite them, Qianqian rested her chin in her hand and stared at Jiang Sikan without blinking, her eyes full of love and expectation, hoping to receive praise and compliments.
After finishing the bowl of soup, Jiang Sichan's stomach felt warm and cozy.
It was delicious, and the soup was also very fragrant.
Daughter-in-law, you eat too, don't just watch me eat.
The two of them chose to forget about the recent half a jar of wolfberries incident and focused their full attention on this warm and cozy dinner. When she called Qianqian to dinner, she was too busy serving Jiang Sichan's food, as if she was happier watching him eat than eating herself.
If you like it, eat more. I'll do the cooking from now on.
Can Jiqing patted her chest with confidence. Suddenly, a thought popped into her head: to conquer a man, you have to conquer his stomach first. So, Can Jiqing was very happy that she could cook and did it well. The food was really delicious, and with the added benefit of the filter of the one she loved, Jiang Sikan almost finished eating all the meat, one vegetable, and one soup. The soup bowl in particular was spotless, just like it had been freshly cleaned. Seeing this, Can Jiqing was even happier. She lifted her hand and picked up a piece of paper, and thoughtfully wiped the oil stains from the corners of Jiang Sichan's mouth. Jiang Sikan did the same, wiping off the rice at the corners of Can Jiqing's mouth and then eating it. What a waste! The young couple had agreed that Can Jiqing would cook and Jiang Sikan would wash the dishes, with a clear division of labor. In fact, both Can Jiqing and Jiang Sikan were competing for the task of washing the dishes. She thought that cooking and washing the dishes was one thing, something that came naturally. But he thought that her delicate hands looked very nice, and that washing the dishes often would make them rough, which was simply unacceptable to Jiang Sikan, who had a slight foot fetish and hand fetish. So after the meal, the task of washing the dishes fell to Jiang Sikan. After tidying up, the two of them snuggled down on the sofa together to watch TV. Coincidentally, the TV series that was being broadcast starred Can Jiqing. It would have been fine if nothing else had happened, but Can Jiqing actually blushed, which felt a little awkward. "Oh, honey, stop watching, change the channel." "What's wrong?" Jiang Sikan was a little between laughter and tears. It was just a TV series, but his wife actually blushed and her face turned red like an apple. "I just don't want you to watch it. I'm so embarrassed, I don't feel comfortable at all." Can Jiqing didn't know why this was happening. She couldn't explain it, but it was just embarrassing, and she felt a sense of social death. In the end, Can Jiqing snatched the remote control away and turned off the TV without hesitation. But who would have thought that Jiang Sikan would lean over and whisper in her ear? "Silly, I've watched this drama several times. Your acting is great, and the costumes are also very nice." Swish! Can Jiqing ran away. As soon as she entered the bedroom, she suddenly poked her head out again. "Honey, if you like, I'll put on makeup for you sometime." "Great, that's settled then." Jiang Sikan had no interest in cosplay, but who was Can Jiqing? A beautiful woman, born to wear clothes, looking good in anything. So watching his wife wear all kinds of clothes seemed to be a very good way to spend his spare time? Well, Jiang Sikan thought to himself, I never thought I would have such a nasty habit. Back in the bedroom, as soon as he entered the door, Can Jiqing immediately became a little lamb to be tidied up. Scream, make a fuss, toss and turn, no one would care, except Jiang Sikan. This night was destined to be restless. It seems that with experience, the quality of the experience for both of them improved overnight, and the quality of sleep also improved a lot. Time flew and it was the next morning. Can Jiqing wanted to sleep in. Screw yoga and exercising. Lying in bed in a big C shape was the most comfortable thing in the world. However, Jiang Sikan said that he wanted to take her back to his hometown to meet the old man, his grandfather, Jiang Ruijin. As soon as she heard that they were going to meet an elder, Can Jiqing sat up with a splash, then rolled over and got out of bed. No matter what, she had to get dressed up a bit, she couldn't go meet the old man unkempt. What's more, there were still the strawberries planted by Jiang Sikan on her neck, and she had to cover them up no matter what, otherwise it would be embarrassing. She put on powder, but the strawberries were still there. It was only the morning, but Can Jiqing had glared at Jiang Sikan more than 20 times. Grandpa Jiang Ruijin lived in the countryside, uninvolved in the world, leading a peaceful and elegant rural life alone. Jiang Sikan usually went during the summer and winter vacations. After all, the old man really treasured his grandson. Now that Jiang Sikan and Can Jiqing have gotten married and have a daughter, the old man has become a grandfather, and he will be very happy to hear the news. So Jiang Sikan drove Can Jiqing back to the manor first, where they were going to pick up Qianqian and take the two of them with them. When the couple walked into the living room, Qianqian, who was wearing a silk pajama, came out of her room dazedly. When the little one saw her parents, she opened her drowsy eyes and then trotted over. Qianqian opened her arms wide. But Qianqian threw herself into her father's arms. Her father was embarrassed and withdrew his arms. Then he puffed up his cheeks, thinking to himself, what a good girl. Ha! Qianqian suddenly looked at her mother and let out a surprised sound. Can Jiqing felt a little flustered and touched her neck, wondering if her daughter had seen the strawberries. Fortunately, she was worrying for nothing, as Qianqian had simply noticed that her mother looked a little different today. Mommy, you seem a little different today. Oh? Really?
In what way? Qianqian asked curiously.
Qianqian thought hard and then slapped her hands together in realization.
I know.
You're even more beautiful today. Good, Qianqian was flattering her mother to give her a fright.
But which woman doesn't want her child to say she looks good?
Qianqian was no exception, and she embraced her daughter and petted her lovingly.
However, Qianqian is still young and doesn't know how to express herself.
If Li Mengling were here, she would definitely say, Qianqian is not only better looking and prettier, she also seems more feminine.
Why is she more feminine?
That can only be explained by the interaction she has had with Jiang Siken over the past 2 days.
It can only be understood but not described in words.
Jiang Jilong had gone to Beijing for a meeting, and Gong Mulan had also gone to deal with matters in the family business, so neither of them were by Qianqian's side. However, they knew that Jiang Siken would come to pick up Qianqian today, so they thoughtfully asked the housekeeper Zhao Meijing to give him a message. Young master, the master and mistress asked me to give you a message.
What is it? Bring back the little treasure as soon as you can after you return, or else you'll be sorry.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Xichen's forehead darkened, and his family status had fallen quite a bit.
Chapter 26, Old Man?
That's a starter player. Dad, Mom, I'm going to get changed.
Qianqian ran back to her room with a cheerful step.
Jiang Siken pulled Qianqian onto a chair, and Qianqian peeled open a pistachio and handed the kernel over.
Honey, what were you thinking about just now? You looked so lost in thought. Me?
I was thinking about when we'll have a grandchild for my parents.
Grandchild?
Qianqian's mind almost didn't turn around, and after she reacted, her face flushed slightly, and she softly cursed, Durian.
Oomph, no. I want a face.
If not a face, then a son, or a daughter, or even better, twins. It was like hitting a snake with a stick, and Qianqian's face, which Jiang Siken had teased, flushed red. Not far away, the housekeeper Zhao Meijing kept stealing glances over here, and when she saw the two young people chatting and laughing, she couldn't help smiling knowingly, and she actually felt a little bit like partying.
After a while, Qianqian came out wearing a cute puffy dress, looking like a little fairy.
The little guy took the initiative to hold his parents' hands, and then bounced up.
Let's go. Auntie Jing, let's go.
Jiang Siken greeted Zhao Meijing, and then took his wife and child out the door.
The town where the old man lives in seclusion is about an hour's drive from the Zhang family.
On the highway, Shanshan sat in the back and dangled her feet. As soon as they got in the car, the little one took off her little leather shoes. When she took off her socks, she playfully let her parents smell them, indicating that during the 2 days she spent with her grandparents, she had carefully washed and fragranced them.
Qianqian sat in the passenger seat?
She knew exactly why the back seat is called the back seat and the passenger seat is called the passenger seat, because you sit in the passenger seat, you have the responsibility to help the driver stay alert. This is also the main reason why before getting on the highway, she would shout to stop the car and go shopping at the kiosk.
It is definitely not because she wants to eat want snow cookies.
Honey, open your mouth and have a bite of the snow cracker. Jiang Siken obediently opened his mouth and bit off half of the snow cracker in one bite. He can be said to have accepted his wife's feeding without any objections. After all, it is enough just to open his mouth, and even the food residue that falls on him will be cleaned up by Qianqian. It can be said that this is the first time in his life that he has driven on the highway so easily and happily. The hour-long drive passed in an instant, and the car pulled off the highway and soon arrived at the destination. Walking into the village, a strong rural atmosphere came rushing at you, whether it was the cultivated land on both sides of the road or the children running and playing in groups of 2 or 3, all of it made the village seem both simple and quiet. Jiang Siken stopped by a field, got out of the car, and looked around. Qianqian and Qianqian also got out, and the little one was too lazy to tie the buckles on his shoes, kicking them back and forth. Soon, Jiang Siken, with his sharp eyesight, saw a hunched figure and immediately waved his hands and shouted.
Grandpa was not far away.
The hunched figure of the little old man twisted around at the sound, and when he saw it was Jiang Siken, a kind smile appeared on his wrinkled face.
Husband, is that Grandpa? Qianqian asked, thinking that the old man was already too old to need to rest, but she didn't expect him to still be able to get up. Yes, the old man is very healthy and doing well. He fought the Japanese and is still an online gamer. As the old man walked over, Jiang Siken took the opportunity to introduce him. Should he say something? As the grandson of an elderly man, Jiang Siken was also very proud. Although online gamer was a joke, it showed the old man's extraordinary character. Qianqian was even more surprised,
and she also developed a sense of admiration for the old man.
Grandpa, take it easy.
Qianqian trotted down to the field, bypassing Jiang Siken, and didn't care if she would soil her clothes and shoes. She just wanted to help the old man, or should I say, the old hero. Sure enough, when she took hold of the old man's arm, Qianqian saw that there were many scars on the skinny arm, and it seemed that there was something inside the scars. The little girl was scared.
Are these shrapnel wounds? Hey, are you my grandson's girlfriend? Grandpa, I'm your granddaughter-in-law. We've got a marriage certificate.
Qianqian introduced herself, and at the same time, she reached the edge of the field. Jiang Siken reached out to pull Qianqian up, and when he tried to pull the old man slapped his hand away.
He really has a strong body. Good grandson, you got a marriage certificate before you told Grandpa?
Grandpa glared at Jiang Siken, but fortunately it was Grandpa who said that. If it was someone else, Jiang Siken would have thought the other person was swearing.
Grandpa, this is a long story. Come here, Qianqian.
Jiang Siken waved to Qianqian, and the little one also ran over in small steps. Seeing this little girl, who was as delicate as a piece of jade, Jiang Ruijin's eyes lit up. Then, looking at Jiang Siken and Qianqian, he directly guessed something.
Grandpa, this is my daughter, Qianqian. Qianqian, call Grandpa.
Jiang Siken said, and Qianqian sweetly shouted in reply.
Grandpa.
It was very loud, as if the little girl was worried that Grandpa couldn't hear her clearly.
Good girl.
The old man praised her, then glanced at Qianqian again and added, You're both good girls.
Let's go home.
The old man turned and walked forward. Despite his elderly appearance, his strides were long and he seemed unstoppable. Qianqian patted her daughter's little head.
The little girl understood and ran after her. Grandpa, I'll walk with you.
Shan took her grandfather's hand and the two of them walked together towards the village. As they passed by, the neighbors greeted Jiang Ruijin and Jiang Sichen warmly, and the villagers also seemed simple and kind. They soon arrived home, which was an ordinary house. No one would have guessed that a hero lived inside such an ordinary house, because the gamer enters the door. The courtyard is very neat, and both the farming tools and the harvested grain are neatly arranged. And when she enters the house, Qianqian is even more shocked beyond words, because there is a black and white photo prominently posted on the wall, with all the big shots from that era. It wasn't until the old man asked the two what was going on that Qianqian came back to her senses. Jiang Siken gave a brief reply, and the old man kept nodding his head. The more he looked at Qianqian, the more he liked her.
After all, the little one was the new generation of the Jiang family.
Jiang Ruijin turned around and opened the cabinet, rummaged for a while, and took out 3 big red apples. Qianqian and Qianqian each got one. Jiang Siken got the air, and the third apple. The old man took a bite first, and he could only say, the old man is full of energy. Chapter 27, You farm the fields, I cook, and in the evening we moved the small bench to the yard to watch the moon. Jiang Siken was already used to it. Since he was young, he knew that in the old man's aging body, there lived a young at heart. But this is also quite good.
The strength of the elderly is stronger than anything else.
The old man asked Qianqian and Qianqian to sit on the Kong edge, and immediately began to praise them.
Girl, I've seen the drama you filmed, it's very good.
She was suddenly a bit embarrassed to be praised, especially by Jiang Sichen's grandfather. What's more, she didn't expect that the old man also loved watching TV, and even while chatting with them, he had to turn on the TV to watch for a while.
Grandpa, watch this.
While the old man was switching channels, Qianqian suddenly saw an animation and immediately wanted to watch it. Jiang Ruijin also doted on the little one, smiling and returning, and then handing the remote control to his great-granddaughter. It has to be said that Qianqian really has the love of the whole family.
Grandson, you're here this time, so stay for a few more days.
The old man suddenly looked at Jiang Siken. He thought that his grandfather missed him, but never expected that the village's Wang grandfather's grandson is getting married and there aren't enough people, so you can stay and help for a few days. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sichen's forehead darkened, and he realized that he would have to do the hard labor himself.
Wang grandfather's grandson? De Zhuang?
Yes, that fat kid. Time really flies, in the blink of an eye the young ones are getting married. The old man sighed, and then directed his words at Jiang Siken and Qianqian.
What are you two going to do?
You can't say that you won't have a wedding because you have a child.
This isn't the custom of our Jiang family.
It's your blessing that someone is willing to marry you. If you dare to do things half-heartedly, I'll have to slap you. The old man spoke in a calm tone, as if they were just having a chat, but every few words he mentioned swatting Jiang Siken.
He is still the boss, so domineering.
Don't worry, Grandpa, I brought Qianqian and Qianqian here first so you could have a look. Once we go back, I'll go to my in-laws' house to ask for her hand in marriage, and I won't miss any of the required formalities. I know that Qianqian is willing to marry me, and that's my blessing, so don't worry, Grandpa. Jiang Siken knew what the old man meant, which was a warning to himself not to let down Qianqian. How could he was too afraid to like her too soon. That's good, that's good. The old man nodded with relief, and Qianqian was also moved. She kept thinking to herself that she had married the right person.
You should have children while you are young. The country encourages childbirth, so why aren't you two trying?
Upon hearing this, Qianqian's cheeks flushed, and she hung her head in some embarrassment.
Of course you have to have children, but it's not something you should say out loud.
Seeing this, the old man laughed heartily, and then he wanted to take Qianqian out of the house. I'll take the little one to visit some friends, and you two can cook lunch by yourselves. Qianqian loves to play, so when the old man wanted to take her out, she naturally didn't refuse, but followed him skipping and jumping. Inside the house, Qianqian was still fawning, and Jiang Siken couldn't help but laugh dumbly.
Idiot, our grandfather is making room for us so that we can hurry up and have a baby, what do you think? What the hell do you think? It hasn't stopped for the past few days, last night, and the night before, aren't you tired? Qianqian rolled her eyes impatiently, and couldn't help but wonder, is Jiang Siken an Iron Man? Doesn't he know how to get tired? Moreover, she didn't believe that the old man was doing that on purpose to make room for the two of them. In broad daylight, how embarrassing. Come here, give me a hug. Jiang Siken opened his arms, and Qianqian didn't refuse, throwing herself into his embrace. The two of them snuggled up, and Qianqian looked out the window. For a moment, she was also a little envious of the old man's peaceful and quiet life. Hubby, when we get old, let's live in the countryside too. You can till the fields, I'll cook, and in the evenings we'll sit on little stools in the courtyard and watch the moonrise, okay? Jiang Siken nodded, but he didn't expect this silly girl to have such thoughts about retiring to the countryside. It seemed as if she knew what he was thinking, as she whispered, the pace of life outside is too fast, it's exhausting, there's nothing like the comfort of the countryside. For some reason, Jiang Siken felt a pang of pain when he heard this. Although he had thought about it more than once, whenever he thought about Qianqian raising Qianqian on her own, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. Silly, you've had a hard time over the years. Jiang Sichen hugged the beauty in his arms tightly and whispered in her ear against her shoulder. Qianqian knew what he was referring to, but she didn't care and shook her head without saying a word. There may have been hard times in the past, but now, the good times will only keep on coming, because not only do you have a sensible and lovely daughter by your side, but also a man who loves you. Honey, it's all in the past. In the future, just love me more. Qianqian pretended to be relaxed, not wanting Jiang Siken to blame himself any further. Okay, I'll dote on you more. Those were words that came from the heart, but why did they sound so wrong when spoken by a man? Qianqian thought with puzzlement. Coo. Hungry? Jiang Siken asked with a smile, and then placed his hand on Qianqian's smooth, flat stomach, which was free of a single ounce of excess fat. It felt great, smooth and cool to the touch. A little. Qianqian tapped her two index fingers together, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, on the way here, Jiang Siken was responsible for driving, while she was responsible for feeding. But in the end, she was still hungry early? Something's wrong. It's like, she's a genuine pig, a pure foodie. What do you want to eat? It's okay. Jiang Siken thought for a moment, then got off the bed with Qianqian in his arms and led her outside. Where are you going, honey? You'll see when we get there. Soon, Jiang Siken led the way to a small river. The water was not deep, but it was crystal clear, and sometimes you could see small fish and shrimp. Qianqian was overjoyed. She loved these small rivers the most. When she was little, she always fantasized about having a small river in front of her house. Now that the clear small river was right in front of her, Qianqian was overjoyed. She jumped and danced like a child. Honey, I love it here so much. Can we come here often in the future? Qianqian swung Jiang Sichen's arm and cooed, calling him husband over and over again, which made his bones tingle. Okay, whatever you say. Jiang Siken nodded sweetly and then leaned in. Qianqian understood that this was a reward, and she didn't hesitate. There was no one around, so she pounced and bit right on. She had agreed to kiss his cheek. But what did biting his mouth mean? Chapter 28, The Creaky Plank Bed. It was clear that Qianqian was in a good mood, otherwise she would not have almost bitten Jiang Xichan's lips. If she wasn't giggling, Jiang Xichan would have thought she was taking her revenge for last night's beating. Okay, go rest in the shade for a while, I'll catch some fish, and I'll grill it for you later, authentic Jiang-style grilled fish. Okay. Qianqian nodded in agreement, but instead of running away or going under the shade of a tree, she chose to stay by his side, mainly to see how Jiang Xichan fished. She thought he would use a fishing net or some other tool, but to her surprise, Jiang Xichan just picked up a stick and then sharpened it with a tool he had with him. That's it? This is a plot that I've only seen in TV dramas, but it's actually being played out right in front of my eyes. Taking off his shoes and socks and rolling up his pant legs, Jiang Xichan went into the water. The river was clear, so it wasn't hard to find the target, but it was hard to get the aim right, otherwise he would starve. The atmosphere was very tense, for fear of scaring the fish away. Not far from the shore, Qianqian held her breath, her hand covering her cherry lips, her eyes wide. Finally, with a whoosh, the rod flew out and sank into the water. When it fell back up, there was a fish about the size of 2 palms on the sharpened end. Seeing this, Qianqian shouted excitedly. Yes. Hubby, you're amazing. Jiang Xichan smiled slightly, threw the fish ashore, and then started looking for prey again. Following the same method, half an hour later, there were more than 10 fish of different sizes on the shore, and there were even several baby turtles, which were reserved for Qianqian to play with. Back on shore, Qianqian trotted over to wipe the sweat from Jiang Xichan's forehead. The two picked up the fish, cleaned them, and then came under the shade of a tree, looking like they had a big catch. The fire was built with firewood, and the fish were skewered with tree branches, a proper gift from nature. Qianqian squatted down on one side, staring at the fish on the fire, which went from being fresh and alive to sputtering and spluttering. The crackling sound and the aroma of the fish wafted over, and even though there were no rich seasonings, it was delicious enough. When I was a child, I always liked to come to the countryside and play by the river. Every time I went home, I would be covered in dirt, but I was able to bring back a lot of fish, shrimp, and soft-shelled turtles. A landscape nurtures a people, and that is the truth. This small river is the mother river of this village, and even the name is named after the name of the river, Lingxi Village. Jiang Xichan was grilling the fish while reminiscing, and Qianqian also felt a magical sense of participation. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Xichan's ability to grill fish is really not a bluff. The purely natural and additive-free grilled fish is very delicious. Qianqian couldn't wait any longer, and with her hands outstretched, she looked like a baby waiting to be fed, which really didn't look like a big star. Finally, it was done and ready to eat. Qianqian took the fish and carefully tore off a piece of meat. After it cooled down, she brought it to Jiang Xichan's mouth. Hubby, you eat first. Jiang Xichan opened his mouth and ate, and in passing, he also took a bite of Qianqian's finger as a tease. I'm not going to feed you anymore. Qianqian took the grilled fish and sat down next to Jiang Xichan, leaning against him and devouring it. Soon, 3 fish were eaten and her belly was bulging. She was full, and looking at the fish bones, not a single bit of excess meat was left. Idiot, you're just like a cat. No, even cats don't eat as cleanly as you. Jiang Xichan laughed teasingly, commenting that it really was a technical feat to be able to eat a grilled fish until it was a specimen. Laugh all you want, I'm just like a cat, bite you. Ah. Qianqian wrinkled her nose and bit Jiang Xichan, and then someone had a strawberry on their neck. Jiang Xichan didn't care, but Qianqian did. What if someone saw it? Oops, I just wanted to do it gently, I didn't mean to leave a mark, Qianqian muttered, rubbing her finger over the mark. But the more she rubbed it, the bigger the mark got. Oh no! Jiang Xichan couldn't help but hold Qianqian's hand, because if she rubbed it anymore, her neck would break. It's fine. No, it's not. Qianqian puffed up her face sheepishly, and then noticed that the mark on Jiang Xichan's neck was actually symmetrical to the mark on her own neck. Qianqian laughed, very happily. After eating, the two of them snuggled under the shade of a tree, the sky above them blue, the breeze blowing on their faces below, and the sound of flowing water. Soon, a feeling of drowsiness came over them. Qianqian fell asleep, resting her head on Jiang Xichan's thigh. She looked peaceful, relaxed, and carefree. When the couple returned home in the evening, Qianqian was already impatient. The little one sat sulking on the stone pedestal in front of the door, resting her head on her hands. When she saw her parents return, Qianqian was overjoyed. Dad! Mom! Looking at her daughter, who was running over excitedly, a touch of embarrassment appeared on Qianqian's pretty face.
After all, it was her own fault for sleeping the whole afternoon. If she hadn't, she would have been back long ago, and her daughter wouldn't have had to wait so long. Qianqian, here, your father baked you some fish, try it. Qianqian took out the baked fish, and Qianqian took it from her, instantly becoming happy. However, the little one didn't rush to eat, but instead turned around and ran home. One didn't need to ask to know that the sensible Qianqian wanted her grandfather to eat first. After spending the afternoon together, Zhang Ruijin was also won over by Qianqian's liveliness and cuteness. If possible, he really wanted to keep the little one and spend more time with her. But then again, how could that be possible? So as long as she could come for a few days during the holidays, that would be enough. For dinner, they had home-cooked meals. The family of four sat around the stone table in the courtyard, chatting and laughing as they ate. It felt good, cool and breezy. No wonder the old man didn't like going to the big city. Just looking up and seeing the starry sky is something the big city can't match. After dinner, the old man wanted to go for a walk, and Qianqian volunteered to go with him. Zhang Sikan and Qianqian went back to the west room to clean up and get ready for bed. In a big city, at this time of night, not only would you not be sleeping, the nightlife has not even started yet. But in the countryside, it's different. At this time of night, the whole village has quieted down. The reason for not turning on the lights is not because they are afraid of wasting electricity, but because they think that turning on the lights will be very hot. Even if they are using energy-saving light bulbs that emit very little heat, the simple folk still think this way. Zhang Sikan and Qianqian will be staying in the west room for the next few nights, where there is a bed. However, it is more like a wooden bed than a bed. It is very simple in construction, with just wooden planks and bricks. Qianqian sat on it and gave it a little push, and the wooden bed began to creak. Immediately, she looked up at Zhang Sikan. "Honey, you can't bully people tonight, okay? Be careful, the bed might collapse." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sikan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is he that energetic? It's not like it's every day. Chapter 29, The Human Touch Unique to the Countryside. When one family has a problem, the whole village helps. The elders in the family, whether they are grandfathers or great-grandfathers, all take care of Qianqian very well. So much so that the little guy doesn't want to part with them. After dinner, they went out for a walk with the great-grandfather, and when they returned, they said they had to sleep on the fire bed. The old man agreed with a full look of adoration, and Zhang Sikan and Qianqian had no choice but to agree. But this is not bad, after all, the wooden bed in their western room is actually not very big, sleeping two people is fine, but one more person, even if it is just a child, it is a bit too much. Lights out, go to sleep. In the dark room, Qianqian breathed in the smell of Zhang Sikan greedily. It smelled good, but she didn't know what it was. "Honey, you have a smell, I love it, but it's not the smell of laundry detergent or shampoo, what is it? Did you spray perfume?" "I don't understand," Qianqian asked suspiciously. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sikan sniffed on his own, but he didn't smell anything. "Is there?" "I don't smell anything." "Yes, there is. It's fragrant and reassuring." Qianqian was absolutely sure that there was a smell. After hearing her description, Zhang Sikan laughed, because he also smelled it on Qianqian. It was fragrant, but not as strong as the smell of shampoo and perfume, but it was a presence that could not be ignored. Romantically speaking, this is pheromones. Pheromones? Qianqian curiously opened her phone to look it up. When she saw the explanation, pheromones are a smell that is only produced when in love, and can only be smelled by two people who love each other, she suddenly realized, this is it. "Nana, honey, do you smell the smell on me?" Zhang Sikan naturally smelled it, but shook his head playfully. No. Unexpectedly, Qianqian suddenly became anxious. She wrapped her arms around Zhang Sichan's head and buried her face in her breasts. How could this be? "Honey, smell it again, do you smell it? Do you smell it? Do you smell it? This damn suffocating feeling is coming again, but it's getting more intense. I can feel it, Qianqian is really anxious." Zhang Sikan had no choice but to tell the truth. After all, if the stimulation continued, there was no guarantee that the girl would let him smell her. "Okay, silly, let me out. I can smell it, I could smell it from the beginning." "Really?" Zhang Sikan nodded, and Qianqian couldn't stop giggling as he rubbed her. Qianqian remembered the saying, only those who love each other can smell each other. She didn't know why, but she was very moved, and she wanted to cry. She realized that she could no longer live without Zhang Sikan.
My husband. Ha! Hug me. Okay, hug my baby.
Jiang Xichen hugged Qianqian tightly, and the two of them sniffed each other's scent, inexplicably at ease. The wooden bed was not very sturdy, and with a little force, even if you just rolled over, it would creak and creak non-stop. In order to avoid misunderstandings, Qianqian moved as gently as possible, or just stopped moving altogether. But before going to sleep, she could still control herself, but after falling asleep, she was not sure. She could only say that the sleeping Qianqian was like a little crazy person. Flipping around, writing the quilt, etc., she did all of it. She even later snuggled up to Jiang Xichen, like an octopus, as if she was afraid of falling to the ground. Jiang Xichen also lovingly hugged her, helped her cover up, and smelled the smell of Qianqian's body, and her sleep quality seemed to have improved. If nothing unexpected happened, he would sleep until morning. However, the sudden sound of firecrackers in the middle of the night woke Jiang Xichen up.
Firecrackers in the middle of the night?
Thinking about this, Jiang Xichen vaguely knew what had happened, so he got dressed and got out of bed. The noise woke up the sleeping Qianqian, who opened her eyes dazedly, thinking it was morning.
Good morning, honey. Don't be sleepy, it doesn't feel like you slept long. It's just after midnight. Go back to sleep. I'll go out and take a look.
I think it's the old man in the village who has passed away. Jiang Xichen had often stayed here since he was a child, so he naturally knew the customs here. It can be said that setting off firecrackers at night is definitely not a good thing. After hearing this, Qianqian also got dressed and got out of bed. The deceased is the greatest. If there is a need, she also wants to help. After all, she is now Jiang Xichen's wife, and the woman follows the husband. As she walked out of the western room, the night wind was slightly chilly, and Qianqian couldn't help but tighten her clothes. She quickly ran back to the room, and when she came out, she held a jacket in her hand, which she put on Jiang Xichen without hesitation. The old man also heard the sound of firecrackers and came out, with a worried look on his old face. As Jiang Xichen opened the door, a familiar figure happened to run over. When he saw him and the old man, he walked a few steps closer and then knelt down straight away.
Uncle Wang?
Seeing the morning sun, Jiang Xichen exclaimed in surprise. The old man also hurriedly came over to help the morning sun up, and then couldn't help but sigh.
Uncle Jiang, my father is gone.
Wang Yangfu's kneeling in these words seemed to have used up all his strength. Since then, he had no father left, so how could he not be sad? You go to another house first, I'll be right there. After seeing Wang Yangfu off, the old man let out another sigh. Jiang Xichen felt the same way, his heart feeling a little heavy. This was because Wang Yangfu's father was the grandfather Wang the old man had mentioned during the day, the grandfather of Dezhuan, who was about to get married. It was undoubtedly a great pity that the grandson had not yet gotten married, but the old man had passed away first. Daughter-in-law, you go keep Qianqian company, I'll go with our grandfather to help. After settling Qianqian and Qianqian, Jiang Xichen followed the old man into the village.
The quiet village was now bustling with activity.
The lights in every household were on, and villagers were slowly beginning to come out. This was the simple life in the countryside. Funerals were attended without being invited, and it could be said that this was the human touch unique to the countryside. Soon everyone had arrived at Wang Yangfu's house. At the door, the old man's grandson, Dezhuan, was kneeling there, bowing to anyone who came, until his forehead was bruised. The villagers couldn't bear to see this and tried to pull him up, but he refused with tears in his eyes. He wanted to settle the grudges of his grandfather's life for him so that he could go in peace. Someone was with Grandma Wang inside the house, and others were helping with the cleaning. The younger and stronger guys like Jiang Xichen were helping to tidy up the yard in preparation for tomorrow's setting up of the funeral platform and arranging the tables and chairs. Everyone worked hard, because they were neighbors and wanted to help out. This is what is meant by the whole village helping out when one family has a problem. They worked all night, and it was only at dawn the next morning that the neighbors stopped to catch their breath. When Qianqian arrived with Qianqian, she found that everything, such as the funeral tent, had been prepared overnight. If it had been just one family, she was afraid that it would have been impossible. The importance of the neighborhood was embodied at this moment. Chapter 30, Dancing the Butterfly Dance with Bare Feet. Qianqian also joined in the helping, and with the help of the village women, she learned how to sew a mourning hat. Qianqian did the same, and she and the other children in the village did what they could, such as carrying bowls and chopsticks and delivering tissues. As she watched the busy crowd, Qianqian couldn't help thinking, the Chinese customs that she couldn't understand from the textbook suddenly made sense here. The custom in Lingxi village was to bury the deceased the next day. That evening, the bereaved family would come to the funeral to say goodbye to the deceased. It was late at night, and the villagers gradually left. Jiang Sikan and the others saw that there was nothing more to do, so they went back as well. Before they left, Grandma Wang waved at them. But no one expected that just one night later, Grandma Wang would. According to Da Zhuang, last night, Grandma Wang let him go back to the house to rest because she was worried about him, while she stayed by the coffin, saying that she wanted to spend more time with her husband. No one expected that Grandma Wang would also go with Grandpa Wang. Looking at the sight of Grandma Wang holding Grandpa Wang's hand with her eyes closed, the villagers were all saddened, but Da Zhuang's father, Wang Yangfu, pretended to be relaxed and bowed to the villagers. My parents met when they were 3 years old and left hand in hand at the age of 83. It was a happy funeral, but it's still going to be hard on everyone for 2 more days. That being said, Qianqian noticed that when no one was around, Uncle Wang would crouch in the corner and wipe away his tears in secret. No matter how old you are, as long as your parents are still alive, you are still a child. As long as your parents are there, there is still a way forward in life. When your parents are gone, there is only the way back. The events of the past 2 days had a great impact on Qianqian, especially the fact that Grandma and Grandpa Wang had spent their whole lives together and now they had gone together, sharing the same bed in life and the same coffin in death. Qianqian couldn't help but think about herself and Jiang Sikan. Looking at the man who had worked so hard to help, she secretly made a decision to take him home to meet her own parents. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Grandpa and Grandma Wang's burial. Before the funeral procession began, the paper basin was dropped, representing the separation of flesh and blood, and henceforth the separation of the living and the dead. As they watched the young men carry the coffin away, the villagers also returned to the courtyard to help with the final preparations. Due to this unexpected turn of events, Da Zhuang's wedding was postponed for 3 months, and Jiang Sikan and Qianqian also planned to leave Lingxi village and return to the imperial capital. They embraced their great-grandfather lightly, reluctant to say goodbye. After seeing the death of Grandpa and Grandma Wang, the little one repeatedly reminded Grandpa to eat well. Facing the tender reminders of his great-granddaughter, Jiang Ruijin was full of gratitude and nodded repeatedly in agreement. On the way, Jiang Sikan noticed that Qianqian was about to say something but stopped. Silly, what's wrong? Nothing, honey, forget it, I might as well just say it. I want to take you home to meet my parents, is that okay? Qianqian pouted, waiting for an answer, afraid that he would not agree, but Jiang Sikan agreed without even thinking. That's it? Okay, no problem. We'll go back to the imperial capital today, buy some gifts tomorrow, and go back to your house the day after tomorrow. If that doesn't work, you can change the arrangements. Upon hearing this, Qianqian's beautiful eyes widened. Is that it? You don't need to buy gifts, we're family. Qianqian waved her hand, feeling very happy inside, but she couldn't say why she had worried that Jiang Sikan wouldn't want to go. In fact, she had been worrying for no reason at all. Not to mention that the two were engaged, just the relationship between Jiang Zhilong and Qianqian meant that Jiang Sikan could not be prevented from visiting. If Jiang Sikan dared to say no, he would definitely be punished. As soon as the car entered the imperial capital, Jiang Zhilong called, demanding Qianqian. There was no choice but for Jiang Sikan to hand over his daughter. Qianqian originally wanted to stay with her parents, but then she thought that if she went back to her grandparents' house, she wouldn't be able to see her grandparents, so she agreed. When he saw Qianqian, he immediately smiled, dropped the fish food in his hands, and turned around to pick up his granddaughter. Still not leaving? No dinner for you today. Seeing that Jiang Sikan was still standing there without leaving, Jiang Zhilong waved his hand directly to send people away. Oh yes, go to your in-laws' house early, and your mother and I will go there to propose marriage. Got it. Jiang Sikan answered impatiently, sending people away? If I had known, I would have just taken Qianqian home. Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed, thinking that it was very funny, and that after a while, it would be just the two of them again. Before leaving the manor and going home, Kansas Qianqian took Jiang Sikan to the supermarket to buy some groceries and snacks. When paying the bill, Qianqian suddenly saw the shelves next to the cashier, which were full of all kinds of candies, so she asked. Honey, what kind of candy do you like? Lychee flavor. Why? It's fine. She said it was fine, but Qianqian still took a box of lychee-flavored candy from the shelf. No matter how Jiang Sikan asked, she refused to say what she was doing. It wasn't until they got back to the car. Before fastening her seatbelt, Qianqian took out a lychee-flavored candy and threw it in her mouth, then hugged Jiang Sikan, and her cherry lips followed suit, and they didn't separate for a while. Afterwards, Qianqian smiled triumphantly.
Honey, this is the lychee flavor you like. In the future, when you taste lychee flavor, you will think of me, right?
Jiang Sikan laughed at this and realized that she was stamping her seal on him. But as Qianqian said, ever since then, whenever he smelled lychee flavor, he would remember what had just happened.
Yes, I only think of you.
Jiang Sicheng smiled fondly. In fact, how had he not left a mark on Qianqian's body?
For example, in that mysterious triangle area.
When they got home, Kansas Jicheng was sorting vegetables while Jiang Sicheng was preparing the gifts he needed to bring when he went to meet his in-laws. His father-in-law, Qianqian, loved to smoke and even more so, to drink.
This was too easy. He would take the special cigarettes from home and choose Moutai for the wine.
Jiang Sikan was not as well prepared for the gift for his mother-in-law, Qin Shuemei. It is said that his mother-in-law does not have any obvious preferences, but if you have to say something, it is reading. This is not a problem. Jiang Sikan is going to give his mother-in-law a set of novels. He copied it from a novel when he was bored in high school, Battle Through the Heavens, and he believes that his mother-in-law will like it. As for his brother-in-law, Ken Wenbin, Jiang Sikan gave him a sports car to his liking. The budget is unlimited, and for the title of brother-in-law, the budget is increased by 10,000.
Let's see how he behaves.
The next day, Qianqian got up early and planned to accompany her husband to choose a gift.
Unexpectedly, Jiang Sikan had already prepared everything, except for leaving for Harbin the next morning? No. When did you get ready, honey? Yesterday? Yes.
Jiang Sikan nodded and pulled Qianqian back into the covers with a strong tug.
Honey, what are we going to do today? Do you have any plans? Well, not yet. Why don't you make the arrangements? Qianqian was taken aback and thought hard about it. How about I dance a butterfly dance for you? Chapter 31, I'm here to give notice, not to negotiate, got it?
Qianqian was not only clingy, but also proficient at dancing and singing, and every now and then she would surprise Jiang Sikan with a little cosplay. Jiang Sichan's laid-back days were like those of a fairy. When she gets tired or sleepy, she just lies in Jiang Sichan's arms and takes a nap. They share a bunch of grapes and Qianqian even uses her hand to catch the seeds.
What is enjoyment? This is it.
However, while the young couple are enjoying their world of two, Li Mengling is being criticized. After finishing her phone call with the boss of Zana Entertainment, Li Mengling calls Qianqian to vent and seek some comfort at the same time. However, when the call connects, what greets her eyes is a fox. The famous goddess Qianqian was actually cosplaying as a bunny in white silk. Should I say something or not? Qianqian really is very attractive in this appearance. Xinger, do you know? While you were flirting with your man, I was almost cursed to death by that bald asshole.
Kong Wenhua? Who else but him? All the top executives at Zana Entertainment, including him, are blaming you.
If there are no surprises, they are having a meeting right now, trying to figure out how to punish you. They won't ban you, after all, you have gained millions of followers on the whole network after officially announcing your relationship, and you are the only one who can hold up half the sky for the whole of Zana Entertainment, so they will just give you a stern warning. Listen to me as I count the ways they will find fault with you. 1. You announced your relationship without informing the company. 2.
You released a song without informing the company. 3. You changed your schedule without informing the company. Qinger, why don't we just go out on our own? It's too hard. Is that so unfair?
Qianqian's face changed slightly. She had signed a contract with the company, but now it seemed that she had become a slave, having to report everything to the company. Jiang Sikan, who was standing nearby, also frowned, greatly dissatisfied inside.
This is my wife.
So while Qianqian was comforting Li Mengling, Jiang Sikan contacted the crown. Li Mengling finished complaining and felt much better. She looked at the fluffy fox ears on Qianqian's head and smiled.
Okay, Xinger, I won't disturb you too. Have a baby soon. Do. Before Qianqian could say anything, the phone was hung up.
She was also blushing from her best friend's teasing.
Put. I knew it was nonsense. Your Majesty. Oh no. Honey, don't stroke my tail.
Jiang Sikan smiled slightly, looking at his wife's adorable face, and couldn't help but think, it would be a waste not to cosplay my Ishue. Looking at the time, it was almost time for afternoon exercise. So, with a single effort, Qianqian was carried back to the bedroom, and let love crash even more violently.
Magic City. Shana Entertainment, boss Kong Wenhua was discussing Qianqian's matter with a group of senior executives. Suddenly, the secretary reported, Crown Entertainment is here.
Although he is also the owner of an entertainment company, compared to the industry leader, Crown Entertainment, it is simply one in heaven and one on earth. So he hurriedly left the meeting room and went to the office to entertain the person from Crown Entertainment. However, he never expected that it would be the boss, Wu Fingbua. Wu Fingbua is the boss, but not the owner, which Kong Wenhua knows but also envies. After all, if you want to make the company bigger and stronger, it is absolutely impossible to do so without an evergreen backing. He doesn't have one, but Wu Fingbua does, so even if the other party is only the general manager, Kong Wenhua dares not be arrogant and cocky and dare not offend him.
President Wu. I've heard a lot about you. I was wondering what brings you here.
Kong Wenhua greeted him warmly, but in his heart he was looking forward to it, thinking that the two companies might have a chance to cooperate, which would be absolutely great for China Entertainment. Wu Fingbua didn't waste any words, and directly and smilingly took out a stack of contracts from his bag and pushed them in Kong Wenhua's face.
Well, I'm here to give President Kong some money, of course. Send money? Yes, President Kong can take a look first.
Upon hearing this, Kong Wenhua looked puzzled, but still picked up the document and carefully looked it over. He was shocked when he saw that Crown Entertainment had actually come to poach someone from him.
Kong Wenhua was greatly dissatisfied. He knew that if he let Qianqian go, the sky for Zana Entertainment would really fall. President Kong? Wu Fingbua urged. President Wu, this is not possible.
You also know the importance of Miss Qianqian to our Zana Entertainment.
President Kong, I think you've misunderstood.
I'm here to give notice, not to discuss with you.
We, Crown Entertainment, will pay the liquidated damages, but you absolutely cannot refuse. Because I'm just a mouthpiece for the person behind me. Oh yes, let me tell you something else.
Our young mistress, that is, Miss Qianqian, she is already the boss of our Crown Entertainment.
You think you can refuse to sign this contract?
Wu Fingbua spoke with a smile the whole time, but his tone was so unquestionable. When Kong Wenhua heard this heavy news from his mouth, he was stunned. Whether it was Wu Fengbua's words of passing on the message for a big shot or that Qianqian had become the boss of Crown Entertainment, it all made his head spin a little.
Wait. The gentleman that Miss Qianqian announced. Yes, it is my young master. Wu Fingbua smiled and admitted, adding, I came here today because my young master wanted me to. He is very dissatisfied with President Kang's recent actions.
Upon hearing this, Kong Wenhua hurriedly brought the document over and signed it without saying a word. The contract came into effect at this time, and Qianqian terminated her partnership with Zana Entertainment and became a free agent.
Thank you for your cooperation. Goodbye.
After checking and not finding any problems, Wu Fingbua left with a check in his hand. Kong Wenhua, on the other hand, slumped in his chair, feeling a mixture of fear and relief. He was lucky that he had not yet suppressed Qianqian, otherwise, if she were to be hit by a car one day, he would not be able to say for sure
that it was an accident.
Qianqian, no, I'm afraid I'll have to call her President Ken from now on.
Crown Entertainment.
Kong Wenhua just hoped that Qianqian would forgive and forget and not come after him in the future, otherwise there would really be no good outcome. Kong Wenhua announced the termination of his contract with Qianqian to the company and beyond, and expressed his gratitude and best wishes on the platform. In addition, he also called Li Mengling. On the phone, he kept apologizing and said almost all the nice things he could. Li Mengling, on the other hand, thought Kong Wenhua had drunk too much fake wine and was confused.
What had happened? Chapter 32, Qianqian's brother is a bull? A social bull? Ding. A message came in, and Jiang Sikan clicked to read it.
It was Wu Fingbua reporting that he had finished his work. Putting down his phone, Jiang Sikan waved at Qianqian, who was folding laundry.
Daughter-in-law, come here for a second. Coming, what's up, honey?
Qianqian habitually sat in Jiang Sichan's arms, curled around his neck and looked curious.
I have a gift for you. Eh? What gift? No need, honey, I don't lack anything.
That being said, Qianqian still had some small expectations. Women, they all like little surprises. Even if Jiang Sikan only gave her a chocolate or a rose, it would make her happy for a long time. But this gift is in no way comparable to chocolate and roses. I'm giving you Crown Entertainment, and you'll be the boss of Crown Entertainment from now on.
Ha! Qianqian blinked, pondering the meaning of these words.
She knew every word, but now that they were put together, she found it a little hard to believe. Jiang Sikhen continued, I know your dream, to be a director and make the work you want. I can make your life a lot easier by giving you Crown Entertainment. Think of it as a sponsorship from your husband. But, honey, that's Crown Entertainment. As someone in the industry, Qianqian naturally knew just how huge Crown Entertainment was. It could be said that it could mobilize more than half of the resources in the industry, and its roster of artists was incredibly powerful, far surpassing Zana Entertainment. However, such a big guy, Jiang Sikhen said he would give it away, so it is no wonder that Qianqian was at a loss for words. It's just a company, as long as you like it, it's okay to open a few more. Jiang Sikhen said spoiledly, and in fact, Crown Entertainment was really built by him. After all, if he doesn't achieve something in this area, he will just have to go home and inherit the countless family assets of the old Jiang family. Right now, the Jiang family has an old man at the top and an older sister at the bottom, and he is stuck in the middle. It is not impossible to do what he wants, so that is why he is hand-kneading Crown Entertainment out. Qianqian was very moved and assured Jiang Sikhen that she would not let him down. But Jiang Sikhen didn't think about it that much, as long as his daughter-in-law was happy. This day of the two of them quickly passed, and it was soon the next day. Qianqian was very happy to be going home, but she was also very worried, as this was the first time she was taking Jiang Sikhen home to meet her parents. After picking up Qianqian, the family of three, escorted by bodyguards, arrived at the imperial capital airport. To be precise, they entered the airport, because unlike other passengers, they drove directly into the airport and parked on the tarmac. Some passengers couldn't help but wonder when they saw this scene, who were the people in the red car with the family of three? But what was clear was that it was definitely a private jet. Everyone waiting for the plane by the window saw it, and the gap between people was revealed at this moment. Some people envied Qianqian for being able to become a rich wife. Others envied Qianqian for being born a rich girl. This is really like someone being born in Rome, while someone else is a mule for life. Although Qianqian knew that Jiang Sikhen was no ordinary person, she was still shocked when she saw the private jet. As far as she knew, private jets don't fly into the sky, and just sitting on the ground costs a lot of money. Most families can't afford it. The facilities on the plane were very complete, and could even be described as luxurious. Because it was directly connected to the satellite, Qianqian could watch cartoons, and Qianqian could also use TikTok. The 2 hours passed in an instant, and the Jiang family's private jet landed at Harbin International Airport. As soon as they exited the airport, Qianqian heard shouts. Eldest sister. Brother-in-law. Qianqian. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw a big boy of 17 or 18 waving his hands as he ran towards the three of them. It was Qianqian's younger brother, Qin Wenbin. Qianqian's family is in Heihe, but Qin Wenbin came all the way to Harbin to pick her up at the airport, which shows that he really cares about his sister. Soon the boy arrived and took Qianqian into his arms. The little girl also wrapped her arms around her uncle's neck and beamed. Uncle. Hey, I bought you some white rabbit candy. Here, it's all for you. While holding Qianqian in his arms, Qin Wenbin stuffed the white rabbit candies in his pocket into the little girl's pocket. Qianqian cooperated, wrapping her arms around her uncle with one hand while helping to open the pocket with the other. In the end, all the white rabbit candies ended up in the little girl's pocket. Sister, you guys are finally back. Brother-in-law. Hello. Hello, I am my sister's brother, Qin Wenbin. Qin Wenbin greeted Jiang Sikhen enthusiastically, and there was not the slightest hint of pressure in his voice as he called him brother-in-law. This was much smoother than when his sister had first changed her address. Jiang Sikhen was also a little at a loss with this younger brother-in-law. He was a social butterfly. Qianqian's face was full of helplessness, obviously speechless about her younger brother. Besides, isn't today the weekend? Wenbin, what day is it? Don't you have class? Ah. Wednesday. No, it's the test. Oh, really? You're not going to take the test? Skipping class and running so far away? Hubby, you bring Qianqian over here, I'll fix him good. Don't run away. If I don't fix you, my name isn't Can. So it was, the two siblings running after each other. In theory, Qianqian, being a girl, could never catch up with Qin Wenbin, but in the end, she was able to drag him back by the ear. Lower, I can't reach. Okay, sis. Qin Wenbin leaned down with a grin so that his sister could grab his ear. It can be seen that the relationship between the brother and sister is really good. After all, when you were chasing me just now, Can Wenbin kept telling Can Jiqing, run slowly, don't fall. On the way back to Heiha, in the car, Can Wenbin kept calling Jiang Sikan brother-in-law, which made Jiang Sikan very satisfied. At first, Can Jiqing was very satisfied, but then she got a headache. This brat, his mouth should be locked, he never stops talking. But he doesn't just talk nonsense, he's even offering advice to Jiang Sikan. Brother-in-law, if our father gives you a hard time, don't worry. At dinner, we'll get him drunk together, and he'll be fine in the morning. Our mother is easy to talk to, Qianqian and I will go and speak well of you. As for my sister, you mustn't just sit there, you must speak up for my brother-in-law. Jiang Sikan liked his brother-in-law more and more. Although he had a mouth like a gatling, he really knew how to behave. Can Jiqing glared at him angrily? Needless to say, how could she not speak up for her husband? Can Jianin, good, both of your elbows are turned outwards. Chapter 33, just now I was your father's soldier, but now I am your father-in-law. Can Wenbin went on and on the whole way. Even as his own sister, Can Jiqing couldn't help but want to take up a needle and thread and sew his mouth shut. Shan, who was sleepy and wanted to sleep, was even more straightforward. She took off her shoes and one sock and stuffed it directly into her uncle's mouth, then made a shushing sound. Only then did Can Wenbin calm down. Until Jiang Sikan asked what his plans were after the college entrance exam, this brother-in-law was like he had been released from a ban, talking and talking. Dad, it's your fault. You made Uncle's mouth stop again. Uncle! Open your mouth, ah. Can Wenbin opened his mouth, and Qianqian immediately stuffed a white rabbit into his mouth, hoping to gag him. Although it was the first time they met, Can Wenbin really liked his brother-in-law, so he wanted to chat with Jiang Sikan even if it was just a small talk. Finally, they arrived home. The car pulled into a residential area, and outside the unit door, two figures were waiting with bated breath. Before the car had come to a stop, Qianqian started shouting, and by the time Can Jiqing reacted, her daughter had already run off the car and jumped into her grandparents' arms. Grandma and Grandpa have been missing each other. Shan asked mischievously. Can Jianin and Qin Shueme both nodded, talking about their thoughts, but Shan couldn't hear clearly until she pulled the cotton ball stuffed in her ear out. Seeing this, the two elderly people also understood what was going on. It was definitely because Shan hated her uncle's endless chatter. Well, I can hear now. Shan had long missed her grandparents. The two elderly people also missed their granddaughter very much. If it weren't for the distance, they would have flown to the Magic City to visit her. Dad, Mom. Can Jiqing walked over, and without waiting for Can Jianin and Qin Shueme to speak, she pulled Jiang Sikan over to her and affectionately took his arm. Let me introduce you, your son-in-law, my husband, Shan's father. My brother-in-law. Can Wenbin added, is this guy really from Jianzhou? He's so quick to jump in with the conversation. Can Jiqing's introduction had clearly stated her position, and she was also telling her parents not to make things difficult for the others. Can Jianin and Qin Shueme exchanged glances, both a little surprised. They had thought that Jiang Sikan and Can Jiqing would need time to warm up to each other. Now it seems that things are going well? Chen? Did you have a good trip? Mom, everything was fine. Jiang Sikan called her directly by her first name, there was no need for any formalities. Not to mention that they had already gotten married and had a daughter together, so there was no better way to address her than by her first name. That's good, let's not stand outside any longer, hurry up and go back inside. Qin Shueme greeted them with a gentle smile. Jiang Sikan couldn't help but think that Can Jiqing's gentle personality was definitely inherited from his mother-in-law. Back in the room, Can Wenbin at the back closed the door tightly, and Can Jianin inside suddenly saluted Jiang Sikan. Old leader, how's your health? Upon hearing this, Jiang Sikan understood that his father-in-law was paying respect to his father. Everyone is doing well, and my father has not stopped mentioning you. Upon hearing this, Can Jianin's serious face suddenly revealed a trace of reminiscence, as if he had clearly remembered the past. Sit down, Shaochen. I'm your father-in-law now. Can Jianin waved his hand to indicate that Jiang Sikan should sit down. What he meant was that just now he was Jiang Jilong's subordinate, but now he was Jiang Sichen's father-in-law. Can Jiqing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as she watched the two men chatting. It seemed that everything was going well. In fact, their concerns were completely unnecessary. Can Jianin would never make things difficult for Jiang Sikan, because there was no need to. Even if, as a last resort, he did not consider the old friendship, he could not go too far just for the sake of his granddaughter and daughter. Besides, how could he not consider the old friendship? If there was something that made Qianqian unhappy, it would be the fact that Qianqian had raised Qianqian alone for several years, which was a thorn in his heart. It is a thorn, but it has dissipated as Jiang Siken has taken on the responsibilities of a father and husband. It can only be said that although it was difficult, the result was considered good. Looking at Qianqian again, although he is Jiang Sichen's father-in-law, it is the first time they have met, so he is a little nervous, but he is good at pretending, and he can hold it together, so he doesn't show it. However, Qin Shueme, who knows her husband's character and personality well, can see that her outwardly calm husband is actually nervous. She can see the small gestures he makes when he is nervous, and she can't help but feel a little amused.
It's almost time, and Qin Shueme is going to start cooking.
She drags Qianqian over with her.
Mom, I am fine, so let your father and Chen chat for a while.
Don't worry, if he dares to make things difficult, I won't let your father go to bed and sleep on the sofa.
Qianqian smiled.
She knew that this was her mother's trump card, one that had never failed, and so she followed her into the kitchen without worry. As Qin Shueme had said, Qianqian would not make things difficult for Jiang Sicheng, because there was no need to. The two have already got married and have a child, so they can settle down and live their lives.
As a father, he couldn't ask for anything more, so why would he be stubborn and make things difficult?
What's more, with Qianqian and Qin Wenbin around, even if Qianqian speaks a little harshly, the little one will rebuke him.
Grandpa, don't be mean to my dad.
Qianqian ran up to Jiang Sicheng and put her hands out in front of him to block.
Qianqian was greatly puzzled. Grandpa, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You were so mean. That's the way to do it.
Qianqian imitated him with great verisimilitude, and her cute appearance immediately made the three of them laugh.
Okay, Grandpa will change. I'll change right now.
When it comes to this granddaughter, Qianqian is nothing but spoiled and loving, saying whatever he wants.
Intergenerational love? It works anywhere.
With Qianqian's help, Jiang Sichen's first meeting with his father-in-law went quite well.
They got along well and soon started chatting and laughing.
When the food was ready, they continued their conversation at the dinner table. Honey, these are all fresh ingredients that our father went to the market early in the morning to buy. Our mother's cooking is also very good, so you have to eat a lot later.
Qianqian spoke well of her parents, otherwise she would really become a white-eyed wolf.
Dad, Mom, you have worked hard.
Qianqian waved his hand, not taking it seriously, patted Jiang Siken on the shoulder and pushed him onto the bench, then sat down next to him, and even bent over to pick up 2 bottles of white wine. Jiang Siken looked down and saw that there were actually 3 boxes of beer under the table. Father-in-law, you're a heavy drinker. Can you drink? Qianqian asked with a smile.
At this juncture, even if you don't know how to drink, you have to answer that you can, not to mention that Jiang Siken really knows how to drink. Since he was little, his father would hold his neck and make him drink.
Chapter 34, it's over. He's drunk his father under the table.
Jiang Siken could see why his father was so obsessed with his father-in-law, because the two of them smelled the same. No, they were both drunkards. Before everyone at the table was seated, Qianqian poured 2 taels of white wine and gulped it down in one go.
He looked like he was enjoying it. Shachen, drink as much as you can. Dad's done, you go ahead. He was being very unrestrained.
Jiang Siken also raised his glass to drink with him, but was stopped by Qianqian.
Honey, Dad said you can drink as much as you like.
She was really worried that her husband would drink too much and have an accident. After all, not everyone could drink as much as her father.
Even Qin Wenbin did not have this talent.
On the contrary, the 2 siblings were just like him, with a thieving alcohol tolerance.
It's okay, I can drink.
Dad, I toast you. Jiang Sichen's heart warmed slightly, but he still raised his glass and gulped down 2 liang of baijiu in one go. Qianqian was extremely worried, and she let out a sigh of relief after repeatedly confirming that Jiang Siken was fine. Even so, she muttered for a long time, I don't understand what's so good about drinking. Qianqian was a little surprised by Jiang Sichen's actions, and his good impression of him soared.
Great.
In the future, I'll have someone to drink with, unlike Wenbin, who passes out after 1 glass.
Usually, it's really not fun for me to drink alone.
As he said this, Qianqian poured Jiang Siken another drink, and the joy on his face became even more obvious.
Qianqian didn't care anymore.
She noticed that both her father and her husband could drink 2 liang of wine in one go without blushing, and they were true connoisseurs of wine. Qianqian helplessly ran her hand through her hair. This father and son pair really did match well. Back then, the old chief and I drank like this, it was so much fun.
Now I'm drinking with the old chief's son again, it's really great.
Qianqian kept on drinking while serving Zhang Sichen food. The two of them had a good relationship, as if Qin Wenbin had been picked up from the snow.
Qianqian completely relaxed, but at the same time, she couldn't help but wonder, is it really that simple for men to get from first meeting to knowing each other?
Qin Wenbin saw his father and brother-in-law drinking and also wanted to join in a bit.
Cola and the like were a bit boring, so he brought a wine glass and filled it with white wine.
But neither of the two men wanted to include him, so Qin Wenbin could only drink alone. It wasn't long before he got drunk, and then he fell asleep on the sofa.
In contrast, Qianqian and Zhang Sichen drank and talked.
As glass after glass of white wine went down, the content of their conversation also changed a lot. From the beginning, they talked about family matters, then social and livelihood issues, and then national affairs. In the end, Qianqian rested his arm on Zhang Sichen's shoulder and began to sigh. Xiaochen, I've always felt this way, our country, China, should have been destroyed sooner after becoming prosperous. They still haven't admitted their crimes or apologized.
This country is rotten to the core.
What do you call this? This is called the sins of the present generation, the benefits of future generations.
Isn't that right, Xiaochen?
Zhang Sichen nodded, burped, then slapped the table with a loud bang, startling everyone around him.
Yes. Dad, you're right. It should be like this. Ha, it's my son-in-law, he thinks the same way as me.
Cheers. Cheers. The father and son drank from white to beer, and then from beer back to white, getting drunk. They ate for 3 hours during the meal, and the drinks never stopped. Qianqian tried to stop them, but Qin Shuemei pulled her aside to eat melon seeds.
Just let them drink. But Mom, what if they drink too much and get sick? I'm afraid they will too, so I asked Qianqian to fill the flasks with water a long time ago.
Don't worry, they'll just get drunk.
The two of them were already drunk, so they couldn't tell the difference between water and alcohol.
After saying that, Qin Shuemei ate 2 more melon seeds. Meanwhile, Qianqian also came out of the kitchen, and the bottle of wine in her hand was also filled with plain water and put back under the table. Qianqian, Qianqian, and Qin Shuemei watched TV and ate melon seeds. When they came to their senses, Qianqian had already crawled under the table. Zhang Sichen was not doing much better. He tried to help his father-in-law up, but failed, and ended up lying down flat with him. Qin Shuemei clapped her hands, then got up and walked over. Qianqian did the same. The mother and daughter helped their respective men back to their rooms.
Only Qin Wenbin was still lying alone on the sofa.
Later, Qian Shindang brought a blanket to cover her uncle, and incidentally closed his mouth to prevent him from spitting out alcohol fumes.
Qin Shuemei helped Qianqian back to the bedroom.
She originally wanted to let him lie down on the bed to sleep, but just as she wasn't paying attention, Qianqian had crawled under the bed and couldn't be pulled out. There was nothing she could do, so she just left him there. In the other bedroom, Qianqian was wiping Zhang Sichen's face while Qianqian was taking off his shoes. The two of them worked together to take care of Zhang Sichen. Although he felt dizzy, his heart was warm. He wanted to hug his wife and child, but no matter how hard he tried, his eyelids wouldn't open. There was no choice but to go to sleep first. No one in the family expected that he would sleep for so long. Zhang Sichen opened his eyes dazedly and directly saw a pair of eyes full of concern.
Husband, you've finally woken up.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Sichen was stunned.
How long had he slept?
You've slept the whole time.
You've been sleeping since noon, it's the middle of the night.
Qianqian said with worry, if there's a next time, I definitely won't let you drink like this.
Where's Dad? Is he okay? Not yet?
He's throwing up, and then throwing up again, he's even throwing up bile. Qianqian looked helpless, I've never seen Dad drunk like this since I was little. With the help of Qianqian, Zhang Sichen was helped up and leaned against the bed. At this time, he also took a good look at Qianqian's bedroom. The room was not big, with a single bed. A computer desk with an old computer on it, plus a closet, was all there was in the room, but the color scheme was pink and tender, very girly.
Hubby, what are you looking at?
Just taking a look at my daughter-in-law's room, it's so girly, silly. Zhang Sichen teased with a smile, a little pleased to have seen another side of his daughter-in-law. Qianqian puffed up her cheeks in response and defended, well, girls like pink and girly things.
Boys like it too, Jiang Sikhan suddenly said. Ha?
Nothing, this drink is really good, and our dad can really hold his liquor.
It's good, but didn't you drink under the table? But honey, if you can hold your liquor so well, how did you get drunk in the first place? In the first place? Jiang Sikhan asked in return.
It was my first time, that night.
Maybe I drank fake wine.
Jiang Sikhan said far-fetched. But who would believe such a lame excuse?
Chapter 35, My dear wife, I suspect you're flirting with me. They say that when a man is drunk, he can't get it up.
Qian Jiqing's words came as a bolt from the blue, and she held Jiang Sikhan down for 3 or 5 seconds before asking in shock.
Who says that? It's in the book. It can't be a novel, can it? Jiang Sikhan asked again. Qian Jiqing nodded, and then she heard.
You can't believe what's written there, and this kind of thing varies from person to person.
And I've had a lot to drink today, so why don't we give it a try?
Upon hearing this, Qian Jiqing directly put her hands on Jiang Sichan's thighs. This is at home, and the soundproofing is not very good, so if they try it, they might not survive it.
Oops. Honey, I'm sorry, did I use too much force?
At first glance, Jiang Sikhan was pretending, deliberately shouting loudly, but Qian Jiqing was still shocked, thinking that she had used too much force.
Unexpectedly, the next second she was embraced by Jiang Sikhan, unable to break free. Qian Jiqing suddenly panicked.
It wasn't that she didn't want to give it to him, but she was embarrassed. She knew what kind of noise it would make. If it was heard, she might as well jump out of the window directly and rush back to the Devil Metropolis tomorrow. Where would she have the face to see her parents? Thinking about this, Qian Jiqing hurriedly pleaded, Honey, stop it, it's not a good influence.
Really, if you want it, wait until we get back, or wait until tomorrow when we go to a hotel.
If that doesn't work, we can do it in the car, somewhere where no one is around. I have to say, Qian Jiqing's brain works well, and she comes up with 3 ideas at once, and they're all quite tempting. Looking at the little demon in his arms, Jiang Sikhan suddenly felt a little helpless. This little idiot really knows a lot.
Daughter-in-law, you really know a lot, and you even know to go to the car?
Put.
No way. Qian Jiqing scolded softly, then quickly pulled out the shield. It's all because of Mengling, she taught me, you don't know, she reads tomato novels all day long.
Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Li Mengling, who was sleeping while writing a quilt, sneezed. No matter how hard Qian Jiqing begged, Jiang Sikhan would not let go, his fingers running through her hair, causing her to tremble. In her eyes, this was tantalization. She thought Jiang Sikhan had lost control of himself, but Qian Jiqing, with her unique way of thinking, actually had a good bad idea.
Husband, if you really can't hold back, how about this?
She said. Qian Jiqing opened her cherry lips, and Jiang Sikhan suddenly felt a wicked fire drilling straight into his heart.
This guy, is his wife so understanding? Wife, don't tell me this is what your best friend taught you. No.
This time, Qian Jiqing didn't dare to shift the blame onto her best friend again, otherwise, she would completely ruin her best friend's image.
Well, I suspect you're flirting with me. No way.
It's obvious that it's you, husband, who's flirting with someone else. Qian Jiqing pouted with resentment and glared at Jiang Sikhan several times, looking absolutely stunning.
Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Don't struggle. Let me hug you and let's go to sleep.
Jiang Sikhan lay down, and Qian Jiqing lay on his shoulders, blowing air at him in boredom.
Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Whether you were really drunk or not, I'm your woman now.
Jiang Sikhan lay down, and Qian Jiqing lay on his shoulders, blowing air at him in boredom. Qian Jiqing muttered in a low voice, and blew 2 big breaths again. The breath smelled like orchid, just like the smell on Qian Jiqing's body, which Jiang Sikhan loved to smell.
He greedily took a few breaths, and suddenly he wasn't sleepy anymore.
To be precise, he had slept enough, and couldn't sleep at all. Even though it was now the middle of the night, Jiang Sikhan wasn't sleepy at all. He lifted his hand to turn off the bedside lamp and covered his little wife's quilt. Go to sleep.
What about you, honey? Can you sleep? You've been asleep for so many hours.
Jiang Sikhan shook his head. How could he sleep? He's not a pig.
No, I can't say that. The father-in-law next door is still asleep.
Then I won't sleep either, I'll keep you company. No, you go to sleep first. No, I'll stay up with you. Qian Jiqing shook her head and said, like a little kitten rubbing in Jiang Sichan's arms, really satisfying a man's vanity. No matter what Jiang Sikan said, Ken Jiqing refused to go to sleep first, just hugging him and chatting with him, even though she had yawned for a long time.
Is Qianqian in her parents' room?
No, she's in her uncle's room. My mom and I are quite speechless. You and Dad drank a lot, so it's understandable that you'd sleep for more than 10 hours, but Wenbin only had a little to drink and he's also slept for so long. I'll take care of you, and Mom will take care of Dad, so I can only ask Qianqian to take care of her uncle.
Don't worry, I've already told Qianqian that she can sleep if she's tired.
Just as Ken Jiqing had urged, Qianqian slept when she got tired.
At that moment, the little one had already woken up and was taking a nap.
By the way, honey, tomorrow morning, no, this morning, let's go to the morning market, there are so many delicious things there. Ken Jiqing was very tempted. It had been a long time since she left her hometown, and she had longed for the morning market there.
Then why don't you go to sleep quickly? Be careful you can't get up in the morning. I promised I would stay up with you. Don't worry, I've set the alarm. Ken Jiqing said proudly, picking up her phone, but the next second, she fell asleep.
If Jiang Sikan hadn't been quick, the phone would have smashed into her face. Looking at his stupid wife, who had fallen asleep in a second, Jiang Sichan's face revealed a trace of affection. He had driven such a long way back from the imperial capital, and had taken care of her for more than 10 hours. Even a steel man would be tired, so it was no wonder she had fallen asleep so quickly. Thinking about putting her on the pillow so that she could sleep more comfortably, he didn't expect Ken Jiqing to cling to him tightly and refuse to let go. On the contrary, the harder he pushed, the closer she leaned and the tighter she hugged him.
This little wife of his is really clingy. Jiang Sikan didn't know when he fell asleep.
He thought that after sleeping for more than 10 hours, he would wake up the next day, but to his surprise, he also felt sleepy in the sound of Ken Jiqing's even breathing, and he fell asleep as soon as his eyes closed. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Ken Jiqing suddenly opened her eyes, and then turned off the alarm clock that was about to go off. Her movements were fluid, and it was obvious that she had done this many times before. Jiang Sikan was also awakened, and looking at the alarm clock that was about to go off in half a minute, he smiled. It had become a conditioned reflex. Well, I usually have to get up early for work, and I'm afraid of waking up Qianqian, so I developed this habit.
Honey, did it scare you?
Jiang Sikan shook his head. It was already light outside, but to be honest, the temperature here was really quite low, even in the morning, but it was summer after all. His hands, which were outside the quilt, were cold. Until, Ken Jiqing took his hands in her arms.
Honey, let me warm them for you. Chapter 36 just say that the Northeast has its own unit of measurement. As the northernmost city in China, Heihao will give outsiders a different feeling, the most intuitive of which is its temperature. It's summer, but the moment you step out of your home and through the unit door, a blast of cool air hits you. Even the locals, who are used to it, can't help but shrug their shoulders and tighten their clothes. Ken Jiqing smiled as she looked at her surprised husband. Honey, now you know why I wanted you to bring warm clothes, right?
Yes, I know.
Hey, my hands are warm.
With that, Ken Jiqing slipped her small hand into Jiang Sichan's palm, and then they both put it in his jacket pocket together, and sure enough, it got much warmer.
Right now, they are the only young couple here.
Ken Jianan and Qin Shuemei went to the morning market earlier. Without asking, Ken Jiqing also knows that they went to buy fresh meat and vegetables. It is said that fresh pork smells not greasy, but instead has a unique meaty fragrance.
This is the main reason why people like Ken Jianan would choose to go to the market early in the morning.
Furthermore, getting up early and going for a stroll is also very good for your health. Under the leadership of Ken Jianan, don't look at Qin Shuemei as weak and frail, with an air of scholarly refinement, but she can walk 10 kilometers in one go and jog 5 kilometers without any problem. Ken Jiqing also likes to exercise since she was a child, and she has even developed the good habit of doing yoga and morning exercises every morning. However, under Jiang Sichan's leadership, she has become lazy these days. Not to mention morning exercises, sometimes she can't even get up in time, and the sun is already high in the sky when she opens her eyes. On the contrary, in the family, there is only Ken Wenbin, a lazy person reborn. He is a tall guy of 1.8 meters, and what he hates most is exercising. The family doesn't care about this, after all, every family has a good-for-nothing child. At the moment, they have all gone to the morning market, but Ken Wenbin is still asleep.
Oh yes, there is also Qianqian. The little one is also sleeping soundly.
When Jiang Sikan pushed open the door to go see her, the girl was fighting with her uncle for the bed and the quilt. It seems that she knows her niece is around, and Ken Wenbin knows to give way to her even when he is sound asleep, so much so that he is about to fall to the ground. Finally, after strolling for more than 10 minutes, there was a noisy sound coming from not far away. Even though there was some distance between them, it was not difficult to smell the excitement. Just as the two continued walking, there was suddenly shouting behind them. They turned their heads and looked, and there was an electric bicycle, and on it, surprisingly, was Can Wenbin and Qianqian. Can Wenbin was wearing a hat and riding the electric bicycle with his hands tucked in, while Qianqian was standing in front of the bicycle, looking ahead. Qianqian couldn't help feeling helpless when she saw this. Look, honey, Wenbin can always find a way to take the easy way out. At the same time, the electric bicycle arrived. What did you just say about me? I didn't catch that. I said you're really handsome. Did you catch that this time? Qianqian rolled her eyes in annoyance, but she still helped the two of them smooth out the wrinkles on their collars. Have you sobered up? Can Wenbin's face suddenly fell. Don't say it, I won't drink it anymore in the future. The aftereffects were actually so strong, but it's a pity that I didn't even get to eat a few bites of the food on that table. Serves you right, it's a good reminder, so you won't go out for a meal when you go to college and not know your limits, and it's easy to make a mistake if you drink too much. Halfway through the sentence, Qianqian looked at Jiang Siken. Having gotten this far, it's really hard not to think about what happened between the two of them. Okay, pull over and we'll walk. It's still so far away. It's not far. Okay. Can Wenbin obediently pulled over and stopped the electric bicycle. Even though he was quite a bit taller than Qianqian, the younger brother was naturally suppressed by the older sister, and he had to be obedient. You have to understand that if you get bullied outside, your parents will come looking for trouble. But if you get bullied by your sister at home, your parents will just pretend they didn't see it. Can Wenbin has deeply understood this since childhood. Is this the morning market in the northeast? Jiang Siken said with a suspicious look upon arriving at the destination. Because as far as the eye could see, there were only Russian beauties and Russian girls. Without exaggeration, whether they were eating bird biscuits or drinking from a bottle of wine, they were all Russians. If he wasn't convinced that this place belonged to China, he would have thought he had gone abroad. Well, honey, don't be surprised. With the visa-free policy now in place, people from Russia can get to our morning market faster than they can get home. Just take the boat, and you'll be out of the country in 5 minutes. Amazing, right? Qianqian was not surprised by this at all, and she even greeted the Russian girl who said hello to her in Russian. Wow, honey, you speak Russian? Qianqian tilted her head proudly and added, I've been exposed to it a lot, so don't just talk about me. Even the woman selling hand-kneaded flatbreads speaks perfect Russian. Qianqian looked over, and sure enough, the woman selling hand-kneaded flatbreads was talking to these Russian customers in Russian. The sound of her tongue twisting was really authentic. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really would have found it hard to believe. Compared to Jiang Siken, Qianqian was used to it. The little one bounced and skipped through the crowd, and if she hadn't been attached to a leash, she would have long since disappeared. After a while, Qianqian ran up to a tricycle and, looking at the mountain of dragon fruit on it, the little one couldn't contain her excitement. Oh daddy! I want to eat this! Qianqian said, pointing at the dragon fruit on the tricycle. At this, not to mention the dragon fruit, even her uncle's ribs would have to be torn off. Can Wenbin, huh? You want to eat it? Okay, Dad will buy it for you. Jiang Siken took his daughter's hand and walked up to the counter, smiling at the auntie and saying, Auntie, could you weigh 20 yuan's worth for me, please? The dragon fruit that Qianqian had her eye on was one of the smaller ones, not much bigger than her palm, but it looked quite fresh. However, the aunt was a little surprised when she heard that he wanted a 20 yuan dragon fruit. Young man, you're not from here, are you? Listen to your aunt, 10 yuan is enough. You have to eat this while it's fresh. Your aunt sells fruit here every day. Eat it up and come back next time to buy some more. There's no need to hoard it. The aunt patiently explained, completely thinking of Jiang Sichen's best interests. In contrast, Jiang Siken looked at his wife, Qianqian, next to him with some confusion. Daughter-in-law? Honey, listen to what the auntie says. The prices here are not the same as in the Magic City or the Imperial City. Jiang Siken couldn't help but mutter when he heard this. He knew that the prices were different, and he tried to think as low as possible, which is why he felt that 20 yuan couldn't buy many. But who would have thought that he still didn't expect how amazing the prices here would be? As a local, Can Wenbin knew the market prices very well, and when he saw that his brother-in-law wanted so much for the dragon fruit, he couldn't help but smile to himself. He wanted to say something, but he was curious to see his brother-in-law's surprised expression. Since the man was determined to pay so much, the auntie selling the dragon fruit began to bag it. She picked up a shovel and shoveled the dragon fruit into the plastic bag, and she kept shoveling it several times in a row. Because she was moving quickly, the topmost dragon fruit fell off and rolled to the foot of the bag. Qianqian saw this and quickly picked up the dragon fruit that had fallen to the ground and put it in the cart. At the same time, he asked in surprise, "Auntie, is this a lot?" In the blink of an eye, the plastic bag was bulging. The auntie smiled. "Look, young man, this is only a dozen or so, and it's almost 20. Air." Upon hearing this, Qianqian was slightly surprised, and then he looked at his wife and brother-in-law beside him. "Do we sell dragon fruit this cheaply here? It's not bad." Qianqian covered her mouth and giggled, especially when she saw her husband's surprised expression. She laughed even more happily. At that moment, the old couple, Qianqian, who happened to come over, also laughed heartily. It was quite funny to tease their son-in-law occasionally. Then Qin Shueme looked at her aunt. From the tone of their conversation, it was not difficult to tell that they knew each other well. "Sister-in-law, my son-in-law doesn't know much about the prices here." After hearing this, her aunt turned directly and took a few more dragon fruits from the tricycle and put them into a plastic bag. I was wondering why the young man looked so handsome. It turns out that he is from a big city. "Auntie, I'll give you a few more. The dragon fruit I sell is guaranteed to be sweet. Come again if you like it." "Okay, thanks, Auntie." Qianqian smiled awkwardly. Was he really that ashamed? But then again, he had known for a long time that prices in the Northeast were strange, but he had never had the chance to come here. But only by actually experiencing it did he realize that it could be that strange. The dragon fruit piled high on the tricycle lost its balance, and suddenly a few of them rolled off and fell to the ground. Shanshan, who was sensible, saw this and very actively picked up the dragon fruit on the ground and put it back on. Shanshan was originally pretty and cute, which made people like her, and now she was so sensible, which made people like her even more. She immediately tore off a plastic bag and put a few dragon fruits in it. "Bao Yu, take it, it's a gift for you." Shanshan hurriedly waved her hands to decline, but the aunt's enthusiasm was so intense. "Be good, take it." Shanshan was a little overwhelmed, so she looked at her mother. After seeing her mother nod, the little one timidly took the bag and thanked her sweetly. "Thank you, Grandma, Shanshan will definitely eat them all up." Okay, to express her gratitude, she will eat them all up. What a good girl. While other people pay 10 yuan for a bag, they not only bought a bag, but also received some free gifts when they left. Even though they had walked a long way, Qianqian could still feel the warmth. Even though Can Wenbin is a local and grew up here, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "Sister, do you think the auntie can make a profit selling at such a low price? I feel like she'll lose money. Would you do a losing deal?" Qianqian did not answer, but instead asked a question in return. Can Wenbin shook his head. "This is no small matter. You know that you shouldn't do a losing deal. Auntie has been doing business here since I was little, so she knows whether she makes money or not. But because of the policy, you were told to go to school and study hard, but you refused. We started preparing for the visa-free policy years ago. Only good quality and low prices can attract customers, and the customers here are not just you and me." Qianqian explained roughly, and even Qianqian was taught. It is to be expected. There must be policy support. After that, Qianqian once again felt the priceless magic of this side. On the truck, there was a complete range of vegetables, and the loudspeaker shouted out the prices, which were very impressive when you listened carefully. Green onions, 50 cents a pound. Potatoes, 30 cents. Chinese cabbage, 10 yuan a sack. Indeed, the Northeast has a unique pricing system. After a while of shopping, the three men, including Jianan, were carrying big bags and small bags, and even Shanshan had to carry her dragon fruit herself. However, even though she was panting from exhaustion, she did not ask the adults for help and was very independent. However, compared to others, the things they bought were really considered to be relatively few. Just like the Russians passing by. Both men and women had bulging bags in their hands. Upon closer inspection, you would find that they were packed with vegetables and all kinds of fruits, and they were directly achieving fruit freedom. It just makes you worry, can tofu still be packed in the same bag as durian? Do our Russian friends overestimate the hardness of tofu or underestimate the temper of durian? It's time to go back. Before leaving the morning market, Jiang Sikan used one hand to take a video with his mobile phone and sent it to the dormitory group without thinking. It is no exaggeration to say that in the short video of 7 or 8 seconds, as many as 10 Russian girls appeared. This is still the result of his casual shot. So, just as they had returned home, the dormitory group chat exploded. The first person to see this video of Jiang Sikan was Wang Hu. Despite his usual honest and simple-minded nature, he typed a line without changing his expression after watching the video. "I've seen it, bro, withdraw it, don't let those two watch it, I'm afraid they can't hold back. This is a good brother." "Who, withdraw it?" "Oh, you can't withdraw anything over 2 minutes old, didn't you know? You actually want to hog the food, watch this." Lu Tong sat up from the bed, cursing. Even Xie Zihao was awakened by the two of them arguing. Holy shit! Where is this? Why are there so many foreign girls? This is awesome, looking at the world with proper eyes. It's true. Lu Tong's family mines for coal, and Xie Zihao's family raises pigs, and they have even been ranked as the richest family in the province, so the two of them don't lack girlfriends at all. But in the face of so many high-quality Russian girls, they still can't help but feel a little excited. Wang Hu is different. This guy is simple, honest, thick-skinned, stupid, old-fashioned, boring and honest silly, so he dares not talk to girls, which is why he has remained single since birth. It's no exaggeration to say that seeing so many girls on camera makes him feel a flutter. When they learned that the location of the video posted by Jiang Sikan was Heihe, the three of them immediately expressed their interest. Lu Tong started looking up local housing prices. Xie Zihao yelled that he wanted to go there to raise pigs, so that the locals could eat cheap pork and benefit from it. Wang Hu, on the other hand, was full of emotion and said that 388,000 yuan was a bit much for his hometown. In summary, it comes down to one sentence: I want to go. Don't stop me. Chapter 37, we have been to the mountains together, to the countryside together, carried guns together, and let sheep together. Jiang Xixin's gift for his in-laws and brother-in-law arrived, a bit late, but not too late. And his in-laws didn't let him in because he came empty-handed yesterday. When his younger brother saw the brand new sports car, he couldn't wait to run up to Jiang Sikan and hug him and take a few bites out of him. When he got the car keys, Can Wenbin called him dear brother-in-law over and over, sounding very affectionate. Xin Shueme received some out-of-print books. She loved her son-in-law's gift, knowing that he loves to read, and obviously put his heart into it. But what is this work, Battle Through the Heavens? I've never heard of it. In contrast, when Qianqian saw the special cigarettes and Maotai wine that Jiang Sikan had prepared for him, there was not much joy on his face. He likes to drink and smoke, but he is not picky and can handle anything. Now that Jiang Sikan has given him so much rare alcohol and tobacco, he only has one thought in his heart. Xiaochen, come here. What's wrong, Dad? You brought me so much alcohol and tobacco. Where is your father? Does the old chief still have anything to smoke and drink? Jiang Sikan was stunned. He really didn't expect his father-in-law to be thinking about this. To be honest, these things may be rare for outsiders, but for the family's father, there is no shortage of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel a bit embarrassed to bring some. Don't worry, Dad, my father still has some. You can use them as much as you like. If it's not enough, I'll send you more regularly. No. While Qianqian was busy settling in all this stuff, Jiang Sikan told him another piece of news. Dad, my parents will be here in the next 2 days. First, they want to propose marriage, and second, they want to meet you and Mom, after all these years. Upon hearing this, Qianqian froze, as if the pause button had been pressed, and it was a while before he looked at Jiang Sikan. What? Big brother and sister-in-law are coming? Qianqian's excitement was beyond words, and even his way of addressing Jiang Zhilong and Gong Mulan had changed. Dad, you and Mom are also my parents, there's no need for this. Jiang Xichen's brows furrowed slightly, a little displeased. Even if the family's father has a high status and an important identity, he can't be condescending to everyone. In his opinion, the two families should be equal. In response, Qianqian just shook his head and left, leaving behind the words you don't understand. Jiang Sikan really didn't understand, and he also felt that it was going too far. Judging from the attitude of his in-laws towards him, if his father-in-law still acted superior when he came, then he would have to voice his dissatisfaction. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was the third day, the day that Jiang Zhilong and Gong Mulan arrived. Since learning that Jiang Zhilong and Gong Mulan were coming, Qianqian had started preparing early. He mopped the floor over and over again, and wiped the table again and again, so that when Can Wenbin returned from evening study, he had to enter the house barefoot.
That seemed even more formal than the first time he met the father-in-law?
Qin Shueme knew her husband well, and saw the confusion in her daughter's and son-in-law's eyes, so she hurriedly stepped forward to explain. The person your father respects most is the old leader, Wenbin. You don't need to look at me. In terms of your father's heart, we all have to rank behind the old leader. Upon hearing this, Can Jiqing opened her mouth, not expecting it to be like this. Zhang Sikan also twitched the corners of his mouth, unable to figure out what his father had done to leave such a heavy impression on his father-in-law's heart. Xiaochen, my brother and sister-in-law saved my life.
Without me, there would be no Jiqing in Wenbin, do you know that?
Can Jianen's words meant to tell Zhang Sikan not to blame Zhang Jilong, that he respected him from the bottom of his heart, not simply because of their differences in status. Zhang Sikan couldn't understand, nor did he know what had happened at the time. But with the arrival of Zhang Jilong and Gong Mulan, the development of events directly exceeded Zhang Sichen's expectations. The Hongqi car turned off the street corner and stopped at the entrance to the residential area, in front of Can Jianen and Qin Shueme. When Zhang Jilong and Gong Mulan got out of the car, Can Jianen immediately respectfully saluted. Zhang Jilong returned the salute and walked quickly over. Then the two men embraced. Zhang Sikan had expected his father-in-law to be reserved and overly respectful of his father, but he had expected too much. After the hug, the two men actually walked side by side towards the community, talking and laughing. There was no way to tell the relationship between them was anything but that of a brother. Zhang Sikan, Can Jiqing, and Can Wenbin were all puzzled.
Qianqian didn't care about any of that.
In the little guy's head, there was only one thing to think about: that's my grandfather, my grandpa.
Grandpa, wait for me.
Shan shouted, then chased after them with short little legs, almost losing her shoes in the process. The little one was very unhappy that both of them had ignored her, so she thought secretly that she would pull their beards if she got the chance. Seeing how her father had ignored his long-cherished granddaughter when he saw her father-in-law, Zhang Sikan was even more puzzled, and went straight to his mother and mother-in-law.
Mom, how can my father and brother ignore my precious baby girl Qianqian? Upon hearing this, Gong Mulan burst out laughing. I guess it's been a long time since they last saw each other.
Why, can't you figure it out?
Zhang Sikan nodded.
The two of them have been through a lot together. They climbed mountains together, they worked in the countryside together, they carried guns together, they let sheep out to pasture together.
After saying this, Gong Mulan took Qin Shueme's arm and walked away.
When he got home, he saw his father and father-in-law chatting and laughing. Zhang Sikan realized that he had been worrying for nothing, and also figured out that their relationship was one of brotherhood, not simply one of military comradeship. When old friends meet, apart from asking after each other's health and well-being, the rest of the conversation is about their respective children. In particular, the two sides had arranged a marriage between their children, and they had also come together by chance, which further confirmed the saying, "Fate is wonderful, and everything is arranged by the heavens." Later, I learned that Zhang Jilong had the heart and ability to arrange a marriage for Can Jianen, but the latter insisted on returning to his hometown of Heihut to defend his country and guard the border. He didn't think much about the arranged marriage. After all, how could the marriage of a Zhang family member be freely arranged, so he never mentioned it to his daughter, Can Jiqing.
Who would have thought that fate is so magical that it can bring the two together? Speaking of their marriage. You go first. I'll go first then.
Zhang Jilong and Can Jianen spoke in unison, and what they said was not at all different, which immediately made everyone in the room laugh. Forget it, let the young couple decide for themselves. Okay. In the end, the two of them simply stopped meddling, which saved them a lot of trouble. In that case, the couple, Can Jiqing and Zhang Sikan, really discussed it among themselves.
Go take wedding photos first?
Okay. Neither Zhang Sikan and his wife nor Zhang Jilong and his wife were in a hurry to leave, but chose to stay, and even bought a house in the next neighborhood. As a result, every morning, Zhang Jilong would come over and knock on the door, asking Can Jianen to go out for a walk, play chess, or go fishing. Like a child, every day is so punctual. Can Jiqing is in no hurry to return to the metropolis because her younger brother, Can Wenbin, is about to take the college entrance exam, which is only 6 days away. Don't look at the siblings often arguing, but she, as the older sister, still misses her younger brother very much. However, she, as the older sister, knows exactly how much weight her younger brother has, because since he was a child, his interests and hobbies have not been in his studies, but in cartoons. It's not that Can Wenbin likes to watch, but that he likes to tinker with things.
He won an award for paper animation in elementary school.
Fortunately, the family is very open-minded and optimistic, and knows that going to university is not the only way out. Even that Qianqian was able to persist until he graduated from high school was beyond the expectations of the three of them. On the eve of the college entrance exam, the family gathered at home to prepare to cheer for Qianqian, who was taking the exam the next day. But they were afraid that Qianqian would get a stomachache, so he didn't get to eat at the table. Big fish and meat had nothing to do with him, and there was only a nutritious meal with one meat and one vegetable. It was quite funny, wasn't it? Suddenly, the door was knocked on, and Qianqian ran to open the door. When the little guy came back, he had an extra postal envelope in his hand. Everyone was curious about what it was, and so was Qianqian. It wasn't until Qianqian tore it open and took out the contents that everyone realized it was an admission notice, and the school it admitted him to was the Imperial Capital Film Academy. When he saw that the admission notice said Qianqian, even his father, Qianqian, was stunned. He knew exactly what kind of person his son was, and had even planned to let him just go to any university and come back after graduation to teach him how to run a business. But now, how could he have been admitted early to the Imperial Capital Film Academy? He couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Everyone looked at Qianqian, waiting for him to give an explanation. Suddenly being stared at by so many people made Qianqian feel embarrassed, and he scratched his head as he reported back. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Sister. Get to the point. Qianqian glared at him unkindly, and Qianqian also nodded, urging him on, even though she had no idea what the adults were doing. Every year, I submit my own animations to the more well-known film schools in our country. I submit them from the highest to the lowest, thinking that they can't all be rejected, right? Unexpectedly, some time ago, the Imperial Capital Film Academy called me and asked if I would like to go there to study. Of course I would like to, this is the result of my own hard work. Dad, Mom, Sis, just wait and see in the future, I will definitely become a famous animation designer in our country. Qianqian laughed, but as he laughed, he began to cry, big tears rolling down his face. While he was grateful to his family for understanding him and not forcing him to give up his passion, he also felt sorry for himself. So many times, he had wanted to give up, but he had persevered. His classmates didn't understand, his teachers didn't believe in him, it must have been so hard. But fortunately, he had proven himself. Chapter 38, The Mutual Flattery of the Little Cotton-Padded Jacket and the Daughter Obsessed. I remember that the college entrance exam, which should have been a grand occasion, passed by in peace. As in previous years, the hot search list was just a few entries. #A candidate lost his admission ticket, and the People's Procuratorate did their best to find it, which made everyone happy. #The oldest candidate is taking the exam for the 16th time. Will he get what he wants? #I implore the heavens to shake themselves up and bring forth talent in an unconventional way. Why does it rain every year during the college entrance exam? Apart from that, it didn't seem like these 3 days were particularly different. But Qianqian doesn't think so, because on the day of the college entrance exam, he saw the victory at the start that his mother and sister had prepared for him, and also saw the purple as Qianqian that his father had prepared for him. Fatherly love is silent, and motherly love nourishes the heart. Even though my sister is also hypocritical, and our bickering is real, the family's affection is even more real. With the expectations of his family, Qianqian walked out of the exam room, finally drawing a satisfactory conclusion to his high school years of study. As the days passed, the father-in-law's family continued to enjoy visiting the morning market as usual. It was understandable that they went every other day, but not every day. Not only the adults, but also the children, like Qianqian, were like this. It was sleepy time in the morning, but as soon as they heard that they were going to the morning market, the little one was no longer sleepy and jumped out of bed directly on top of her uncle. Even if they went to the morning market and didn't buy anything, they still had to go back empty-handed. Was this perhaps a kind of obsession? I woke up relatively early today, so I left the house early. When the whole family arrived at the morning market, they found that there were even more people than the previous few days. In addition to the handsome men and beautiful women from Russia, there were also many tourists from the Dragon Kingdom, who were said to have come from the south. Recently, the mutual opening of ports between the two countries has attracted many tourists from other places. Many internet celebrities even come here for the purpose of filming videos for their fans and netizens to watch. Once the video was posted, the morning market here was packed with people, but it was quite lively. As a local, Qianqian saw the sea of people and the lack of space to move around, but instead of cursing, he felt a sense of pride because of the local explosion. After all, their small city has finally been seen by people from all over the country. Even Qianqian thought that he had not visited the morning market for a while recently to make room for tourists from other places. After all, they are locals and can visit the morning market whenever they want. The most important thing is to serve the people who come here with admiration well and let them feel the warmth of home. Since they have come to the morning market today, they will take a good look around and buy a lot of things. On the side, Xin Shuemei saw people advancing through the gaps, and she was afraid that Qianqian would run around, so she couldn't help but tell Qingqing, "Xingxing, you have to watch Qianqian carefully, don't let her get hurt." "Mom, don't worry, it definitely won't happen." Qingqing smiled helplessly. It sounded as if she were a stepmother, but she really should be careful with Qianqian. Nowadays, with the internet so well developed, it's heartbreaking to see so many children being abducted by human traffickers. Thinking about this, Qingqing couldn't help but clench her fists, muttering angrily, "Those goddamn human traffickers should all be arrested and executed. How could they bear to take children away from their parents? It's really hateful." Hearing Qingqing's ranting, Jiang Sikan couldn't help but think that his daughter's thoughts were really divergent, but he still nodded in agreement. While talking, Jiang Sikan pulled his daughter over the anti-loss rope and then hugged her into his arms. "We must hold Shanshan tightly." It's not that Jiang Siqing is being overly cautious, but the flow of people today is really high, and holding her up is also to prevent Shanshan from being squished. Furthermore, standing higher means seeing further. However, at this moment, Jiang Siqing is more like a senior daughter's slave. As the crowd moved, the few people looked around the east and west, wondering if there was anything they needed. Soon, Qianqian was attracted by a dark object. She tapped Jiang Sikan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Dad, let's go over there and have a look." Sure enough, standing higher really does give you a better view. The few of them arrived at the stall and saw the little one staring curiously at the top of the shelf. The owner was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, slightly plump, who hurriedly and enthusiastically started to sell her wares after seeing Qianqian. "My dear, would you like to try some? Auntie's frozen pears are delicious." "Okay." Qianqian pursed her lips and nodded. To be honest, she had only eaten frozen pears a handful of times in her life. Her family wasn't really interested in this kind of food, and Qianqian had never seen it at home, let alone eaten it. After a while, the owner cut the frozen pears into pieces. Qianqian looked at her aunt's movements and then turned her head to look at her father, and then explained seriously, "Dad, frozen pears are pears that are put in the freezer and taken out and then become like this." Wow, the little one is actually acting as a local tour guide, introducing the products to her father? And one dares to introduce, one dares to listen and believe. Jiang Sikan actually nodded. "Oh? Really, our shallow understanding is really not a little. It's okay, it's okay. Dad is also very good." The mutual flattery between father and daughter made Qingqing roll her eyes. If they are right, there is nothing wrong with praising each other, but the point is that they are not right, and they keep praising each other. They are really worthy of being a little cotton-padded jacket and a daughter-obsessed man. "Honey, this is not how you make frozen pears. In the old days, when people didn't have refrigerators, they just threw the pears in the snow. Nowadays, you can use the refrigerator, which is much more convenient, but you still need to freeze and thaw them, and then freeze and thaw them again and again, otherwise they won't turn black. It's true that only a professional can explain it." Shan listened and kept counting on her fingers, freezing, thawing, it's so troublesome. Shan's cute appearance made people laugh, but the deliciousness of frozen pears made Qingqing really want Jiang Sikan to try it, an authentic northeastern delicacy. "Honey, the frozen pears are very sweet. It tastes like eating a smoothie, which is very suitable for cooling down in the summer. The pear soup is also very delicious." "Okay, I'll give it a try." Jiang Sikan was not embarrassed at all. Although he was the most expensive, he was still just an ordinary person. It was impossible for him to have tried every food. Instead, the sense of accomplishment from discovering new foods was even more enjoyable. After a short while, the owner had already defrosted the frozen pears and cut them into pieces, placing them in disposable paper cups and handing them to Qianqian. The little one tilted her neck and took a bite, her eyes lighting up immediately. "So sweet," she said, and then quickly and efficiently used her young fingers to pick up a piece of frozen pear and put it in her father's mouth. "Daddy, is it good?" "It's delicious." Jiang Sikan didn't even have time to swallow before answering his daughter's question. The way he answered, it was as if he was going to taste the frozen pear and tell her whether it was delicious or not, and it was as if he was going to taste it and tell her whether it tasted like chocolate or not.
Daddy, buy some. Buy it. If your daughter likes it, then buy it. Besides, the taste is really good.
This time, he asked for 10 yuan's worth. After all, there is still half a pocket of dragon fruit at home, and the whole family has not even finished eating it. Auntie, just take 10 yuan's worth.
Okay. Handsome guy, are you not from here? The auntie asked while packing the frozen pears, and then quickly and enthusiastically handed one over separately. Here, take it, it's good for soup. The aunt gestured, afraid that Qianqian wouldn't understand. The enthusiasm of the people from northeast China is really unparalleled.
As expected, the 10 yuan frozen pear was really a lot.
It was definitely enough to eat. If you buy the 20 yuan ones, you can only stuff them in the refrigerator, you won't be able to finish them.
In her arms, Qianqian was like a radar, looking around, trying to find something delicious. In the end, the group bought some vegetables and fruit and was ready to go home. It was close anyway, so if they needed anything, they could just come back the next day.
The advantage of being in a crowd is that you can buy as much as you like.
Even though it feels like you haven't bought much, once you get home and put it on the table, it immediately fills it up. While the adults cook and clean up, Shallow is in charge of playing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the age where even dogs are disgusted. After looking around for a week, what most attracted Shallow's attention was the frozen pears, but suddenly she saw the onion in her pocket. Peeling the onion skin and sniffing the onion, Shanshan suddenly felt an urge to take a bite. Qianqian saw this and hurriedly cautioned, "Shanshan, be careful, it will hurt if you cover your eyes."
"Did you peel the skin?"
"Go wash your hands, and don't rub your eyes with them."
"Okay."
Shanshan nodded obediently, but instead of washing her hands, she took the onion and sat down next to her uncle on the sofa.
Qian Wenbin couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when he saw this. Onions are not toys. Shanshan, give the onion to your uncle. If you want to eat it, let your grandma fry some meat for you. Don't play with it anymore.
Shanshan shook her head, then held the onion and muttered something, and then nibbled on it raw.
Qian Wenbin was stunned by his niece's strange operation and quickly got up to get some water. Onions can be eaten raw, but for Qianqian, she wasn't quite sure how. At first, the taste was not bad.
But slowly, Qianqian uncontrollably narrowed her eyes and her mouth spread into a smile.
Spicy. Dad.
Qianqian burst into tears on the spot, ran into the kitchen with a smile on her face, and while running, she vomited and kept shouting for her dad. In the kitchen, Jiang Sikan thought that Qianqian wanted to eat laziba porridge, but he never imagined that his daughter would be so bold as to eat raw onions. Qianqian was seen clutching the onion with one hand and pointing at her mouth with the other, with tears welling up in her eyes. Fortunately, Qian Wenbin arrived in time and hurriedly handed her a glass of water. But the water was lukewarm, and when she put it in her mouth, it made the spiciness even worse. Later, she gulped down 2 mouthfuls of cold steamed buns, and the spiciness in her mouth was finally diluted.
It's not tasty.
Shanshan stuffed the few bites of onion into her father's hand and turned away, but at lunchtime, when she had fried onion and meat, the little one ate 2 big bowls of rice in a fit of anger.
Chapter 39, Qianqian, this frozen pear is biting me. Did she get that from Qianqian? The mother and daughter are almost identical.
The older one likes to eat want snow cookies, fierce like an alligator, but not very harmful. The little one is also a glutton, and as soon as her attention moves away from the onion, she is immediately attracted to the frozen pear. Qin Shueme is quick on the uptake, and the frozen pear that was on the table not long ago has already been packed away in the refrigerator by her, otherwise it will melt and water will be everywhere. Xian searches for a while before rummaging through the refrigerator and, remembering the taste of the small pieces of frozen pear that the aunt had cut up for her, she can't help but feel tempted. It's sweet and delicious, just like candy bursting in your mouth. So, Xian picked out a relatively large frozen pear, took it in her hands, and endured the cold as she made her way to the coffee table. With a loud bang, she dropped the frozen pear, which made a loud noise as it hit the coffee table. Xian squatted down in front of the coffee table, looked at the frozen pear, and giggled. Without thinking twice, she took a bite. Mmm. However, she thought she would be able to taste the sweetness and deliciousness of the frozen pear, but she couldn't bite it? Shan didn't believe it, so she bit down again with more strength. And then there was no more then. Feeling something wrong, Shan let go of the frozen pear and hurriedly touched her mouth. She didn't know until she touched it that she had lost something, and her mouth was leaking air. Looking closely, she saw that 2 small teeth were standing upright in the frozen pear. She had actually broken her teeth. Although Qianqian's two front teeth were already loose, it was clear that the frozen pear was unusually hard.
Mom!
Qianqian shouted, picked up the frozen pear and went back to the kitchen.
What's wrong, sweetheart? Qianqian poked her head out and saw her daughter smiling at her, but she was missing two teeth. Sweetheart, where are your teeth? Here they are.
Qianqian took out the frozen pear behind her, and the two small teeth standing on top of it were particularly conspicuous.
It bit me. She can make people laugh just by opening her mouth.
Little idiot, you need to soak the frozen pear in water to defrost it before eating it, and then eat it with a slurp.
Well, now you've done it, you've got little gap teeth.
While they were talking, Qianqian couldn't help but laugh, and Qianqian giggled along with her.
The little one also thought it was pretty funny.
But she should have said something sooner. Qianqian's two front teeth had been loose for a long time, and the little one was a bit afraid of the pain, so Qianqian had never dared to move them. Now that she saw that the front teeth had fallen out, she was also relieved. At the same time, Jiang Siken, who heard the laughter, also came out of the kitchen. When he learned that his daughter's loose front teeth had fallen out, he also had a sudden shock in his heart and quickly checked them. Gently parting Qianqian's lips, he indeed saw that the two front teeth had been lost.
Does it hurt?
Jiang Siken asked with concern.
Qianqian shook her head and didn't care.
Dad, it doesn't hurt, I can't even feel it. Despite her words, Qianqian burst into tears when she saw herself in the mirror. Girls are naturally beautiful, and now she had become ugly, she naturally felt sad. Besides, when Qianqian was in kindergarten, she had seen other children with missing upper and lower teeth, which were not good looking at all.
Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow. So ugly.
Shan pursed her lips, then wiped her tears away with her arm, crying very sadly. On the side, when she heard her daughter crying because she was ugly, Qianqian couldn't help but laugh at this reason. Although this reason was a bit strange, she still respected her daughter, and when she saw the tears falling patter, she hurriedly comforted her. Our Shan is not ugly, who said our baby is ugly? It's just that some teeth have fallen out, what's the big deal? In her mother's opinion, our Shan is the most beautiful and loveliest child in the world.
Baby, don't cry. Mommy will wipe away your tears. After listening to this, Shan took a deep breath, then looked at her mother with red eyes and said, Really? Mommy didn't lie to Shan? Really, Mommy didn't lie to you? Qianqian said with a sincere face.
After listening to this, the little one wiped the tears from her eyes with her arm again and stopped crying. But after crying for a while, Qianqian felt very hungry and snuggled up to her mother's lap.
Mommy, I want to eat meat. Okay, I'll cook it for you. After hearing this request, Qianqian smiled and agreed, while also thinking to herself, our Qianqian really can't solve anything without a meal of meat. After breakfast, it's time to prepare lunch, and there's always the feeling that you're either eating or on your way to eating. The meat, which had just been bought, tasted delicious, so after a short rest, the group went to the nearby market to buy more. It was just after lunch, so there weren't many people in the market. Qianqian loved going out, and she looked around, fascinated by the big fish swimming in the water tank. She squatted in front of the water tank, her small, white hands reaching out to touch the fish. Just as she was about to do so, she was stopped by Qianqian. Shan, don't touch the fish. Oh, okay.
The little one was very obedient and didn't touch the fish when her mother said not to. As for why she shouldn't touch the fish, it was because a while ago, Qianqian had seen a video. The little girl in it had a high fever after touching a fish. The next morning, she noticed that her right foot was beginning to swell. After a series of tests, it was discovered that the baby had been infected with Vibrio vulnificus and was still in the intensive care unit.
No matter how much the treatment costs, the child is suffering.
The baby's family is average, and they have spent a lot of money on treatment. After seeing this video, Qianqian also donated some money anonymously, hoping that the baby can safely overcome this difficult time. Soon, the group arrived at the butcher's stall. There was a big, fat white pig, which had been stabbed open in the middle and placed on top. At this time, the owner was sharpening his knife. When he saw that there was a customer stopping in front of his stall, he said enthusiastically, "Which piece of meat do you want? I'll cut it for you." Qianqian looked at it and said, "I want a piece of pork belly, with a mixture of fat and lean meat, to go back and make braised pork."
Okay, no problem.
The owner skillfully separated the pork belly and cut it into a long piece to show Qianqian.
Sister, is this piece of meat okay?
Ken Jiqing nodded. This piece of meat met her requirements, and after buying some vegetables, the group went home. In fact, making pork belly is also very particular. Pork belly stewed in a large pot is only delicious and flavorful, soft, and not greasy. For this pork belly, the stewing time must be long, and it must be stewed over low heat. Therefore, after returning home, Kansas Jiqing began to stew the meat. First, she sears the pork skin. She heats the wok, places the pork belly she bought, skin side down, in the wok, and sears it until it turns a nice brown color, then takes it out. Then, she pours 3 ladles of mountain spring water into the wok and adds the pork belly, cut into pieces, to the water. Then she added ginger, spring onion, cooking wine, and a little bit of water to deodorize the pork belly. When the water came to a boil, she skimmed off the scum and let it boil until it became completely clear. After that, she took it out, rinsed it with water, and set it aside. She left no water in the pot, and when the pot was hot, she added a little oil, a few pieces of rock sugar, and fried them over low heat until they melted. When the sugar was melted and there were small reddish bubbles, the caramel was ready. Everyone in China wants to stir-fry sugar color, or at least try it. After all, even the army trains in the field and stir-fry sugar color, as you can see in the video, so you can see how obsessed they are with it. At this time, pour the prepared clean pork belly into the pan, mix well, and after it is coated with sugar color, start adding the seasonings. Add the Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, etc. to the pan, and then pour in the light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, etc. to season. After a few stir-fries, she poured boiling water into the pot. All the preparations were done, and all that was left was a long wait. Towards noon, as it simmered on low heat, the aroma of the pork belly wafted out. Her daughter's nose is particularly sensitive, and when she smelled the aroma, she hurried over to her mother and asked, "Mom, the meat smells so good." Seeing her daughter's eyes glued to the pot, Ken Jiqing was at a loss for words, and so she lifted the lid and took out a piece of braised pork. "My dear, this meat still needs to be stewed for a while, but it will be ready soon, so we can eat it in a little while. But for now, you can help Mummy taste the saltiness." To be honest, this was exactly what Qianqian had in mind. However, instead of picking up the bowl of braised pork, she ran to the cupboard, crouched down, and then got up again, with a large white steamed bun in her hand. "Mommy, give me some meat to put in it." Ken Jiqing froze for a moment, then she was amused by her daughter, who knew that braised pork and steamed buns were a delicious combination. "Well, okay, then, I'll give you another piece of meat with a nice mix of fat and lean. But I'll need to heat this bun up in the microwave, because it's easy to get diarrhea if you eat it cold." "Okay." Qianqian obediently hands over the bun and sits down on the little stool to wait patiently. She cuts the bun open, sends it into the microwave, takes it out after 30 seconds, adds the braised pork, and there you have it, a delicious dish. Eat slowly, it's hot. Qianqian carefully took it over, and although she really wanted to eat it, she resisted because she wanted her mother to eat it first. "Mommy, you eat first." "Mommy doesn't want any more." "No way." Unable to persuade her daughter, Ken Jiqing had to open her cherry lips and take a small bite. The soft steamed bun was wrapped in the fragrance of braised pork, which was really good. Of course, the happiest part was that her daughter knew to let the elders eat first, which meant that her past education had been fine. What could be more pleasing to parents than having a child who knows how to behave? Nothing. Especially when compared to those brats who swear and curse at their parents, Ken Jiqing is even happier. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but think of the Handan incident again. To be honest, those 3 demons are also children, and if they are executed, their parents will be heartbroken. Therefore, in order to avoid this kind of thing, it is best to send them away, shoot them together with their families. Chapter 40, A Mother and Daughter Pair, Eating Without Getting Tired. Sitting on a small stool, she waited patiently with her chin in her hands. The braised pork, which had been stewing for a long time, was finally ready to be served. Although she had eaten a whole steamed bun with meat in it, her stomach was still not full, mainly because her mother's braised pork was so delicious. However, after all, she had lost 2 teeth, and she was a little uncomfortable when she chewed the steamed bun, but that was not a problem. Ken Jiqing also remembered her daughter's teeth and planned to take her daughter to deal with them after lunch. When she was little, she was told to throw her upper teeth in the gutter and her lower teeth on the roof, which meant that the old teeth would guide the new teeth to grow. Although there is no scientific basis for this, after all, this is what she was told to do since she was little, so when it comes to her daughter, Ken Jiqing feels that it is better to follow it, for no other reason than for her daughter. The kitchen is where Ken Jiqing really shines, it's her domain. Despite her stardom and beauty, when she's in the kitchen she's possessed by the god of cooking, and cooking becomes a breeze. What's more, she doesn't like having helpers around when she's cooking, because it disrupts her thoughts and steps, and she really doesn't like that feeling. So even though she's the only one in the kitchen, whether she's braising pork or stir-frying other dishes, it's no problem. Soon, with Qianqian's help, a delicious meal was served on the table, just in time for lunch.
Don't be fooled by Qianqian's girly appearance, she loves meat. When Qianqian usually asks her daughter what she wants to eat, Qianqian will pout and answer playfully, meat.
To be honest, Qianqian is quite a carnivore, and only eats a tiny amount of vegetables. In order to help her daughter maintain a balanced diet, Qianqian is also very worried, and sometimes has to coax her
into sitting at the table.
After seeing her grandparents move their chopsticks, Qianqian is also excited to pick up the meat with her own chopsticks. Perhaps it is because the table is relatively large, or because Qianqian's arms are relatively short, she needs to tilt her hips up to pick up the braised pork. Soon, a plump and lean braised pork appears in Qianqian's bowl. It was the first time Shallow had eaten since losing her front teeth. When she ate the delicious braised pork, she felt a little uncomfortable due to the lack of 2 teeth, and it was especially difficult to bite the meat. She clearly wasn't using less force, but she couldn't get it into her mouth, which was frustrating. Seeing that she couldn't enjoy her favorite braised pork to the fullest, the little one helplessly tilted her head to one side and frowned. Qianqian saw this and thought about it for a moment, then picked the thin parts of the braised pork and handed the fattier parts to Qianqian.
Qianqian, I'll give you the fattier parts, I don't like them. The fattier parts are soft and tender, you won't have any trouble eating them.
Although she said that, it was true that Qianqian didn't like eating the fattier parts, so it was as if she was coaxing her daughter to eat the fattier parts for her.
Well.
Shan nodded, as if she hadn't thought much about it, and started chewing. Since the fatty part of the meat was stewed so tenderly that a hole could be easily poked with a chopstick, Shan swallowed it after just a few chews. After reflecting on it, she didn't feel particularly greasy at all, but rather, it tasted delicious. After that, when Qianqian ate braised pork, she always gave Shan the fatty part. The little one is still young, but she is very understanding. Seeing that her mother is giving her all the delicious food, Qianqian feels a little bad about it. She blinks her eyes, shakes her head at the fatty pork her mother is giving her, and then filially says, "Mommy, you eat it too."
Qianqian hears what her obedient daughter says and asks in puzzlement, "Why aren't you eating it?" If her daughter doesn't eat the fatty pork, then how is she going to eat the lean pork?
She looked at Qianqian with concern and said, "Mom, you're giving all the delicious meat to Qianqian, that's not good." Qianqian saw that her daughter was thinking so much about her, and she couldn't help but smile.
"My dear, there's no need.
Your mother just likes the lean meat." She accidentally let her true feelings out, and she felt really embarrassed. Qianqian suddenly felt that she wasn't a very good mother.
But having a child is meant to be fun. Eat it lightly, mommy doesn't like it. Ha? Really?
Of course it's true. This time, Qianqian dared to swear that she really didn't like fatty meat. Hearing her mother's words, Qianqian's heart finally dropped, and she didn't hesitate to put the tempting piece of fatty meat in her mouth and enjoy the meaty but not greasy flavor. At this moment, Qianqian and the other people sitting nearby witnessed the entire conversation between the mother and daughter. When they saw Qianqian swallow the fatty meat with confidence, they turned to Qianqian again, all of them holding back their laughter. Qian Wenbin looked even more peculiar, thinking to himself that he had been tricked so easily.
The next scene was even more laughable.
Qianqian seemed to have turned into an efficient fatty meat cutting machine, quickly and accurately placing pieces of lean meat into Qianqian's bowl, while she herself ate the fatty meat. Qianqian was also uninhibited, and the two of them ate with relish.
It really was a mother-daughter pair that didn't get tired of eating together? This lunch was delicious, at least for little toothless Qianqian. The atmosphere at home was very good, full of laughter.
Although it was inappropriate, Qianqian and Qianqian still spoke up. "Dad, Mom, we're going back to the imperial capital tomorrow." Qianqian had just lifted his wine glass and hadn't had a chance to take a sip when he heard his daughter's words, so he put the glass back on the table as it was, and the wine he normally liked suddenly didn't taste good at this moment.
"Oh, I see, go back.
Come home more often, you're always out and about, your mother misses you guys." After a pause, Qianqian spoke, but the reluctance in his heart was hard to dispel.
Qin Shueme did not point out her husband's mistake, but he also missed her dearly.
After taking a nap, Qianqian took Qianqian to the open space outside the house. The little one was holding the tooth she had lost. Qianqian had lost her lower front tooth, so she just needed to throw it on the roof. This method of throwing also has its own rules. First, it must be thrown by the person themselves, and the higher it is thrown, the faster and better the tooth will grow. So Jiang Sikan picked up Qianqian, put her on his neck, and held her with both hands to prevent her from falling. Then Qianqian raised her arms and threw the tooth up with a little strength. It should have been thrown up. The bright sun made it hard to open your eyes. Even if it didn't go up, it went up. Qianqian thought to herself. Dad, I'm done. Okay, Dad will let you down. Jiang Sikan quickly and steadily crouched down, and then Qianqian carefully lowered Qianqian down. She gently touched the little one's cute pink nose with her finger and said softly, "Don't worry, baby. After your little teeth grow in, you'll be as cute as before." Qianqian nodded obediently, understanding what her mother said. But, Mom, aren't I cute now? Qianqian's head tilted slightly, questioning. Upon hearing this, Qianqian immediately smiled, and then corrected herself. Of course you are cute, our Qianqian is cute all the time. After saying this, the couple couldn't help but pet the little head of Qianqian. At this time, Qianqian, a smart and clever little guy, bit his lip while secretly thinking, when my teeth are fully grown, I will definitely be even cuter, haha. Don't laugh, if you smile, your teeth will show. Chapter 41 Qianqian, oh, I don't want to leave Grandma and Grandpa has passed away. After Can Wenbin finished his college entrance exam, the kindergarten where Qianqian was enrolled also started its summer vacation. The reason for starting earlier than in previous years was because the building had collapsed and the repairs had not yet been completed. The kindergarten principal was also decisive, refunding the fees and starting the vacation early. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Parents who needed to go to work were devastated and didn't know how to settle their children. But the children were overjoyed, because nothing is more joyful than a holiday. It's time to go back to the imperial capital. Since this matter was discussed at the dinner table yesterday, a look of reluctance has appeared on the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Qianqian and Qin Shueme. But the children have grown up after all, and have their own lives and work, so there is no longer a reason to have a reason stay by their side. On the night before they parted, Qianqian slept in the same room as her grandparents. The elderly couple, who usually go to bed early, stayed up with Qianqian until the middle of the night, with a big lump in their throats. Qianqian had been asked by Qianqian if she wanted to stay at her grandparents' house for a few more days, but the little girl had thought about it for a long time and finally shook her head. Qin Shueme knew that Qianqian was reluctant to leave her father. After all, the father and daughter had only just reunited, and the longing they had felt for each other over the years could not be easily resolved. The night passed in a flash. Today, Qianqian and Qin Shueme did not go to the morning market. They just wanted to get up early to make dumplings for their children, to have a reunion over dumplings before parting. Qianqian also stayed in bed, seemingly because she was leaving home today and subconsciously wanted to lie in bed at home for a while longer. It's just like when she was in high school. Because she lived in the dorm, she could only go home once every 4 weeks. So every time she came back from a holiday, she didn't want to go anywhere, she just wanted to lie around at home. Even on the day she went back to school, she just wanted to lie around until the moment she left home. It was almost time, so Qianqian got up and changed. Jiang Sikan could see how reluctant she was, so he promised that he would bring her back here to visit often. Thanks, honey, I'll be fine. Despite her words, it was clear from the way she sat on the edge of the bed looking around that she was thinking about it. The couple packed up and walked out of the bedroom into the living room. On the coffee table were plates of dumplings steaming with heat, next to them was a pot of authentic old vinegar from Shanxi province, and in the pot were still some pieces of emerald-colored preserved garlic. The thought that their parents had got up so early just to make dumplings for them made Qianqian feel a little bad. Come, sit down and eat while it's still hot. It's stuffed with pickled cabbage and minced pork. Qin Shueme distributed the chopsticks and urged her to eat, and Qianqian and Jiang Sikan then sat down around the coffee table. Even though they didn't have much of an appetite for breakfast, they still had the urge to eat a few more when faced with the plates of delicate and small dumplings. Mom, the dumplings you make are still so delicate and small. Qianqian laughed. Qianqian couldn't help but praise as well. It's been many years, but your mother's dumplings are still so good, each one about the same size. Aunt Li wants to hire your mother to make dumplings in her restaurant, and she'll pay 5,000 yuan a month. Okay, hurry up and eat, and stop talking nonsense. Qin Shueme said with a smile, but she was happy inside. Who doesn't want to be praised? The family sat around the coffee table and started eating. Qianqian had already eaten 6 dumplings before Can Wenbin came out of the house. With sleepy eyes, he watched his family eating dumplings around the table, and suddenly became speechless and sober.
No, Dad, Mom, and eldest sister, are you really not going to call me?
Seeing this, Qin Shuame clapped her hands and laughed.
Hey, I was right, I feel like something is missing. Son, come and eat the dumplings.
Qian Wenbin's forehead was covered in dark lines. So, it turns out that I am the thing or the missing thing.
This sense of existence is invincible. Wenbin, when you go to the capital, you must listen to your eldest sister and brother-in-law and not get into trouble, do you hear me? Qianqian gave his blessing, and the image of a strict father was established. Even if he didn't, Qian Wenbin wouldn't dare not listen to his father, so he nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Dad, I know, I will definitely listen and not cause trouble. Don't worry about it.
The one who spoke these vulgar words was Qin Shuame, a well-spoken southern girl and lady of the manor. It was really quite a taste to scold someone in this soft Wu dialect.
Ha, eat, eat.
Qin Shuame waved her hands embarrassedly, her playful appearance exactly the same as Qianqi's. After the meal, they took a short break. Because they had to hurry to Harbin, Qianqian did not dare to keep the girls any longer, so that they could arrive home before dawn.
Downstairs, Qin Shuame reluctantly pulled her daughter and granddaughter.
Qianqian, Zhang Sikan, and Qian Wenbin struggled to stuff the things they had prepared at home into the trunk. From the braised pork head to the stir-fried millet, everything was there, all specially prepared by Qin Shuame for fear that the children would not be able to eat it. To be precise, she started preparing it the day after Zhang Sikan and the others returned, for fear that it would be too late.
Dad, let's not take the chicken,
said Qian Wenbin helplessly, looking at the large rooster at his feet. Nonsense, it's not our chicken, let it go, the owner was foraging for food, and you're the one who picked it up. Well, I thought it was also Mom's wish. Upon hearing this, Qianqian shook his head.
This silly son.
He then quickly looked at his son-in-law Jiang Sicheng.
Xiaochen, keep an eye on your brother for me. If you can't manage it, step in. If that doesn't work, kick him.
No, Dad, you're taking the civil service exam, why did you just blurt that out?
Get out.
Qian Wenbin hung his head in shame. Ever since the college entrance exam, his status in the family has plummeted. He wasn't the only one who felt this way, all the students in his class felt the same. It was only natural. Before the college entrance exam, the pressure was so great that the parents dared not speak loudly. If they weren't careful, their children would become depressed. After the college entrance exam, little brat, I'll see if I'll still let you get away with it.
It's really true.
Qian Wenbin sat in the passenger seat, Qianqian and Qianqian planned to sit in the back, and Zhang Sikan was in charge of driving. However, Qianqian was detained by her grandfather. Qianqian, eat well and listen to your mom and dad.
If your uncle doesn't listen, tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will write it down in his notebook. Got it? Why are you crying? Grandpa, Qianqian doesn't want to leave you and Grandma. Why don't we just stay here? Let your parents go, okay? Qianqian tentatively suggested. The next second, Qianqian became anxious. Grandpa, you have to let go.
Mom and Dad are leaving, and they haven't even gotten in the car yet.
Ugh.
You said you were reluctant to let go, but now you're just climbing into the car.
Finally, she was ready to go.
She was afraid that Grandpa would pull her out of the car window, so she deliberately stopped the glass halfway and stood up to talk to Grandpa and Grandma under the car. Qian Wenbin, on the other hand, looked like a good boy, saying yes to everything and listening to everything. It wasn't until the car started and drove off into the distance that he revealed his true self. He fastened his seatbelt, opened the window, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, "MMM.
The smell of freedom."
Shan heard this and patted the seat, murmuring in a low voice, "Uncle, I just let out a fart, and this is the smell of freedom."
Chapter 42, 1 against 5, I have the advantage.
Qianqian's cuteness is obvious to all, and she is also the only one who can handle the whole family. Neither her uncle nor her grandparents can get any advantage out of her little mouth. The little one's thinking is off the wall, and she often speaks out of turn. No sooner had Qian Wenbin had time to feel emotional and cheer than he was defeated by his niece's words.
Qianqian, in the future, if you fart, keep it to yourself, okay? But if you don't say anything, Uncle, you'll still breathe in deeply, don't you mind the stink?
Qian Wenbin was at a loss for words. After all, just now he really was breathing in deeply, so he was thinking about himself, right? Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed. It seemed that the journey would not be so boring and tedious.
with Qianqian and her chatterbox uncle, who knows what interesting things might happen along the way.
As Qianqian had expected, the events of this trip would be unforgettable. From Heiha to Harbin, the Jiang family's private jet was ready. When boarding, Ken Wenbin was like a faucet that couldn't be turned off, talking endlessly.
Holy shit! Brother-in-law, is this plane yours? Holy cow! Oh no! Not to mention Qianqian, even Qianqian was speechless.
The little girl shook her head while hugging her shoulders, feeling that her uncle looked like a mountain man who had come from the mountains.
Uncle, don't tell people you're my uncle when we're out in public, it's embarrassing.
Qianqian made a face while wrinkling her nose, and the next second she was chased away by Ken Wenbin. To be honest, Ken Wenbin had long known that his brother-in-law was no ordinary person.
After all, who could win over his own sister? I just didn't expect that my brother-in-law's family would be so extraordinary. But, despite my feelings, being teased by my niece?
This is not acceptable, you little brat. It wasn't until everything was ready and the plane was about to take off that the uncle and niece finally calmed down, but they were still playing around secretly. The 2-hour flight went smoothly, and after a nap, they arrived in the imperial capital. Compared to their hometown, the weather in the imperial capital was warmer, and even the moment they got off the plane, it felt as if their feet were burning from the heat. As they walked into the arrivals area, Qianqian took Jiang Sikhen to the bathroom, while Qianqian stayed here with her uncle. There were a lot of people walking around in the Beijing Capital International Airport, and there were even quite a few foreign tourists.
Just as Ken Wenbin was playing with Qianqian's hand, there was suddenly a commotion not far away.
Looking down the corridor, there were 5 men surrounding a woman, and it looked like they were about to start a fight. Ken Wenbin's brows furrowed, and Qianqian hurriedly urged him.
Uncle, call the police quickly. Those bad guys seem to want to beat someone up.
Okay, call the police. Before he could finish speaking, a curse in Japanese suddenly came from one of the men.
Little Japanese bastard? Bullying a Chinese person? And a pregnant woman at that?
Ken Wenbin immediately stood up, then picked up Qianqian and sat her down in a chair.
Qianqian, you sit here and don't move, I'll go and see what's going on.
While he was talking, Ken Wenbin was rolling up his sleeves, and Qianqian suddenly understood that her uncle was going to fight. She knew that her uncle was famous for fighting, even though she was small.
Fighting was wrong, and there were more people on the other side, so Qianqian became anxious. Uncle, there are 5 of them. Unexpectedly, Ken Wenbin didn't care at all. They're just 5 little brats.
I'm up against 5 of them, but I have the advantage. After saying that, Ken Wenbin charged forward. I saw these 5 bastards bullying this young lady, and I couldn't hold back any longer, so I charged forward.
Comrade policeman, I'm done.
In the guardroom, Ken Wenbin, with a bloody nose and a swollen face, narrated the events with great emotion. In contrast, the 3 police officers sitting opposite him had approving looks on their faces. On the side, 5 bastards were crouching with their heads in their hands in the corner. Everyone had more or less injuries, and the worst one even lost his teeth, which he still hadn't found.
Good boy, you didn't back down against 5 of them.
Haha, I had the advantage, Ken Wenbin said with a smirk, not caring at all. Outside the guardroom, Qianqian looked worried. She had only gone to the bathroom, and her brother had already gotten into trouble. As an older sister, she felt bad that her brother had been hurt, but as a Chinese, she felt that her brother had done the right thing. How dare that clown bully a Chinese woman in the imperial capital? Jiang Sikhen was also busy. He had already contacted someone to handle the matter. His brother-in-law had done nothing wrong. He had done the right thing to help a fellow citizen. If the matter was not handled properly, he would lose face as a brother-in-law. The result came out quickly. Ken Wenbin was considered to have acted courageously, and the relevant personnel would come to his door to express their gratitude. However, it would be best for him to go to the hospital to get a checkup. The 5 Baga were going to face detention. If Ken Wenbin's injuries were too severe, they would be found guilty of intentional injury and sentenced to less than 3 years in prison. Ken Wenbin walked out of the guardroom, hearing the praises. The 5 Baga looked miserable, as if they had eaten shit. And walked out of the airport. Qianqian originally wanted to take her brother to the hospital for a checkup, but Ken Wenbin refused, yelling that he was fine.
Sister, I'm fine. Do those little brats really think they can hurt me? No way.
Upon hearing this, Qianqian angrily poked Ken Wenbin's swollen face, and in an instant, the latter let out a pig-slaughtering scream.
Stop pretending. We're going to the hospital. If you don't want to go to the hospital, I'll take you back to your hometown right now.
Ken Wenbin was forced to get in the car. The red car drove straight to the Jiang family's private hospital, where, under the care of a professional medical team, Ken Wenbin underwent a comprehensive examination. The results showed that his right elbow was dislocated, 3 ribs were broken, and he had more than 10 bruises on his body. Fortunately, there were no external injuries, but even so, the doctor still recommended that he be hospitalized for treatment. Ken Wenbin didn't want to, but he couldn't argue with his sister and brother-in-law, so he obediently changed into a hospital gown and lay on the bed. He was being good. In the little guy's eyes, his uncle was a big hero, so he thoughtfully peeled an orange for him to eat. Sitting on a bench, he dangled his feet, and his uncle took one segment and he took the other half. In the evening, someone came. It was the pregnant woman and her family that Ken Wenbin had saved. What Jiang Sikan didn't expect was that the person who came was someone he actually knew, Chen Yutong.
Chen Yutong's grandfather was the previous head of the imperial city, Chen Jianghe. For many years, every New Year's Eve, he would go to the Jiang family to visit Jiang Zhilong.
Chen Yutong had been Jiang Sichen's follower since childhood. In other people's eyes, he was the real prince of the imperial city, but in Jiang Sichen's eyes, he was just a little brother.
Chen Yutong.
Chen Yutong, holding flowers, shouted.
It's Yutong, and who is this? My girlfriend.
Chen Yutong enthusiastically introduced, and then came to the bedside, tightly shook Ken Wenbin's hand.
Thanks, brother. When he heard Chen Yutong's identity, Ken Wenbin was shocked. Is this the imperial capital of the heart of China? Just throw a brick down, and you can get a prince?
Chapter 43, Unknown Strength, Stronger when encountering a challenge, chooses the right day to go crazy. According to Chen Yutong, Ken Wenbin is a brother he is determined to keep. He can only say that he is still smart, knowing that Ken Wenbin is Jiang Sicheng's brother-in-law, and there is definitely no harm in getting along well. After seeing the two men off, Ken Wenbin couldn't help but look at his brother-in-law, who was peeling an apple for him. Even someone like Chen Yutong had to bow to him, so what kind of status did his brother-in-law have? He was very curious, and secretly felt a sense of satisfaction, a kind of euphoria from having found a solid ally. However, Ken Wenbin also had a good sense of his own abilities. There was a limit to how crazy one could get before being punished by the heavens. The right thing to do was to avoid getting his sister and brother-in-law into trouble. It seemed that Jiang Sikan had read Ken Wenbin's thoughts, and he couldn't help but smile. As long as you don't do anything illegal, my brother-in-law can help you. Remember, the prerequisite is that you don't break the law. I know, brother-in-law, I don't have any evil intentions. Ken Wenbin nodded obediently. His ambitions were not to eat, drink, gamble, and play. The incident at the Imperial Capital International Airport was quickly reported. A graphic novel titled Unknown Strength, Strong Against Strong Opponents, Crazy on Day Selection quickly shot to the top of the trending list. The article included illustrations and a clear description of the details, so anyone who read it would know what happened. For a while, the comments section was also full of heated discussions. 1 against 5, the advantage is on my side, no wonder I'm a Chinese man. In order to protect the pregnant woman, he resolutely rushed forward, good guy. I heard that the woman is also a pregnant woman? 3 against 5, it's a close fight. So it's Hachi, that's a lot of buffs to activate: love of country, guardian of the brave, awakening of the bloodline, suppression of the bloodline, the temptation of a separate page in the family tree, and the temptation of the first incense. I think it should be accompanied by a BGM, charge in the foreground and slash the demon's head with a big knife in the background. Adrenaline, go for it. I'll make sure you don't die. King Yama, go ahead and do it, I don't have your name in my book. The netizens are very talented, and just watching it makes you feel excited, let alone experiencing it yourself? After everything had settled down in the hospital, Ken Jiqing was a little scared. After all, there were 5 people, and her younger brother dared to rush up alone. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise how would she explain it to her parents? Don't worry, sister. I was the only one who did it, but there were actually several men around me who also helped. I didn't knock out that guy's tooth, I saw with my own eyes a bald guy give him a kick. Ken Wenbin was telling the truth, but the surveillance video had been instructed to be deleted, so there weren't many people who knew. You can't be so impulsive in the future. Ken Jiqing admonished. Ken Wenbin nodded, although he agreed, but if he encounters this kind of thing again next time, he will definitely get on it. Don't ask, just ask. A feud for generations. In the evening, the relevant department of the imperial capital sent a leader to express their condolences, with flowers, fruit baskets, banners, and a certificate of bravery.
Ken Wenbin had suddenly become famous. As a result, Qianqian and Qin Shueme, his parents back home, also found out. They couldn't not know.
The incident had received a lot of attention, and the couple were avid readers and news watchers, so naturally they had seen the story of their son's bravery. They called soon after. "Mom, Dad, I feel a bit guilty for not looking after my brother properly," Qianqian said to them. But instead of scolding her, Qianqian praised her.
"You did well, my boy. Well done, that's what I call a real man.
You fought in so many fights since you were little, and this time I fully support you." Ken Wenbin, who was lying on the bed, was embarrassed by his father's words, scratching his head and giggling. Not only Qianqian, but even the gentle and virtuous Qin Shueme also looked approvingly. "Son, listen to your sister and rest well.
No one at home blames you, got it?" "Got it, Mom."
In order not to worry his parents, Ken Wenbin did not show up, but just exchanged a few words with them from a distance. After hanging up the phone, Qianqian smiled. "I told you, my parents are very sensible when it comes to major issues. That's right, our father is a veteran, and I knew he would support me in this," Ken Wenbin said with a hint of pride, but he accidentally pulled on his wound. "That's strange, at first it didn't hurt, but now it hurts everywhere." He was puzzled.
The doctor's explanation was much simpler. "Young master, that's because the adrenaline blocked the pain.
Now that the adrenaline has worn off, you naturally feel the pain."
Oh.
Ken Wenbin gritted his teeth and winced, tilting his head and slumping over, not wanting to speak or move. Originally, Qianqian was going to stay in the hospital to accompany her brother. But she had an unfortunate period. She noticed it when she got off the plane and went to the bathroom, because Ken Wenbin was fighting with someone and she didn't even bother to pay attention to it. She didn't even bother to pay attention to it until she arrived at Zhang Family Hospital, where she bought sanitary napkins to deal with it. Menstrual cramps and severe pain are her long-standing problems. When she is in pain, her face turns pale, and her blood color can completely fade in an instant. Naturally, Zhang Sikan would not let her stay in the hospital, and going home to rest was the right thing to do. Fortunately, this was the Zhang Family Hospital, and the director also knew that Ken Wenbin was Zhang Sichan's brother-in-law, so it was necessary to take good care of him. Qianqian was in a difficult situation. Her uncle was in the hospital, and she wanted to stay in the hospital to take care of him. But her mother also had a stomachache and looked terrible, and the little one also wanted to go home to take care of her mother. For a moment, Qianqian was caught in a dilemma. After thinking it over, Qianqian decided to stay in the hospital to keep her uncle company. After all, her mother had her father by her side. So the little girl threw her arms apologetically around Qianqian's shoulders, her voice tinged with a hint of a sob. "Mommy, Qianqian will rub your tummy for you." "It's okay, sweetheart, Mommy's fine." "Then you'll have to take care of Uncle for me." "Okay, I will." It was getting late, and Ken Wenbin urged his sister and brother-in-law to go home. He didn't want to let Qianqian stay, after all, this was a hospital, and it was very chaotic with people coming and going. What if she got infected and got sick? Qianqian refused, and directly peeled off a banana, broke off a piece, and stuffed it into Ken Wenbin's mouth to stop him. "Uncle! You're not good. You don't listen." "Air!" was scolded by his niece, and Ken Wenbin felt a little embarrassed. The couple, Qianqian and Zhang Sikan, were a little between tears and laughter. Qianqian was really cute, and manipulating her uncle was really a piece of cake. As soon as Ken Wenbin spoke, Qianqian stuffed food into his mouth. Speak, stuff, speak, stuff. Soon he was full. "Qianqian, I'm not talking anymore. I'll listen to you, so please don't feed me anymore, I really can't eat anymore." Successfully controlled. Chapter 44 No one should suffer, and the strong Qianqian, who doesn't care about allergies, said. Zhang Sikan ordered that no one should disturb Ken Wenbin anymore. After arranging everything, the couple walked out of the hospital. Before going home, Kansas Qiqing suddenly spoke. "Honey, I want to eat something delicious." "Okay." Zhang Sikan nodded, then turned the car around and headed straight for the supermarket. Qianqian is a foodie, and so is Qianqian. The little one gives up on things that aren't tasty, like onions, unless they're stir-fried with meat. But Qianqian wants to eat even if she's allergic, like mangoes. Who understands? It's annoying to like to eat mangoes but be allergic to them. However, over the years, Qianqian has also come to a rule, which is that eating mangoes when menstruating not only improves your appetite, but also effectively alleviates the symptoms of allergy to mangoes. Needless to say, when Jiang Sikan heard about Qianqian's experience, he couldn't help but laugh. She is a foodie who wants to be strong in life, and her allergies can't cure her. It's just a mango allergy, and at the time I thought, there are so many types of mangoes, there must be something you can eat. So I started with small Taiwanese mangoes, and experimented with them until I found the ones that I could eat. Then I tried big green mangoes, water jasmine mangoes, guifei mangoes, jinhuang mangoes, and I didn't let any of them go. Guess what, honey? I succeeded. Succeeded? Succeeded in what? Jiang Sichen looked suspicious, and at the same time, he was curious about how his wife had experimented. I successfully figured out how much mango I could eat before I got an allergic reaction. You should be allergic to 3.5 small mangoes. Big green mangoes are amazing. If you cut them into pieces about 2 centimeters in size, you won't be allergic, but if you don't cut them, you'll be allergic after just one bite. You won't be allergic to 2/3 of the average-sized watermelons or the guifei mangoes, but one more bite will make you allergic. You'll be allergic to 1 golden mangoes plus 1/3 of another, but you have to finish eating them within 2 minutes. Qianqian rattled off the numbers like they were family heirlooms, and Jiang Sikan was stunned after hearing them. Daughter-in-law, you're a genius. How precise is that? Jiang Sikan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Look at all those numbers. 2 centimeter-sized pieces, 1 1/3 pieces, eat them all within 2 minutes. Even if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, just thinking about the image of Qianqian trying again and again without giving up, Jiang Sikan couldn't help but feel worried for her. This really is a grievance, but nothing can make her mouth stop running. Don't worry, honey, it's just a little allergy, it's easy to handle, easy. Qianqian happily flipped her hand over, her playful look was almost on a par with Qianqian's. In the supermarket, Jiang Sikan pushed the cart while Qianqian did the shopping. She bought several kinds of mangoes, it looked like she wanted to eat her fill during her period. As they passed the meat section, a thought occurred to Qianqian, and she remembered that her husband had said he wanted to eat sweet and sour pork that she had made herself. So she went over to have a look. But the ribs on the counter were quite ordinary, and although they could be made into the dish, they didn't quite meet expectations. So she decided to look around outside. The salesperson saw this and hurriedly called out to her. Beauty, didn't you find anything suitable? Yes, sorry. It's fine, just wipe your hands. The salesperson handed her a tissue and Qianqian quickly thanked her. Suddenly, she changed her mind. Auntie, could you weigh this for me? Thanks. Sure. The couple left with the ribs, and Jiang Sikan smiled. I didn't realize my wife would judge a store's attitude when shopping. Of course, when shopping, most of the time you judge the attitude. Ha! You actually know what I was thinking. I didn't plan to buy anything at first, but the aunt's attitude was really good. She was afraid that the customer would dirty her clothes, so she specially handed over some paper. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sikan gave a small smile. Why do you think I brought you to this store? Later, Qianqian realized that this supermarket puts the interests of customers first, from top to bottom. If you buy seafood, they will be sure to drain the water in the bag and replace it with a clean one, not taking even a penny from the customer. With such an attitude, it is no wonder that the elderly are happy to come here to shop. After buying everything, they returned to the car. Qianqian couldn't wait to pick up a mango and nibble on it, but she frowned after just one bite and waited a while before eating again. Daughter-in-law? Honey, I just have a stomachache, it's nothing. So wait until you get home and rest before eating? No need. I'll eat when it stops hurting. When it hurts, I just bear with it. After saying this, Qianqian frowned again, and then released it after a few seconds, repeating this over and over. Every time, Jiang Sikan felt that he had underestimated Qianqian's gluttony again. Finally, they arrived home. Although they had been away from home for a while, every 3 days Aunt Zhao Meijing would bring someone to clean the house to prevent it from getting dusty. Upon returning home, Kansas Jiqing curled up on the sofa, and when the pain became unbearable, she would let out a gasp. Jiang Sikan saw it in his eyes and felt it in his heart. He brewed some brown sugar water and brought it over. Qianqian threw the blanket over her, took the cup and sipped it little by little. It was summer, and it was the summer in the imperial capital, but she was shivering. So while Qianqian drank the brown sugar water, Jiang Sikan sat there massaging her feet. On normal days, this pair of beautiful feet looked like beautiful jade, exquisite and flawless, and revealed a pink and translucent color. But now, apart from being ice cold, they were also horribly white. Everything else could wait, but the matter of improving his wife's health could not be put off, so Jiang Sikan immediately decided to take her to see an old Chinese medicine doctor the next day. I don't know if it was the brown sugar water that worked, or the foot massage that helped, but a rosy color emerged on Kan Jiqing's little face. Sweat appeared on her forehead, and her body felt much more comfortable, and she soon felt the heat. After unbuttoning her shirt, she kept fanning the air with her hands like a fan, which angered Jiang Sikan on the spot.
No fanning. Put your hands down. But honey, I'm so hot right now. I could have a stroke. Just listen to me, and you'll feel cooler in a moment.
In case Kan Jiqing didn't listen, Jiang Sikan crossed his fingers with hers, but this woman was smart and actually started blowing air at the latter. The goal was simple: the air she blew would hit Jiang Sikan and bounce back to her, cooling her down. The effect wasn't obvious, but it was effective. Seeing through Kan Jiqing's little scheme, Jiang Sikan added more strength without any good mood, and his fingers were directly pinched and hurt.
Sigh. Husband.
You're pinching me, Kan Jiqing complained with a pout. At this moment, the sense of being a woman's charm was directly pulled to the full.
Chapter 45: A bittersweet horror movie. Is it even a horror movie? Kan Jiqing's stomach hurt badly.
But her mouth acted as if it knew nothing about it, eating and drinking as usual, only stopping when the pain was unbearable, and then starting again once the pain had passed. Seeing his petite wife in this state, Jiang Sikan couldn't help but smile, because he remembered a video he had seen before. Seeing Jiang Sikan smile, Kan Jiqing puffed up her cheeks, obviously knowing what he was smiling at.
Husband, are you laughing at me?
No, of course not. Jiang Sikan shook his head in denial. I was thinking of a video when I saw you eating.
What video?
Kan Jiqing looked curious.
Could it be that she looked a lot like him?
The video was of a pregnant woman who was about to give birth. She was in the hospital waiting to give birth, and at night she wanted to eat kebabs, but she had contractions, so she stopped eating when she felt pain and waited until the pain passed before eating again.
Just now, I felt that you looked quite like that pregnant woman.
Jiang Sikan finished speaking. Kan Jiqing smacked her lips, clapped her hands, and then looked at him with burning eyes.
Honey, if I say that when I gave birth to Qianqian, I was just like this, would you believe me? Except that I was eating instant noodles back then.
After saying that, Kan Jiqing felt a little embarrassed, because even she felt that she was just like a glutton, but the truth was that she was, and she was still the highly pure kind.
Come here.
Jiang Sikan shouted, then rubbed his hands together, as if he was going to commit domestic violence.
Honey, are you going to commit domestic violence?
Then I have to warn you, calling it domestic violence when you're wearing clothes, but if you're naked, it's just flirting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sichan's forehead darkened.
What's this got to do with anything? Is he someone who tends to commit domestic violence?
And Kan Jiqing is menstruating today, so flirting is even less likely.
I was going to rub your tummy, what were you thinking?
Oh, Jiang Zichan's face flushed, and she realized she had been thinking too much. Sitting on Jiang Zichan's lap, she put her arms around his neck. It felt so good, no wonder Qianqian always liked to snuggle up when they were not doing anything.
Ah!
Kan Jiqing suddenly screamed. She had just been daydreaming when a large hand suddenly reached inside her clothes, startling her.
What the heck? Stop moving around.
I know, Kan Jiqing muttered, feeling her own body being touched while being told not to move around.
Honey, it's a little bit ticklish.
Where?
A little bit up there.
Jiang Sikan obeyed the command and bit by bit scratched the itch, and in no time, he reached the foot of the upright mountain. Kan Jiqing, on the other hand, giggled, and there was no need to ask, she was doing it on purpose.
Good, you dare to tease me during menstruation? What kind of husband are you?
Scratch some more, it feels so good. Kan Jiqing wrapped her arms around Jiang Sikan, feeling more and more content. She was increasingly feeling that marrying the latter was a great blessing.
Should I have found you when I found out I was pregnant, honey?
She regretted it.
If she had found Jiang Sikan earlier, would she have had a family sooner?
Yes, you idiot. Jiang Sikan, who was both spoiling and helpless, scratched the tip of Kan Jiqing's nose.
There was nothing he could do about it.
Although the Jiang family's sphere of influence and industries were spread all over the country, they were mainly concentrated in the imperial capital. Although there were also some in the demon capital, they were after all out of reach. In other words, if Qianqian had developed her career in the imperial capital and the two had a relationship there, Jiang Sikan would definitely have been able to find out everything about her. It can only be said that God played a joke on the two of them, and it wasn't a small one. But fortunately, they ended up getting together in the end.
Feeling better?
Much better.
Qianqian nodded, a little speechless.
When she had her period and her stomach hurt, the most her daughter Qianqian had done was rub her stomach. Before that, she had only had a hot water bottle. Although Li Mengling had done it, she was embarrassed after all. The main problem was that her hands were not still when she rubbed her stomach, either moving up or down.
Husband, it's so good to have you,
Qianqian said with utmost seriousness, and then rewarded Jiang Sikan with a heavy kiss, which made a pop sound when they parted.
It's time to eat. What do you want to eat?
Today, I'll cook for you.
Can it be spicy? No spicy food. Then I won't put any in.
Qianqian answered quickly, then added, but it's not good if it's not spicy.
But that's fine, just have it in a clear soup.
Honey. Okay, I'll go do it. I have all the ingredients, fresh, just bought. I can even make the same spicy and numbing taste as the one in Tianshui, but I can't eat spicy food today. Jiang Sikan was busy in the kitchen, and Qianqian followed him, determined to do something she could. When she saw Jiang Sikan clean the side dishes and put them aside for later, she tilted her head and couldn't help wondering if they should eat spicy and numbing food, or hot pot.
Honey, let's have hot pot. I bought the hot pot seasoning. You want to eat hot pot again?
Qianqian nodded awkwardly.
Yes, it feels like it's more convenient to eat hot pot. That's true, it's not a hassle for me to cook whatever you want.
Jiang Sikan wiped the remaining sesame sauce from the corner of Qianqian's mouth and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Home thieves are hard to guard against.
Just a moment's glance away, and she actually stole the sesame sauce?
From spicy hot pot to hot pot, there is no difficulty at all, it's just a matter of setting up a pot. In the living room, the induction cooker whirred, and the soup pot gradually became warm.
After the water boiled, the couple added the ingredients together.
Jiang Sikan was responsible for adding the vegetables.
Qianqian was responsible for putting the meatballs and pork rolls in.
Despite being a superstar with an annual income of hundreds of millions of dollars and a wealthy lifestyle, her favorite food in hot pot is actually just a box of pork rolls from the supermarket for 15 yuan, and 8.8 yuan per caddy of hot pot shabu shabu meatballs. In particular, the 4-in-1 beef balls that look like nothing and the lion's head meatballs that look like nothing are her favorites. Although the supermarket also sells pure lamb rolls and pure beef rolls, Qianqian doesn't like them. She only likes pork rolls and meatballs, which is really strange. Nowadays, with the development of the internet, more and more people think that these two things are unhealthy, but Qianqian doesn't care.
She just eats what she wants.
After all, there are so many unhealthy things around her, and if she has to guard against them all, she will be exhausted to death. Especially when filming, she is tired as a dog, and she still has to think about what she can't eat and what she can't eat. She simply has no desire to live. After listening to Qianqian's words, Jiang Sikan agreed with her, but he didn't expect his wife to think so thoroughly.
The pot is boiling. Try the meat, honey.
Both of them like to dip the meat in sesame sauce, but not plain sesame sauce, but a sesame and peanut mixture. The former is bitter, while the latter is just right and fragrant. Without noticing, Jiang Sichan's bowl was filled with meat by Qianqian, who was just too enthusiastic. But clearly, Qianqian likes pork rolls the most. It can only be said that, in a vague way, Jiang Sichan's weight in Qianqian's heart has become incredibly heavy.
You eat too.
I'm eating, honey, but I'll watch a movie first.
It's a waste to eat hot pot without watching a movie. That being said, eating hot pot in the middle of summer is a bit incongruous, isn't it? Honey, what movie are you watching? A horror movie?
Okay, just don't be scared. Jiang Sikan teased with a smile, and Qianqian shook her head firmly.
No way, I'm very brave. Okay, you find the movie. The movie Jiang Sikan was talking about was a horror movie.
But who would have thought that Qianqian was also a talented woman, and she actually found the movie? The one currently playing was also a horror movie, but it was a little on the dirty side. At the beginning, a corpse collector was up to no good with a young and beautiful female corpse. This scene directly stunned Qianqian, and she almost couldn't hold the bowl in her hands steady. She ignored the pain in her stomach and just stared.
Stop watching.
Jiang Sikan raised his hand to block her eyes. But Qianqian moved directly to the side, without even blinking.
until the movie was turned off. She didn't react, as if she had opened up a new world? Qianqian had never watched an erotic movie.
Even though Li Mengling had invited her to watch it more than once, she had refused. So the impression left by those few rare shots just now was really indelible.
Honey, what was that? It's a movie. What movie? Why haven't I seen it before? Who knows? Hurry up and eat, I'll find it.
Jiang Sikan angrily picked up a meatball and stuffed it into Qianqian's mouth, then started looking for the movie.
To be honest, the TV is really annoying nowadays, with ads that won't stop.
Young people are already confused, let alone the elderly, especially since the ads are so varied.
Some teach people how to invest, some sell ointments, some sell financial management courses, and some teach people how to take out loans.
But the point is that they are all the same people, and it is hard not to think about how these scam artists got their ads on the air. After searching for a while, Jiang Sikan found it. The name of the movie is called The Old Corpse in the Mountain Village.
If you're scared, come sit next to me. No way, it's no big deal.
Qianqian didn't care at all, she just urged Jiang Sikan to hurry up and eat. However, contrary to her wishes, halfway through the hot pot meal, Qianqian sat quietly next to Jiang Sikan. Even so, she was still staring wide-eyed at the screen. It was really both delicious and entertaining.
Husband, where did you find this movie? It's so scary.
Qianqian slurped up the potato starch, almost forgetting to chew. Oh no, this movie has become a shadow over my adulthood. After eating, she put down her rice bowl and hid behind Jiang Sikan, only half of her head showing.
Jiang Sikan soon finished eating too.
He wanted to tidy up and wash the dishes, but she refused to let him go.
Honey, tomorrow, okay? I'll do it tomorrow, okay?
He was scared. Jiang Sikan had to agree, and seeing how scared his wife was, he suggested.
Why don't we not watch it? Let's go back to the bedroom. Okay, no, let's watch it in the bedroom. I want to watch it. You still want to watch it? You have your husband here, it's okay, no problem.
Qianqian grabbed Jiang Sikan and nodded vigorously. Once again, it illustrated what it means to be both shy and eager. There was a projector in the bedroom, so they could continue watching the movie directly. Turning off the lights was the best atmosphere. Qianqian had originally refused, but she didn't want to be underestimated by her husband, so she volunteered to take on the task of turning off the lights, all of them. The bedside lamps were easy enough, but the main lights in the room needed to be turned off at the door. She got out of bed quietly, carefully turned off the lights, and sprinted back up to the bed and into the covers. Then I looked at the projector and happened to see the image of Chu Rinmei, that is, the ghost emerging from the water. In an instant, Qianqian grabbed the quilt. Coincidentally, Jiang Sikan originally wanted to hug her so that Qianqian would not be so scared.
Who could have imagined how terrifying it was to have a hand suddenly appear in this environment? Answer, infinite. Ah.
The screen shook the eardrums. We don't know what Jiang Sikan was thinking. There were quilts, pillows, and even hands in front of him, all of which would have been good tools to gag someone with. But he actually chose to use his mouth.
And his tongue. Chapter 46. Call me Dr. Qianqian, hurry. Good night, dear.
After muttering something in a low voice, Qianqian closed her eyes and fell asleep.
Soon, her breathing evened out.
Today, she had rushed back to the imperial capital from the northeast, and then she had been worried sick about her younger brother. On top of that, she was also menstruating, so under all that pressure, Qianqian had been exhausted for a long time. She had just had a tussle with Jiang Sikan, so it was only natural that she would fall asleep right away. However, even when she was asleep, Qianqian would occasionally let out a hum and her brow would furrow slightly. Obviously her stomach was still hurting even when she was asleep. Jiang Sikan secretly decided that he would take her to see a doctor after breakfast tomorrow. Qianqian curled up and slept close to Jiang Sikan, who covered her up and then lay down.
The next second, she was embraced by two slender arms and couldn't move at all.
On the other side, in the VIP ward of the Zhang family's private hospital, Qianqian was playing a game of doctor and patient with her uncle.
Can Wenbin was the real patient. Qianqian was the fake doctor.
But the little guy is particularly into the role, holding a syringe without a needle that he got from the nurse, a stethoscope around his neck, and a pure white pillowcase tied around his waist. From a distance, it looks quite the business.
Can Wenbin wants to sleep, but he can't, his body aches, so he plays along with his niece. Uncle. No, Can Wenbin, patient, what's wrong with you?
Qianqian pretended to be a doctor and asked in a serious manner. Ken Wenbin's forehead darkened, and he resisted the urge to pop this little doctor on the head. But looking at Qianqian's big, watery eyes, he didn't want to be uncooperative. Qianqian, I don't feel well anywhere, it hurts, my whole body hurts.
This is the truth, right now I can't feel well anywhere, I can't sleep. Oh, I see. Dr. Ben understands. Patient Ken Wenbin, you must call me Dr. Qianqian, remember? Call. Dr. Qianqian. Well, that's good. Since patient Ken Wenbin isn't feeling well, Dr. Ben will give you a painkiller injection. Okay.
It's just like comforting a child, so Ken Wenbin doesn't think too much about it. Lying on the pillow, he cooperates with his niece seriously. Qianqian was very, very serious as she prepared the painkiller injection as if there really was something in the syringe in her hand.
Climbing over her uncle, Qianqian rolled up Ken Wenbin's sleeve to reveal his arm.
It might hurt a little, but you're a man, so bear with it.
I will.
Ken Wenbin nodded in response, and the next second, Qianqian raised the syringe in her hand high in the air, before plunging it down hard. Oh no, to be precise, it wasn't stabbed but poked or stabbed.
This is a syringe. But in Qianqian's hands, how was it used like a knife?
Suddenly, his shoulder was poked, and Ken Wenbin let out a scream.
He was even more disgusted in his heart. What kind of heartless doctor is this?
I'm afraid he's not giving an injection to an old sow with thick skin and flesh.
Patient, cheer up.
The gentle tone contained a hint of encouragement.
Not at all. Ken Wenbin continued to howl like a wolf, alarming the nurse's station.
A nurse hurried over and, as soon as she entered, saw Ken Wenbin hugging his arms and howling. After learning what had happened, the nurse smiled apologetically.
Professionalism? Sorry, I couldn't hold back. The real nurse laughed.
The fake doctor took out the stethoscope again. The poor patient Ken Wenbin had not yet reacted when the cold stethoscope head was shoved into his clothes. Who would have thought that Qianqian was the apple of the family, spoiled and indulged? Unexpectedly, the reason why Qianqian injected so hard was because in the child's perception, injections were so fierce. No wonder children don't like injections, and they even cry at the sight of a needle. Ken Wenbin never imagined that a doctor with a benevolent heart would actually be a warrior. If it weren't for his niece, he would feel that there was a bit of personal grudge in this injection.
Qianqian didn't lie down to sleep until she was tired from playing.
This is a VIP ward with complete facilities, including a companion bed that is very soft. But Qianqian refused to sleep in the bed with her uncle, and insisted on sharing the bed with him. Ken Wenbin knew that his niece was afraid, so he didn't say anything, and moved over to one side so that the little one had enough room to lie down.
Qianqian fell asleep quickly.
But the little one kept sticking to him, and couldn't even turn over. By late at night, Ken Wenbin was only a hand's breadth from falling off the bed. Looking at the stars outside the window, Ken Wenbin sighed to himself, my own niece, I have to spoil her.
Time flew and it was the next day.
Qianqian woke up and saw that Jiang Sikan was still asleep, so she didn't move and lay quietly. She felt him looking at her, and Jiang Sikan opened his eyes dazedly. They looked at each other and both smiled.
What, is there something on my face?
No, it's just that you're so handsome, I couldn't help but stare a few times.
And you know what, honey?
I found out that I'm the delivery person, and Qianqian looks just like you everywhere. Nose, eyes, eyebrows, they're all very similar. In that case, it seems like the gender is up to me. Qianqian shook her head helplessly, but inside she was overjoyed. After all, Jiang Sikan was so handsome, and it was good that her daughter looked like him. If these thoughts were heard by others, they would definitely be speechless.
Just because Qianqian's father is handsome, does that mean her mother isn't beautiful? You are a top-notch celebrity and a national goddess, so can you have a little more confidence?
Okay, silly, how come the second child in the family definitely looks like you, and Qianqian also looks a lot like you?
The second child? Well, honey, do you want a son?
I like both sons and daughters. Jiang Sikan stroked Qianqian's chin and said softly. He has always believed that boys and girls are the same. Since they have come to the family, it is a great destiny. That is why he feels speechless towards those people who value boys over girls. By the way, I wish them to have a boy if they want a girl, and a twin boy if they want a girl. When she got up to wash up, Qianqian suddenly saw the bloody stains on the bed sheets. The next second, she took off her pajama pants to check for herself. Sure enough, the sanitary napkin was soaked with her aunt's blood, which had stained her pants and bed sheets.
Again. This is so annoying.
Ken Jiqing ran into the bathroom in a panic, while not forgetting to give Jiang Sikan a piece of her mind.
Hubby, don't touch the bedsheets, I'll clean them up later, they're really dirty. On the toilet, Ken Jiqing muttered to herself, I must be sick, bleeding for 8 days a month?
I'm so embarrassed, next time I'll just use 2 pads.
Chapter 47, You can get pregnant while taking Chinese medicine, so you need to take precautions. Precautions? Eat and go out.
For breakfast, I had instant noodles, which I cooked in the leftover hot pot sauce from last night. 2 people, one is a big star and the other is a rich young master, and they just deal with a bite of breakfast like this, which is quite down to earth. The traditional Chinese medicine doctor I'm going to see today comes from a family of imperial doctors, and his medical skills are impeccable, but he has a bit of a strange temper, and after contact, he gives people a huge sense of contrast. Looking at the old house in front of her, Ken Jiqing suspiciously turned her head.
Husband, this is the place you said the descendant of a family of imperial doctors lives?
Yes. Jiang Sikan nodded and took the lead, followed closely by Ken Jiqing. It wasn't that she looked down on it, but she just found it a little unbelievable. Ordinary doctors don't lack money, let alone the descendants of imperial doctors, so why do they live in an old house? There were many shelves in the courtyard, with all kinds of medicinal herbs in the trays. It was nothing like the bustling scene she had imagined, because there was not even one patient seeking treatment.
Honey, I don't think they're open yet. Do you think it's not a good idea for us to just walk in like this? It's true that it's not yet open for business.
Usually, consultations don't start until after 2 p.m., but I want to make you better sooner. I can't bear to see you suffer, my dear. Jiang Sikan said honestly, and these words made people's hearts warm.
But it's not yet open for business, honey? Don't worry.
Jiang Sikan took Ken Jiqing's hand, lifted the curtain, and walked in.
Unlike most traditional Chinese medicine clinics, there were no modern instruments in here.
There was just a table, a chair, and a row of medicine cabinets. A middle-aged man wearing glasses was holding a thick book and intently reading it, not noticing the arrival of Jiang Sikan and Ken Jiqing at all. Later, Jiang Sikan coughed, and Huang Rentong was startled. When he saw who was there, he directly snapped his fingers on the table in a bad mood.
You brat! It's you, trying to scare me to death?
Ken Jiqing felt it was inappropriate, so she quietly pulled her husband and secretly poked his palm with her finger. Honey, the doctor is reading, let's come back when it's time for the consultation.
See, the girl is sensible.
Huang Rentong suddenly felt that Ken Jiqing looked familiar, and after taking a closer look, he recognized her.
Ha! Ken Jiqing. The big star.
He hurriedly got up, walked over to her, and held out the book in his hands and handed her a pen.
Can you sign it for me? The successor to the imperial physician, also a star chaser?
When Ken Jiqing saw the book Huang Rentong handed her, she was also directly thunderstruck. This is not a medical book, it is clearly a novel, and it is the same novel that her mother, Xin Shueme, at home reads. Both are called Battle Through the Heavens. Ken Jiqing subconsciously glanced at Jiang Sikan, because she knew that this novel was written by her man. It was simply too scary. This man was unfathomable. But, yes.
After retrieving the book, Huang Rentong cleared his throat before asking Jiang Sikan. Jiang, is Yun Yun the female protagonist? Ah, no. I was wondering, why did you two come to see me?
Although it felt very unreliable, Ken Jiqing still volunteered to state her situation. Huang Rentong led the 2 of them to a table and sat them down, then took Ken Jiqing's pulse. Unlike other doctors, he took her pulse like it was a game, and took his hand away after 7 or 8 seconds.
After that, he looked at her tongue, and that was it?
Humidity is high, your body is cold, not a big problem, but for women, none of these are small problems. I will prescribe 5 sets of medicine, and you will definitely get better after taking it. After saying that, Huang Rentong scribbled on the prescription, his handwriting was very sloppy. Ken Jiqing glanced at it a few times and found that she only recognized the grams following the medicinal herbs. He saw the patient, wrote the prescription, and picked up the medicine, all by Huang Rentong himself.
Such a descendant of a family of imperial physicians doesn't even have someone to dispense the medicine? It doesn't seem very impressive.
In fact, he does have an apprentice, but every morning, Huang Rentong sends him out to collect the medicine. After all, the foundation of learning traditional Chinese medicine is not to mistake the medicine, otherwise it will lead to big mistakes. Huang Rintong doesn't use a scale to dispense the medicine, he just puts on rubber gloves and grabs it directly.
It looks very casual, as if the amount of medicine placed in each bag depends on his mood.
Lao Huang has 3 skills. He is an excellent doctor, able to diagnose the cause of illness at a glance. He is also an excellent pharmacist, as he does not memorize prescriptions, but prescribes medicine according to the illness, so his prescriptions are not fixed. The 3rd skill is picking medicine, which may seem casual, but is absolutely precise.
I once used an electronic scale to measure it. Oh. Qianqian suddenly looked at Huang Renton with admiration. He wasn't fooling around after all.
He grabbed the medicine, bundled the 5 pairs together, and brought them to Jiang Sikan, and then suddenly he sighed with emotion. If only I had the ability of the old pharmacist, a pill to save the world.
If you don't read novels, you just won't listen.
Jiang Sikan glared at this guy angrily, still thinking about refining medicine. Be careful of blowing up the stove.
Oh yes, Zhang Xiao, big star, I have a reminder for you too. What?
It's just that when you take these pills, your body will become more fertile.
If you don't want to have children yet, you should be careful.
Upon hearing this, Qianqian suddenly thought of a little gadget that could be found in supermarkets, pharmacies, or even freely distributed in the community.
She understood the logic, but it was inappropriate to say something like that directly, right? Never mind, just take it as the doctor's advice. And leave Huang Renton's clinic.
In the car, Qianqian held the medicine bag thoughtfully, sometimes cracking her fingers and sometimes sighing. Jiang Sikan couldn't help but become a little puzzled when he saw this.
Why was she sighing? What's wrong, daughter-in-law? Honey, we can't have a baby born in the year of the dragon.
The sudden remark made Jiang Sikan freeze for a moment.
What? A baby born in the year of the dragon?
Yes, even if I got pregnant today, the baby would be born in the year of the snake, not the year of the dragon. It turns out that it was about the child's Chinese zodiac sign.
It doesn't matter what the baby is as long as it is healthy, and you can't get pregnant just by wanting to, right, honey? You got me pregnant with Qianqian in one go, didn't you?
Jiang Sikan was speechless. If he had to say something, it was true, but after all, it wasn't always possible to get pregnant the first time.
Hubby, if you want a second child, let's start trying as soon as my period is over.
Qianqian said with a wink, and there was an inexplicable longing in the depths of her beautiful eyes.
She immediately began to formulate a plan.
Look, honey, we can increase the probability by increasing the number of times.
Once in the morning, once at noon, once in the evening, and once before going to bed. Oh, that's right, I need to look it up online. Look up what?
Jiang Sikan asked, pursing his lips.
Of course, I want to find out what position is more likely to get pregnant. Air.
My wife is going to get serious, but I'm not an Iron Man.
Chapter 48. I don't want to play role-playing anymore. Qianqian didn't just talk about it?
When she arrived at the Zhang family's private hospital, as soon as she got out of the car, she threw all the small umbrellas in her bag into the trash can, not leaving a single one behind. Don't ask why she carries a small umbrella with her at all times, just in case.
Bah!
I went to the supermarket last time and caught the event to give it away, and I forgot to take it out. Upon arriving at the VIP ward, as soon as they opened the door, the couple heard their daughter's giggles.
Shan, what's wrong? You're so happy.
Qianqian put down the fruit basket and turned to her daughter, a little bit missing her after not seeing her all night. But Shan was very busy and even raised a finger to shush. Jiang Sikan and Qianqian cooperated by keeping quiet and not saying a word. Only Qin Wenbin, who was lying on the bed, looked dejected. The reason for this was that, on the one hand, they were cooperating with their niece's demands by pretending to be sick, and on the other hand, they were annoyed and fed up.
From playing the same role-playing game last night until now, who wouldn't be tired of it? Moreover, he always played the role of a patient, all kinds of patients.
From the dying to the cold patient, he has played them all. It's okay to play the former, as Qianqian can let him breathe out easily, but he suffered when playing the latter. This Dr. Qianqian really knows how to give injections, because while others are getting an injection, she is stabbing the needle into the patient.
Hey, after a while of fussing, Qianqian pulled the cold stethoscope out of Qin Wenbin's clothes. Patient, do you often feel weak?
Yes.
With nausea?
Yes.
And no appetite?
Yes.
Dr. Qianqian, you're amazing.
You can tell so much just by listening with the stethoscope in the wrong way. Qin Wenbin's expression was exaggerated, and he cooperated with his niece's consultation.
Shoo, patient, don't talk too much. Qianqian quickly put the stethoscope back in the right position. At a glance, this is a doctor who got in through the back door. I'll prescribe you some medicine, drink it and you'll be cured. Pay up, 250. Ken Wenbin took out his phone and gestured a bit, indicating that he had scanned it. But at this moment, he felt like the 250. Money received, Qianqian nodded with satisfaction, and then looked around, trying to find something that could act as medicine. But the next second she saw the medicine bag that Zhang Sikan had placed on the table, and Qianqian was suddenly stunned, and turned panicked. Dad! What's wrong with you? Qianqian hurriedly got out of bed, came to Zhang Sikan barefoot, and didn't even bother to put on her shoes. You said these pills are your mother's. Your mother. I'm fine, just toning up my body, sweetheart, don't worry. Ken Jiqing hurriedly interrupted, afraid that Zhang Sikan would scare his daughter if he told the truth. As a mother, she knows her daughter's temperament. Although she is still young, she is very sensible. If she knows that her mother is sick, she will worry for a long time. Anyway, it's just dampness and cold in the uterus, it's not a big deal, there's no need to make your daughter worry as well. Really? Really? Mom, when have I ever lied to Qianqian? The little guy stared at his mother for a few moments before believing that she was really fine. He turned around and put his arms around her, his face pressed against her thigh, his lips pursed. Mom, I'm so glad you're okay. Children are easy to please, but Ken Wenbin is no longer a child. He could tell at a glance that his sister wasn't telling the truth. He was very worried and wanted to pursue the matter, but was stopped by a look from Ken Jiqing. How are you? Feeling better? Don't worry, sister, I'm fine. Don't worry, just take care of your health. Ken Jiqing nodded with a smile, her younger brother's concern still warming her heart. Big sister, brother-in-law, you don't need to keep coming to see me, there's no need, I'll be fine. When you were still at home, didn't you say you wanted to take wedding photos? I also want to marry you off before the start of the semester. Ken Wenbin laughed, saying that the suit he bought when he participated in an activity in his second year of high school could finally be put to use. Your brother-in-law and I have discussed it, and we want to go to Hainan to take pictures of the sea and sightsee. We'll go when you've recovered. No. I'm not going, sister. Ken Wenbin quickly refused. Although he had never been to the beach before, and had never been to Hainan, he still felt that it would be inappropriate for him to go alone. My sister and brother-in-law are going on a photo trip, a pre-wedding honeymoon. Why should I, their younger brother, tag along and cause trouble? Be a third wheel? Or will I be there to restrict them and prevent them from letting loose? All sorts of thoughts were running through Ken Wenbin's mind. He couldn't be so thoughtless. My sister, Qianqian, has never been to Hainan either. You can take her with you. Let me check the weather forecast. Yes. Tomorrow and the next few days will be sunny in Hainan. Sunny, sunny. Big sister, you three should leave tomorrow. Ken Wenbin said excitedly, holding up his phone, but Ken Jiqing refused. No, you haven't even been discharged from the hospital yet, I'm not at ease. Wait until you're discharged. Then I'll be discharged today. Saying this, Ken Wenbin tried to sit up, even though the pain made him grit his teeth, but he still managed to sit up. Seeing her brother being so stubborn, Ken Jiqing was worried sick. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she hurriedly went over to him. Ken Wenbin. The doctor told you to lie down. What are you doing? Sister, I really feel fine. You can leave tomorrow. And there's another reason. Come here, I'll tell you. What? Ken Jiqing frowned and leaned over. Dear sister, quickly take Qianqian away. The three of you will go to Hainan tomorrow. I really don't want to play the role-playing game anymore, it's too much suffering. Puff. Ken Wenbin's words made Ken Jiqing burst out laughing. When she saw Dr. Qianqian solemnly holding a syringe and fiercely jabbing it into patient Ken Wenbin, she completely understood. No wonder her brother had asked her to take Qianqian away with them, and the sooner the better. Big sister, if you guys don't go to Hainan tomorrow, I'm going back to my hometown, because I'm delaying your important business, and I can't stand it. If you all leave in a while, I'll be discharged from the hospital and go back to my hometown. I mean it. In the end, Ken Jiqing had no choice but to agree, as Ken Wenbin insisted. Although the siblings always argued with each other, they still cared about each other. Ken Jiqing insisted on staying at the hospital with her brother for most of the day, and she didn't leave until she was sure everything was settled. She knew her brother was stubborn, and if he said he was going to do something, he really would. In the end,
she could only ask her husband to ask the hospital to take good care of Qin Wenbin. Jiang Xixin readily agreed, and in fact, even if Jiang Jiqing hadn't said anything, he would have done the same. He watched as his sister, her husband, and their child left, and Qin Wenbin lay back on the hospital bed to rest. Although the ward had quieted down, the sense of loneliness came rushing back. To be honest, the feeling of being hospitalized alone really wasn't great. TSK. Serves you right. Qin Wenbin muttered to himself. Chapter 49, Qin Jiqing, I'm not a child, I don't need snacks, huh? Snow cookies. Before going home, Jiang Sikan went to buy a casserole to use to make medicine for Qin Jiqing. Huang Rentong had also sent the essentials and many precautions for making medicine a long time ago, so all he had to do was follow them. In the kitchen, Jiang Sikan took a bag of medicine and poured it into a basin. Because the medicinal herbs were dry, they needed to be soaked for an hour before being boiled to fully stimulate their medicinal effects. Qin Jiqing was responsible for preparing dinner, which was a hard dish, sweet and sour pork ribs. In the meantime, Jiang Sikan wanted to stay in the kitchen to help, but Qin Jiqing refused and pushed the father and daughter out. While waiting for dinner, Jiang Sikan was dragged by his daughter to play a game. It was the little one's current favorite, role-playing. This time, Qianqian was still the doctor, and Jiang Sikan was the patient. Because she had left the syringe at the hospital, Qianqian thought about it and brought her mother's hairpin. In just half an hour, Jiang Sikan gained a deep understanding of what had happened to Qin Wenbin and felt the same way. Qianqian, you can go a little easier on Dad when you poke him. Qianqian shook her head to refuse. No way, Dad. If I go easy, I won't be able to give the injection. Patient, hang in there, be strong. Jiang Xichen's face fell, but he still held out his arm. His daughter had said to hang in there, so what was there to wait for? Finally, the alarm clock went off, indicating that it was time to prepare the medicine. Qianqian, Dad needs to go prepare the medicine for your mom. Play again in a while, Daddy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xichen's eyes twitched, still playing. Qin Wenbin knew best that Qianqian really loved this game, and could play until midnight, and even the first thing she said when she opened her eyes in the morning was, let's play. When she arrived in the kitchen, she opened the door and the aroma of sweet and sour pork came at her. Honey, you're here just in time, help me serve the food, and I'll stir-fry some vegetables. It's time to eat. Yes, I'll prepare the medicine after dinner. Qin Jiqing readily accepted the task because she saw that her husband and daughter were having a good time playing. No, I'll prepare the medicine. Don't compete with me. Jiang Sikan said with a serious expression, mainly because preparing the medicine is very pungent and you have to stay by the fire the whole time. In this hot summer, it's obviously not suitable for a girl to do it. The food was served on the table, and Qianqian, who was sensible, served her parents some rice. When distributing the chopsticks, the little one suddenly felt that the chopstick seemed more suitable as a syringe than a hairpin. Qin Jiqing took the chopsticks and picked up the spare ribs for her husband and daughter, then smiled and watched the two of them, waiting for them to eat first. Qianqian responded quickly, and in no time at all, she had eaten a piece. I don't know if it was because the meat was tender or because she likes it, but the little one picked the meat off the bones very cleanly, more capable than a kitten. Delicious. I wouldn't even give it to someone else for money. Qianqian smiled sweetly, so supportive, and her hard work was melted away. Qin Jiqing looked at Jiang Sikan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with interest, wanting to hear her lover's opinion. As a housewife, the opinions of her family members are naturally very important. It's delicious, I feel like eating it forever. Daughter-in-law, I'm going to rely on you, I can tell you for sure, it's not just because of the sweet and sour pork. Jiang Sikan smiled and took another big bite, the sudden confession almost made Qin Jiqing drop it. Right. Mom, I'm going to rely on you too. Me too, I can eat it forever, it's not enough. Qianqian imitates her father's voice and adds, in a high-pitched, childish voice. The words of the two people, one big and one small, are so touching. Qin Jiqing smiles with pursed lips, but inside she is very pleased and happy. Okay, I'll let you two get attached to me. Eat quickly, while it's still hot. The three of them sit around the table, eating. The soft orange light makes the scene look both warm and beautiful. There was a large plate of sweet and sour pork, and the three of them managed to finish it all. The little amount of sweet and sour sauce left was supposed to be thrown away, as there was no way to wash the dishes without it, but Qianqian looked at it with some regret. If only there were some steamed buns. Biting into a steamed bun and dipping it in the sauce would be delicious. Qianqian had already exceeded her usual performance today, eating 1.5 bowls of rice, and there was a small pile of bones in front of her, so she definitely had eaten a lot and her belly had become round and plump. But now she actually dares to think about sweet and sour sauce. She really is a pure foodie. I'll make it some other time if I want to eat it. Okay, oops, I'm full. Qianqian jumps off the bench, holding her little tummy, swaying and wobbling from step to step, just like a penguin in the Antarctic. She wants to lie down after eating and drinking, but the little one still helps her parents clean up the table a little. The family of 3 works together, and it seems that any household chores become fun. Jiang Sikan went to the gas stove and started to fry the medicine. Because it is a tonic, it takes a little longer to boil. After the first boil, it was simmered over low heat for 40 minutes, and the second boil took another 20 minutes, which means it was simmering for an hour. It was enough for one person to bear this ordeal, but Qianqian and Qianqian both stayed in the kitchen to keep her company. At first, it wasn't too bad, just a little hot, but as the medicinal ingredients were extracted, the pungent smell of Chinese medicine suddenly filled the entire kitchen. Qianqian covered her little nose with her hand, and then she used the other hand to help her mother cover her nose. The thought that she had to drink it made a look of helplessness appear on Qianqian's delicate face. Ever since she was a child, she had been afraid of bitterness. After eating and drinking, Qianqian was like a tank full of gas. She didn't feel tired at all running around the living room, bedroom, kitchen and other rooms, and she even helped her father fan the heat away. Finally, the medicine was ready. Looking at the 2 small bowls of almost black-colored Chinese herbal medicine in front of her, Qianqian couldn't help but frown. Qianqian, who knew better, brought some Wangzi milk. Mommy, here you go, rinse your mouth after taking the medicine. Thank you, baby. Jiang Sikan also fumbled in his pocket for a while, and when he took his hand out, there were 2 more things on the palm of his hand, a golden monkey milk candy and a pack of snow cookies. Both the father and daughter took out what they loved to eat, but in turn, Qianqian smiled embarrassedly. Honey, I'm not a child. She said. Qianqian picked up the bowl, hesitated for a moment, then brought it to her mouth. You must drink Chinese medicine in one go. If you stop halfway through, you won't want to take another sip. Husband, I'm not a child. Qianqian took the golden monkey milk candy, pulled it apart and stuffed it into her mouth. She then brought the Wangzi milk back and took 2 big sips, and didn't let go of the snow cake either, tearing it open and biting off half in one bite. Finally, the bitterness in her mouth disappeared. This Chinese medicine is really bitter, ouch. Next to her, Qianqian was being naughty again. She cleared her throat and imitated her mother. People aren't children, they don't need snacks. Upon hearing this, Qianqian's face turned red. Pretending to be strong in front of her daughter had failed, how embarrassing. Chapter 50. Red at the corners of your mouth? It's from the bee sting. Qianqian wants to sleep with mommy and daddy. Is that okay? It's time for bed, and Qianqian suddenly threw herself into her mother's arms. Qianqian lovingly hugged Qianqian. She knew that her daughter was at the age where she clung to her father and couldn't live without her mother. When she grew up a few more years, she would want personal space, and by then, not only would she not let her father sleep in the same room, she would probably not even let him in her own room if he had a bad temper. The whole family lay neatly in bed. Jiang Sikan was on the left, Qianqian in the middle, and Qianqian on the far right. This was the initial division of territory. We're leaving for Hainan tomorrow. Jiang Sikan suddenly spoke up, afraid that his wife would be worried. He added, I've made all the arrangements for Wenbin, so don't worry. Qianqian was relieved, and then happily discussed the arrangements with Jiang Sikan. After some discussion, the couple gave up the traditional in-store photoshoot and opted for a travel photoshoot, where they would take photos while traveling. The reason for choosing Hainan as the location was because Qianqian liked it. Although there were also options abroad, she believed that China was huge and there were countless beautiful places to visit, so there was simply no need to go abroad. I'll arrange the photographer. Honey, I have the perfect candidate here. Qianqian suddenly said, and her husband, who had been quietly listening, suddenly sat up. Obviously, the little guy knew who she was referring to. Mommy, it's Auntie Ling. Qianqian said, patting her hands together. She hadn't seen Auntie Ling for a while and missed her quite a bit. Li Mengling? Yes, honey, she's a photography major. Well, ask her if she has time. It would be nice if you could go together, as you both know each other well. Great. Without further ado, Qianqian immediately got on the phone. She knew her best friend best, and even though it was late, she definitely wasn't asleep, either reading a novel or lying in bed reading a novel. The reason she didn't make a video call was because she had the habit of sleeping naked. Do. The phone connected, and a lazy voice followed. Ching ching, kiss kiss. Moo ma. Okay, I have something to tell you. We're going to Hainan tomorrow to have fun. Are you going? Together? Upon hearing this, Li Mengling turned off the novel and sat up abruptly, her big breasts swaying. Going to Hainan to have fun? Well, we bought the tickets in advance, so how are we going to get there? By plane. I'm talking about a plane. Don't you have a ticket? My husband has a plane. I know your husband has a plane. Li Mengling blurted out, and then hastily corrected herself, huh? Which plane? Of course it's a plane that flies in the sky, their family's private plane. It can fly. Damn. You actually even have a private plane. Li Mengling couldn't help but swear, and she couldn't help but be surprised in her heart. Jiang Xichan's family background is really outrageous, with a private hospital and a private plane. He's the perfect prince of the imperial capital. Then let's say it's a deal. We'll leave tomorrow as soon as we wake up. Bring the camera with you, my husband and I want to take some nice photos. Hearing this, Li Mengling understood. It's like going on a hard labor trip. But it's quite nice to go on a company trip. Okay, miss, I'll remember. Go away. No. Ching, you haven't talked to me for a few days, and you won't even chat a little. You, sad, lonely. Cough. My husband is still there, so watch what you say. Qianqian quickly interrupted, afraid that her best friend would say something weird. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Mengling was speechless, and even though she was on the phone, she couldn't help blushing, almost getting aroused. Hang up, see you tomorrow. Doodle. Li Mengling hung up the phone directly, and Qianqian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. When she looked at her husband and daughter again, she realized that they had both fallen asleep. Jiang Xichan was embracing his daughter, her head resting lightly on his arm. It was so sweet. I want some too. Qianqian let out a cry and climbed into the bed, wrapping her arms around the two of them. The next day came around. The territories that had been divided at the beginning had changed drastically. Jiang Xichan, who had been on the far side, had moved to the middle, with his daughter on his left and his wife on his right. Although the mother and daughter were on different sides, they were sleeping in similar positions, either resting their heads on his arm or his chest, like two little kittens. In particular, Qianqian was so cute when she slept, sometimes making purring-like sounds. Her fragrant shoulders were big and cunning, and her suspenders slipped down, revealing a hint of her fair, smooth shoulders. Jiang Xichan raised his hand and tried to pull the straps up. Unexpectedly, such a slight movement directly woke up Qianqian. Looking at her husband's hand that came around from behind her back, and then looking down at the suspenders that had slipped, Qianqian blinked her eyes and revealed a playful smile. Husband? You're not sleeping, you woke up so early just to take off someone else's suspenders? Qianqian said in a very low voice. Jiang Xichan was stunned, misunderstanding. No, daughter-in-law, I didn't. You didn't drop it, could the suspenders have fallen off by themselves? It shouldn't be right. It must have fallen off by itself. The words of explanation were so pale and weak at this moment. Because Jiang Xichan's hand was still on Qianqian's shoulder, and he even had two fingers holding the suspenders, so it was no wonder that the latter would misunderstand. You rascal. The cute Qianqian smiled and pouted, then her cherry lips parted slightly and she bit Jiang Xichan's lips. The force was not great, but lips are so sensitive, so it still hurt a little. Mom and Dad were flirting, and Qianqian was sleeping. When Qianqian got up, her mother was putting on makeup and her father was getting dressed. She was quick-eyed and saw the reddened corner of her father's mouth. Dad, what's wrong with the corner of your mouth? Nothing, just a bee sting. Jiang Xichan said with a smile. Qianqian, who was in front of the dressing mirror, glanced sideways with the corner of her eye, and then the corner of her mouth rose slightly. This metaphor is really appropriate. But why is there a bee in the house? Qianqian, go wash up quickly, we should leave soon. Interrupting Qianqian's curiosity, Jiang Xichan picked up his daughter and carried her down. As soon as the little one heard the word leave, she was no longer sleepy and ran into the bathroom with short little legs. Honey. Qianqian giggled and waved at Jiang Xichan in the mirror.
Honey, little be calling honey.
Jiang Sikan walked over with a bad temper, standing behind her, but couldn't help playing with Kanjiqing's hair.
But the little bee will fight back. If you're not careful, it will sting the other corner of Jiang Sichan's mouth too. Yes, that's right. It's still the bee that stings.
Facing his daughter, who looked stunned, Jiang Sikan replied.
Chapter 51, Big Pig's Feet.
Going on a long trip, Kanjiqing dressed herself up beautifully. A white shirt and jeans, and then a pleated skirt, the whole person looked both desirable and obedient. The jeans were 0D, thin, and the color was well proportioned, making Kanjiqing's pair of plump and round legs look even more beautiful. The shirt was tucked into the pleated skirt, and her slender waist was suddenly revealed. The loose hair didn't make her look lazy, but instead added a touch of maturity. Then she slung on a bag that couldn't hold much at all, and everything was ready. Shan was also dressed up like a little princess. It's true that children have a unique advantage: they look delicate and cute with a little bit of dressing up.
Jiang Sikan needs no introduction, he's practically a walking clothes rack.
Wearing a casual style of casual clothes, he managed to exude the feeling of a top male model.
The family of three holding hands as they walked out had a direct rate of return that blew everyone away.
Before going to the airport, Jiang Sikan took the initiative to pull over the car. When Kanjiqing turned her head and saw a small shop, she immediately smiled.
You understand us, husband and wife. Qianqian, get out of the car, let's buy something delicious.
Yes. Kanjiqing led Qianqian into the small supermarket, buying everything they could see, buying the things they loved and the things they had never seen before, buying enough to last a lifetime, and eating all the way. When they came out, Kanjiqing was carrying 2 full plastic bags, and Qianqian even had a row of Qianqian calcium milk hanging around her neck. Just as they were getting back in the car, Qianqian stopped.
Baby, what's wrong?
Thinking that her daughter was in trouble, Kanjiqing crouched down to ask her what was wrong. Qianqian shook her head and suddenly ran off a short distance away, shouting as she did.
Mommy, just wait for me for a second, just a second.
Kanjiqing became anxious, not knowing what her daughter wanted to do, until she saw Qianqian give the row of Qianqian calcium milk to a traffic police officer on duty at the intersection.
Officer, you've worked hard.
Qianqian handed the calcium milk over to him, and before the traffic police officer could react, the little one ran away. Then suddenly she remembered something, and Qianqian suddenly stopped, stood straight, and saluted.
The traffic police officer returned the salute, and a strong smile also emerged on his face.
It is no exaggeration to say that the smile was about to reach his temples. Seeing her daughter return to her side, Kanjiqing smiled, very gratified.
Mom, let's go.
Okay. And just as the mother and daughter got back in the car, it was time for the traffic cop to change shifts. He skipped across the street like a child, thinking that what had happened today would be enough to brag about to his friends for a long time. On the steps outside the airport in the imperial capital, Li Mengling waited patiently. In order not to be late, she had deliberately set 13 alarms after hanging up the phone last night. When she got bored, she looked around and suddenly saw 2 figures across the street that stood out. Even the child they were leading looked so exquisite. It was Jiang Sikan, Kanjiqing, and Qianqian's family of 3.
When they arrived, Li Mengling couldn't help but sigh.
They really are a match made in heaven.
No, they're a match made in hell. This is the truth.
Not only did passers-by keep turning around, but even she, an agent who has seen many celebrities, couldn't help but feel that Kanjiqing and Jiang Sikan are really suited to the entertainment industry, or to be more precise, they were born to be in it.
Okay, enough of your nonsense, let's go in.
Okay. Under Jiang Sichan's leadership, they walked through the VIP channel and went straight to the Jiang family's private jet. Looking at this big guy in front of them, Li Mengling was both envious and jealous, but she was also happy for her best friend Kanjiqing, because she finally didn't have to look at the face of capital anymore, because she was a top rich wife herself. After boarding the plane, Kanjiqing lightly took her Auntie Li's hand and played 5 in a row. Kanjiqing, on the other hand, sat next to Jiang Sikan and took snacks out of her pockets one by one. The pockets are the pockets of the pleated skirt, and the snacks are all taken out of them. 1 or 2 pieces are understandable, but when the whole table is full of them, it makes Jiang Sikan a little surprised.
Is there that much space inside?
Giggle, honey, the pockets of the pleated skirt are really big. You don't believe me, feel for yourself. Jiang Sikan was half believing, while Kanjiqing took his hand and put it into the pleated skirt.
Sure enough, there was a lot of space, and it could hold a lot.
But this behavior undoubtedly invited trouble. A man who doesn't take advantage when he can is a fool. Jiang Sikan took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. He was worthy of the nickname Zero Dehasis, and even through the fabric, his touch felt very good. Ken Jiqing pouted and muttered a curse, "Big pig's feet?" But since her best friend Li Mengling was standing nearby, she quickly threw the blanket the nanny had brought over her lap so as not to attract attention. 4 hours later, the Jiang family's private jet was allowed to land at Phoenix Airport. As soon as they stepped off the plane, they were greeted by Jiang family bodyguards in plainclothes, either carrying their luggage or taking care of security. Li Mengling was startled when the bodyguard took the luggage she was holding, thinking that she was about to be robbed as soon as she got off the plane. Later, as she followed Jiang Sikan and Ken Jiqing out of the airport, a thought suddenly occurred to Li Mengling. She felt like the country bumpkin Shui Hua, a girl who had never seen the world. "Honey, we're not tired, let's go to the beach first, okay?" Ken Jiqing asked Jiang Sikan playfully with her hands folded and her body leaning forward. But she was the one who was sleepy on the plane like a chicken pecking rice. "Okay, whatever you say." Jiang Sikan agreed, since they were just here to have fun. The bodyguard drove them to a beach. After jumping out of the car, Ken Jiqing and her daughter cheered and jumped 3 feet high, then they dragged Li Mengling to change clothes. What Ken Jiqing finds most exciting about the sea is sea hunting. Every time she watches a video of sea hunting on TikTok, no matter how long it is, she will see the end, and it is truly love. But obviously it is already past the time for sea hunting, so they can only do it tomorrow morning. Ken Jiqing puts on a halter dress, a straw hat and sunglasses, which are extra points, and her outfit gets full marks. Li Mengling, wearing a t-shirt and high-waisted shorts, directly divides the line with Ken Jiqing, not wanting to get hurt too deeply. There's no way around it, because if you compare, someone will get hurt. To put it bluntly, whoever is ugly will be embarrassed. On the beach, Jiang Sikan is lying under the sun umbrella, taking a rest. Ken Jiqing, Li Mengling and Qianqian are chasing and playing around, having a great time, and when they get tired, they come over. The bright and dazzling pair still attracted attention even on the beach. After much consideration, Su Guohao, the director of the outdoor romance series Half-Baked Love, came over alone and invited them directly. "Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm Su Guohao, the director of the Half-Baked Love program. Our show is about to start filming, but we're missing a pair of guests, so I was wondering if you two would be interested?" Jiang Sikan was unmoved. Ken Jiqing was the same. But alas, their precious treasure, Qianqian, spoke so fast. "Yes. Yes. Daddy can go on TV with mommy." Chapter 52, My boat is here, come out, the Funina. Qianqian's words made director Su Guohao confused, but he didn't think too much about it. He also knew that his invitation was very abrupt, so he offered as generous a reward as possible. Things like full expenses and appearance fees were not to be considered insincere. It was just a pity that Jiang Sikan and Ken Jiqing were in such positions that they looked down on them somewhat. But since his precious daughter Qianqian had said so, and the director was so grateful that it would be rude not to respond. So Ken Jiqing looked at Jiang Sikan. "What do you think, honey?" She is an entertainer, so it is no problem for her to return to the screen, but Jiang Sikan is an amateur. As long as he doesn't want to, Ken Jiqing will immediately refuse. Her husband's feelings are the most important thing. They came from the imperial capital to Hainan to let their wife and child play and relax. Now that they have been invited by the show's director, this little episode seems pretty good. So without thinking for too long, Jiang Sikan nodded. "It's okay, just for fun." Upon hearing these words, director Su Guohao suddenly felt an urge to cry. He had already been taken by surprise when the well-intentioned passerby who had been invited as a guest suddenly changed his mind on the spot, and pulling a couple from the street at the last minute was not a bad solution. The fact that Ken Jiqing and Jiang Sikan were willing to lend a hand was simply a lifesaver, and it was no wonder that Su Guohao was extremely grateful. "Please rest assured, I will pay you exactly what I promised. Please." Under the leadership of Su Guohao, the family of 3 plus Li Mengling arrived at the recording site, which was actually on the other side of the beach a little further away. When they saw the 2 amateurs brought by the director, the other 4 pairs of celebrity couples waiting on the spot were stunned. Even though Ken Jiqing was wearing sunglasses and people couldn't see her face clearly, her temperament definitely made her a beautiful woman. Where did the director find these random guests from the street? Did he call them over to ruin the show? For a moment, the 8 celebrities, 4 men and 4 women, couldn't help but think this. Time was indeed pressing. Minutes after gathering, before anyone had a chance to introduce themselves, the recording of the show began. At the same time, the TV and internet broadcasts went live. The main reason for the director Su Guohao's panic was that the broadcast was live and would feature no editing. He even considered the possibility that if he couldn't find suitable candidates, he would have to go on the show with the crew. But that would definitely not be good for the show. After all, the audience likes young, beautiful and handsome faces, not an old lump like him. The show Half-Baked Lovers is an outdoor variety show with the theme of love. Since it is outdoors, the first step is naturally to go to the location where this episode will be recorded, the isolated island. The island is 20 nautical miles from the coastline, and we need to take the yacht there in groups. Please wait a little longer, our yacht will be here soon. In the camera, the narrator is introducing the rules and content of the show as well as the sponsors of the program. Outside the camera, the 4 temporary couples have also shown kindness to the 2 stranger guests, Jiang Siken and Qianqian. Many celebrities are arrogant, but the celebrities invited to the show Half-Baked Lovers are all kind. Even if they are less famous, as long as they have a good character, they will also be invited. Director Su Guohao said that recording the show with such guests is a great experience. There is no backstabbing or mutual difficulty. There is only a common desire to overcome difficulties together and make the show better, so that the audience will have a better viewing experience. This is indeed the case. Director Su Guohao's bold experiment has been a great success, which is why the recording of Half-Baked Lovers has continued from episode to episode, and the number of supporting viewers has continued to grow. Soon the program cruise yacht arrived. Although it looked good, it was very small, and it was obviously impractical to try to take everyone to the island in one go. After all, the program was broadcast live, and the crew and guests could not be separated. The blame lies with the limited funds for the show. I heard that the celebrity couples need to go in separate groups, and Zhao Huiying, a young actress born in the 2000s, immediately stood up and suggested. Since we can all go to the island anyway, I suggest that my sister and her friends go on the boat first, and Yang Yujie and I are willing to go on the second boat. Once this was said, it immediately gained the approval of the other young stars. Huiying is right. If it weren't for the 2 of them, I'm afraid our show wouldn't be able to start smoothly. Li Shi and I will also board the second boat. In this way, the 2 celebrity couples, Zhao Huiying and Yang Yujie and Han Jingjia, took the initiative to give up their places to land on the island first. It's time to say something. Su Guohao has really chosen some good guests. Although they are young, they are considerate and will put themselves in the shoes of others. This kind of atmosphere for recording the program will be very good. Qianqian, as a senior, secretly praised him, and even Jiang Siken, an amateur, also praised him with a smile. Thank you all for your care, but my boat is almost here. Let's go to the island together. Your boat? Someone asked in surprise. Jiang Siken nodded and said, yes, my family and I are here on vacation in Hainan, and of course we want to have a good time. The program was being broadcast live, and Jiang Sichen's words immediately caused heated discussion among the audience. Who is this handsome guy in sunglasses, a guest of the audience? Director, are you confused? The program has already started, why don't you introduce him first? The implication is that he is here on vacation and was temporarily pulled in to participate in the program? This temperament is very similar to a local tyrant. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of boat he is talking about. Director Su Guohao was still confused when a loud whistle suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a luxury yacht rapidly approaching from afar. Even though it was a little far away and hard to see, the quality was definitely not comparable to the yacht rented by the production team. Moreover, the yacht was huge. Judging from its appearance, it is a combination of a warship and a luxury yacht, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a sea fortress. As the Freyna approached, everyone's eyes widened, their mouths agape, and the photographer's mouth was even blown by a mischievous seagull. There was no way not to be shocked. Such a luxurious, super yacht was right in front of them, and the impact was not ordinary. In contrast, the yacht in the show was like a small broken boat. The waves it made could even knock a small boat over. As Jiang Siken walked up, 4 kayaks approached with a roar, providing a boarding ramp for the people on shore. Boarding the Funaina, everyone stood on the deck, looking at the luxurious decorations in front of them, unable to come back from the shock for a long time. Some of the staff looked dazed. She remembered Jiang Siken saying that this super yacht was his. Chapter 53 The End. The variety show plot has developed in a strange direction. With the reminder of director Su Guohao, the staff was ready. Jiang Siken also took Qianqian by the hand and walked up to the front, opening his arms to welcome everyone. Welcome to the Funaina.
Since this is a recorded program, is it inappropriate for us to wear sunglasses? As he said, Jiang Sikan took off his sunglasses first, followed by Qianqian and Li Mengling.
The identity of the mysterious guest was revealed. The guest is a guest, but it's outrageous to claim to be a passerby. With her sunglasses off, Qianqian shook her hair and revealed her beautiful face. On the deck, the audience watching the live broadcast of the program were stunned.
Surprise? Big surprise? You said it was a passerby guest, but how did it suddenly turn into the national goddess Qianqian? A miracle? Director Su, you were being mysterious from the beginning. I was wondering why this passerby had such charisma.
It turns out that it was our goddess Qianqian you invited.
Although it's a purely celebrity lineup, I love watching it. Qianqian, I will always support you.
You are all starstruck, but I am the only one who is interested in information about the baffled nun. Not to mention the audience, but the director Su Guohao was also confused again and again.
How could he have imagined that the stranger he liked at first sight would actually be Qianqian?
If you want to blame someone, blame Qianqian and Li Mengling for wearing big sunglasses that cover half of their faces, so they are unrecognizable. If not, even if you lend Su Guohao another nerve, he would not dare to go up and invite the big star Qianqian. At the thought of the reward he had offered, Su Guohao couldn't help but blush.
What kind of measly reward was that? It was already a big favor that Qianqian didn't disdain it on the spot.
It had to be said that Qianqian's easygoing nature had greatly shocked director Su Guohao. To put it bluntly, she deserved it. But then again, she was found on the beach, so you could say she was just a stranger.
It's embarrassing to say.
Zhao Huiying and Han Jingjia, the two young actresses who initially volunteered to give up their boarding places, were a little overwhelmed at this point. Before Qianqian revealed her identity, they still dared to approach her in a friendly manner, thinking that they should take care of this amateur. But now, not to mention talking, Zhao Huiying just wants to hide as far away as possible.
In the entertainment industry, status represents something. Although she and Han Jingjia are called young actresses, how could they possibly compare to the national goddess Qianqian? In their opinion, it would be best not to say anything now, so as to avoid unwarranted calamity.
At the same time, the entertainment company behind the two also felt the same way, and they contacted the two girls' agents one after the other, asking them to keep their distance from Qianqian. Although Qianqian is also very young, she is actually a senior in the entertainment industry and naturally knows what the two young girls are thinking. She doesn't care about anything else, but she cares a lot about the goodwill of the two at the beginning. They are both kind girls, so how did they get like this in the filthy atmosphere of the entertainment industry? Qianqian shook her head and walked up with a smile on her face, taking the two girls' hands.
Teacher Can. You can call me sister, I'm also very young, said Qianqian softly, without any airs. With Jiang Sichan's order, the Funina set sail.
The 20 nautical miles was not a long distance, and the Funina did not sail fast. The self-introduction session of half-baked lovers was held in the interior cabin, which was decorated in a fashionable and artistic style. Everyone else was a celebrity, and the audience knew them, but Jiang Sikan was a new face. Even though Qianqian has been officially announcing her relationship with Jiang Sikan for some time, not much detailed information about Jiang Sikan has been dug up. Someone who is good at opening boxes claimed that Qianqian's husband is definitely not an ordinary person, and attached a photo of Jiang Sikan in front of a red car with a bodyguard opening the door for him. For a while, Jiang Sichan's identity became even more mysterious. Those blackguards who yelled that Jiang Sikan had married up to Qianqian also became silent, afraid to speak recklessly. After all, the information could be hidden so deeply, and someone with bodyguards at their disposal could definitely not be simple. To put it another way, the temperament exuded by Jiang Sikan could not be cultivated by an ordinary family, and it required a family of nobles to cultivate it with precipitation. The Funina arrived at its destination, an island. Standing on the deck and looking forward, the island environment is very beautiful. The surrounding seawater is clearly layered, and the beach faintly shows a light golden hue under the sun. Breathing in the sea breeze, one can't help but feel an urge to jump in and dive into the clear seawater. Since it is an outdoor love show, the game sessions will inevitably be closely related to the word love. It's almost time for dinner, and the couples have a clear division of labor. The girls are responsible for gathering firewood, while the boys are responsible for fishing. The main focus is on self-reliance, and the game is all about authenticity. However, the arrival of Jiang Sikan and Qianqian has caused this episode of the show to develop in an uncontrollable direction. The 5 female stars, including Qianqian, accompanied by the cameraman, walked deeper into the island. At first, they were able to pick up some sticks to start a fire, but as they walked further, a straight asphalt road suddenly appeared in front of them. Looking down the road, there was a high wall. Because of the distance, the women could vaguely see some buildings inside the wall, as if it were a castle. The actresses were puzzled but impressed. At the same time, there was suddenly the sound of an engine behind them. Turning their heads, they saw a sightseeing vehicle. Was the program so well prepared? Would it help us carry the firewood back? The cameraman accompanying them immediately stretched his neck, not knowing what was going on. He quickly patted his ear and called out to the director, "MD, the old equipment should have been replaced long ago." The sightseeing car approached, and a man and a woman got off. The man was mighty and majestic, and the woman was dressed in a maid's costume, and her golden ponytail was swaying slightly as she walked. After arriving, the two bowed respectfully to Qianqian. "Young lady, we are here to pick you up." "Pick me up?" Qianqian was suspicious and pointed to the high wall not far away in shock. "There?" "Yes, young lady, please." Qianqian had no choice but to get into the car with a few little friends, but she was secretly thinking that this episode of the show was going to be messed up by them. "Director Sue, I'm so sorry." The plot developed in a strange direction, but the audience was excited. Just ask, who wouldn't love a variety show like this without a script, where the guests are at a loss? Chapter 54, a large-scale scene of recognizing the master. On the other side, Li Shi and several other male celebrities were also preparing to show off their skills. Some wanted to fish, some wanted to catch shrimp, and some wanted to catch crabs, full of vitality. But the appearance of Dazhuan turned the low-end survival on a desert island directly into a high-end seafood buffet. When he saw this guy bring people over with several baskets of all kinds of fresh seafood, Jiang Siken couldn't help but rub his forehead and forget about it. As mentioned earlier, he came here to play with his wife and children. The reason he didn't book a homestay was because this island belonged to the Jiang family. The house above was where they used to come here to live during the winter. Everything was originally arranged properly, but unexpectedly, a little incident occurred and he ended up coming halfway to participate in a variety show. When he learned that the program was currently being recorded, Dazhuan was also dumbfounded. What kind of status does his young master have that he would participate in a variety show? That would really be giving the show's director 18 generations of ancestors' face. Knowing that Li Shi and the others were fishing for food, Dazhuan had a flash of inspiration. "Young master, why don't I just dump the seafood into the water and let them fish for it?" This is also being self-reliant. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but think to himself, "I really am a little smarty pants." Li Shi and the others could not help but smile bitterly when they heard this. How could they have played along like this? This was truly a suggestion with extremely damaging and insulting effects. Su Guohao, the director sitting behind the scenes in control of the whole situation, was at a loss. Because the barrage of comments had already formed a line, and there were billions upon billions of them, Su Guohao was asked to ask Jiang Siken if they could go and visit the castle. He had also seen the scene in the storyboard where Qianqian and the others were picked up. But he never expected this to happen. Wasn't it an uninhabited island? How come there's a tarmac road and a castle with high walls? Could it be that? Su Guohao suddenly thought of Jiang Siken and his luxury yacht. Integrating all the information, it's not hard to come to a conclusion: this island belongs to Jiang Siken. Otherwise, who would be a good person to bring a priceless luxury yacht with them? Su Guohao knew that this episode would be a hit, a smash hit. Whether it is the addition of top streamer Qianqian or the arrival of the mysterious prince Jiang Siken, this episode will take the show to a different level. After a short moment of thought, since netizens and viewers want to watch, as the director, naturally I have to ask, mainly because I want to watch too. Jiang Siken did not take the bad idea of Dazhuan of pouring seafood into the sea and then letting Li Shi and others catch it, which was a waste of time and an insult to human dignity. Su Guohao came to see Jiang Siken, and the latter came to see him as well. The two spoke together, and Su Guohao was full of embarrassment. "Mr. Jiang, I was wondering if I could visit your home." This was a very tactful question, as it both asked a question and verified the relationship between Jiang Siken and this island. "Of course, there is no problem with that. I was just about to bring this up. After all, this episode is afraid that it will be spoiled because of our participation," Jiang Siken said apologetically. Su Guohao hurriedly waved his hands, really flattered. He was already a big deal to be able to invite Qianqian, the national goddess. Where would he dare to blame the two of them? "Please. Mr. Jiang, please." Jiang Siken didn't waste any more words, and directly waved to Qianqian, who was not far away. the little guy hurriedly ran over and once again appeared in front of the camera.
Netizens already had a general guess as to Qianqian's identity, the child of Qianqian and Zhang Siken.
In this way, netizens are even more impressed with Qianqian. She is a top streamer, but she doesn't engage in an underground romance. Even if she faces setbacks in her career, she still wants to give her husband enough respect. But then again, as the wife of such a prince as Zhang Siken, where is the need to appear in front of the screen? The classes are different. Soon, under the leadership of Zhang Siken, the guests and the staff of the program crew all arrived in front of the high wall. As the camera panned across the scene, the audience in the broadcast room was amazed.
Ha! This high wall is a replica of the Forbidden City, right?
It is said to suppress negative energy, and licking the bricks will prolong life.
And look at the two white jade lions in front of the gate, aren't they majestic?
Actually, from the perspective of feng shui, there is a flaw, and something with the element of fire needs to be added to form a cycle.
For example, I, Wang Yanni, am full of fire.
Young master, hurry up and tie me there. Damn you, I even finished reading it word for word, and you're stealing my job. Young master, I have been looking for you for 28 years, and I have finally found you.
Young master, my table mate is more attractive than those two lions, so if you don't mind, can you move the lions and tie us there? The netizens are talented.
They are already clamoring for jobs before they even enter the gate. This really proves the saying, a tree without a bark is bound to die, and a man without shame is invincible. Walking in, what catches the eye is a building that combines Chinese and Western styles. There is a tower in the courtyard, which looks awe-inspiring at first glance. Zhang Siken knows a little about its origin. The tower is made of Kunlun stone, and there is a box at the bottom of the tower that is guarded by a square. The soil used to make the box comes from one capital, one province, 2 prefectures, and 43 counties in the island country. It is said that the old man in the family ordered it to be done this way, saying that the biggest regret in life is not being able to ride a horse to the eastern capital. Since they couldn't achieve their goal, they suppressed the region for generations, giving the feeling that they want to stab you with a needle.
Ma.
Saw her daughter, Qianqian, smiling tenderly, and took the little guy's hand and came to Zhang Sichen's side. When she looked at the director Su Guohao again, she felt a little embarrassed.
Director Su, I'm sorry.
Su Guohao hurriedly waved his hand when he heard this. Don't be embarrassed, you're the one who's taking advantage of the situation.
Teacher Kan, you mustn't be like this, I still have to thank Mr. Zhang.
Zhang Sicheng also spoke up.
The program will be filmed here from now on, so just let me know if you need anything. Yes, Mr. Zhang. The program continued in the magnificent reception hall. Su Guohao abandoned the original plan and let the guests just let loose.
Compared to the outdoor dating show, this episode was more like a tea party, or a personal love show between Zhang Sicheng and Qianqian.
Li Shi has completely become Zhang Sichen's little fanboy. During the chat, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother, how much did you pay for your ship, the Venera?" As soon as these words were spoken, the audience watching the program also pricked up their ears, equally curious.
Zhang Siken didn't hide this, and after thinking about it for a moment, he answered, "I bought it a few years ago, and it cost 500 million.
But now, if I sell it, I should be able to get back 2 billion.
After Zhang Siken finished speaking, the post-2000s editor in the background mischievously pasted 2 special effects text on his head, "With billions of people, there is more wealth and more billions."
Laughing and joking aside, people can't help but wonder, is this the perspective of the rich?
Perhaps the Venera was bought to be enjoyed, but while enjoying it, the investment was also completed. This is not a toy, it is simply a financial product. It's just that few people can afford this financial product.
Chapter 55, What a Mr. Jiang. Call him Mr. Jiang. My young master is talking about US dollars.
Outside the camera, Dazhuang spoke up in a loud voice. Upon hearing this, everyone present and everyone in front of their phones was stunned.
In other words, the purchase of the super yacht Venera actually cost 500 million US dollars? That's more than 30 small goals? And now it's worth 100 small goals? What a family!
Zhang Siken glanced at Dazhuang, who saw this and ran away sheepishly, realizing that he had blabbered. After all, his young master was very unhappy to mention the words US dollars.
Who could have known that the payment for the customization of the Venera had to be settled in US dollars? It was a very unpleasant incident at the time.
So from that time on, everything belonging to the Jiang family severed all cooperative relations with that domineering and arrogant company. At first, that company, which prided itself on being one of the world's top 500 companies, didn't take it seriously. Later, it realized that it had lost all its markets in China and became anxious, but it was already too late. Even today, many people still mention this incident to tease the person in charge of that company. It was bad enough offending the Jiang family, but they deserved it.
Young Master Jiang, what business does your family do? Some people have already changed their address from Mr.
to Young Master, which is entirely due to the huge class gap, which makes ordinary people have to look up. But respect is indeed there, but the question asked is a bit hasty, and it is hard to explain.
Moreover, Jiang Sikan didn't want to answer this question.
So the sensible butler stepped forward. Young Master, it's almost time, it's time to eat.
Jiang Sikan nodded slightly and got up happily to entertain.
Everyone come and eat, if your appetite is not good, please forgive me. With that, he picked up his daughter and took his wife's hand and walked towards the dining room.
Anyone with eyes could see clearly that Jiang Sikan didn't want to answer these questions.
Director Su Guohao could only pray secretly in his heart that Jiang Sikan would not get angry. Although he was a wealthy young man, Jiang Sikan really had no heirs. Both the celebrity guests participating in the program and the workers responsible for filming were seated. But the program was still continuing, so Su Guohao could only think of a compromise, which was to film from a fixed position. Unfortunately, the restaurant is too big, and the equipment it brings is limited, which means that one direction cannot be filmed. Fortunately, the problem is not serious, because the restaurant is so big that it is fine not to seat people in the direction that cannot be filmed.
The guests and staff are in for a treat.
The ingredients on the table today come from all over the world, and they are all airlifted to ensure freshness. And there are also many foods that ordinary people can't even name, even the celebrity guests present. Don't look at them, they have tens of millions of followers on various platforms, but here, they are just like a bumpkin who has just come out of the mountains.
Alas, the difference is like heaven and earth.
Fortunately, the people at the scene can enjoy it with Jiang Sikan, but it is hard for netizens and viewers watching the live broadcast of the program. Most celebrities don't know how to start a fire and cook. In previous works, celebrity guests looked as miserable and ugly as beggars during the meal.
But this episode is different. The bird gun has been replaced by a cannon. The half-cooked rice has become top-notch ingredients, or processed food. The appearance and color are mouth-watering just by looking at it.
My mom asked me why I was holding my phone and munching, and I told her to leave me alone because I was angry.
Why wasn't I born into a wealthy family?
So I sent my dad to the gold rush, and I will be a wealthy family in the future. Filial piety is powerful, and by the way, take my brother's stuff with you. I dare to inquire, that crab is 300 yuan each, give me a punch, how dare I look down on it at the beginning?
The show is still being recorded.
The director Su Guohao said this countless times. But no one paid any attention.
Because everyone was eating, oh no, enjoying the food.
Look at Li Shi, in his left hand is a king crab leg with cheese, in his right hand is a spoonful of caviar. After tasting, he leans back in his chair with his eyes slightly closed, his face full of comfort.
A sharp-eyed netizen took a screenshot of this scene and jokingly said, reported quickly, does this guy look high?
Female fans, please be careful, don't chase me and argue, because I will delete bad comments. The meal lasted for an hour. Shan Shan and Li Mengling were both full, but Qianqian's meal was a little bit different, as it had been carefully prepared, and was softer and more fragrant, and more suitable. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the celebrity guests followed the staff and started cleaning up on their own initiative.
The atmosphere was harmonious.
It was precisely because of this that Jiang Qianqian, as the host, continued to arrange for them.
Since they had eaten well, they would take a cruise on the Funaina.
Upon hearing this, everyone froze for a moment, and then Zhao Huiying and Han Jingjie directly shouted hooray.
That was a super yacht worth 100 small goals, how could they not be excited?
Being able to take a cruise on it could only be described as a worthwhile trip. The celebrity guests in particular felt that they had gotten a great deal, because they had met Qianqian. Amid the envy of thousands of netizens, everyone returned to the Funaina.
Jiang Qianqian generously let them go and have fun. The most important thing is to be safe.
Yes.
Thank you, Jiang Xiao.
For a while, the camera panned the crowd, and the cameraman in charge didn't know what to do.
Li Mengling also took Qianqian to play.
The two of them were not part of the program, so there was no need for them to stay in front of the camera. What's more, Qianqian was still young, so it was always good to keep her appearances in front of the camera to a minimum.
Jiang Sikan waved to a maid.
Take the young mistress down to rest. His thoughts were still with his daughter-in-law. But Qianqian refused, took Jiang Xichen's arm, and snuggled up to him.
Hubby, I know where you're going, I'll keep you company. No, it's very smelly.
Jiang Xichen shook his head and refused, because he had to make medicine for Qianqian. Yes, even if he flew from the imperial capital to Hainan, he always carried a medicine pot with him, because Huang Rendong had said that the effect of his own cooking was better than that of the machine, so Jiang Xichen remembered it. Unable to persuade Qianqian, Jiang Xichen had no choice but to bring her along to the deck. The medicine had already been soaked beforehand, and it would be ready to be boiled in exactly 1 hour. So, while everyone else was looking here and there, taking photos, checking in, editing copy and sharing it on WeChat moments, the two protagonists, Jiang Xichen and Qianqian, were sitting on the deck boiling Chinese medicine. The 80 yuan medicine boiling pot, the 50 yuan small stove, the 3 yuan per pound charcoal, and the 1 yuan per pair chopsticks were placed directly on the surface of the boat, which was worth tens of millions of yuan. It is no exaggeration to say that if any of them were to burn out, it would be the equivalent of a house. Ordinary people who buy a pair of expensive new shoes have to take care of them for a month. But the rich just think of money as a bunch of numbers. It can only be said that there is still a gap between people. I'm asking for support, and I'll keep writing if I can get the data. I'll add more, I'll post more. Chapter 56, Hi. Sweet love, I want it so much. 2 small stools, 2 people, sitting around the small stove. The frying of Chinese medicine is choking, but Jiang Xichen insists on doing it himself, and Qianqian also doesn't leave, quietly accompanying him. The couple talked and laughed, and the sight made the audience can't help but smile. Director Su Guohao went to adjust the equipment. Due to negligence, one camera was left behind, and the lens happened to look directly at the couple Jiang Xichen and Qianqian boiling medicine. By the time Su Guohao returned, netizens were already high. What a heartwarming scene, Jiang Xiao really loves Qianqian, right? And Qianqian can't live without Jiang Xiao, right? So sweet. It made me smile like a bitch. I can't help but tear up. My husband asked me if the little wife had passed away. At the end of each episode, a certificate is awarded to the sweetest couple. Now it seems that there was no other accident at all. Where can the other 4 couples matched by lottery compare to Jiang Xichen and Qianqian? Su Guohao was even more straightforward. He directly expressed that he wanted to film Jiang Xichen and Qianqian more, while the others were busy playing around, so just casually filming a few shots would be fine. This choice attracted the approval of everyone. The audience now just wants to hang out with Jiang Xichen and Qianqian. The guests participating in the show also cherish this hard-won opportunity to explore the Funingna. Compared to appearing in front of the camera, having a good time is the top priority. After all, they have not lost out by participating in the show, and they can do it for free. Netizens are truly amazing. They can't stand sitting still for 20 minutes at work. But Jiang Xichen and Qianqian can boil medicine for 40 minutes without a problem, without a single complaint, and they even feel that time flies. After the medicine is boiled, Jiang Xichen places the gauze over the opening of the bowl and pours the liquid from the pot. The gauze is used to trap the residue and powder from the herbs, so that they don't mix into the liquid and affect the taste. Jiang Xichen subconsciously blows on the bowl to cool the liquid before handing it to Qianqian. The operation is so smooth and natural that it looks like he has done it many times before. This will make netizens want to get high again. Although the Chinese medicine liquid is very bitter and hard to swallow, it is after all painstakingly prepared by her husband. Even if it is hard to drink, Qianqian has to drink it. With her eyes closed, her breath held, her mouth open, she began to gulp. A mask of pain suddenly appeared on her beautiful face, and she took the cup Jiang Xichen handed her and began to rinse her mouth. Unfortunately, the bitterness remained, and she looked miserable as she spit out her pink tongue. Jiang Xichen gave a smile of affection, then took out a pack of want snow cookies from his pocket. He tore open the package and handed it over. Qianqian ate it in 2 or 3 bites, and even licked the powdered sugar off her fingers, not wasting a single bit. With the bitter taste finally suppressed, Qianqian took off her mask of pain, wrapped her arms around Jiang Xichen's back, and kept rubbing her head against his shoulder. Honey, you still have snowflakes on you. I was just worried that you wouldn't take your medicine properly. Jiang Xichen affectionately scratched Qianqian's nose, and the sweetness was off the charts. In fact, ever since Qianqian first drank Chinese medicine, Jiang Xichen had developed a habit, stuffing his pockets with snacks. Not only was it used to soothe the bitterness in his wife's mouth, it also prevented Qianqian from suddenly getting hungry and not being able to find anything to eat.
You have to understand that for a foodie, suddenly wanting to eat but not being able to find anything to eat is a real ordeal. It is no exaggeration to say that when a foodie wants to eat but there is nothing to eat, the soy sauce in the kitchen can even be sipped to taste the saltiness. How could that be? You, my husband, personally made this medicine, and it took so long to make it. If I don't drink it properly, I would be very inconsiderate. It will be over soon, and your body will feel better after you drink it. Jiang Sikan soothed softly. Qianqian wanted to say something, but then suddenly thought that she wanted to bear another child for her husband, but then she thought, her period had not yet finished, so if she did that, wouldn't she be fighting a bloody battle? When she thought about this, Qianqian couldn't help but blush. Is this the right way to use a Chinese idiom? What's wrong? It's okay, honey, let's go and explore the rest of the yacht. Okay. He told the servants to pack up the stove and medicine chest, and Jiang Sichen took Qianqian's hand and walked towards the other areas. In the camera, Qianqian's long skirt fluttered in the wind as she followed Jiang Sichen. Every wrinkle and smile of hers was full of warmth for him. It can be said that the biggest talking point of this episode is these two. It's really enviable to see a couple think of each other so much. In the comments section, whether they are single or married, everyone has some kind of feeling when they see the couple Jiang Sichen and Qianqian. After 10 years of marriage, the initial passion is long gone. I work outside in smart clothes, while she stays at home looking after the family and the kids with unkempt hair. Who doesn't like a young and beautiful wife? But I forgot that she was once just as charming. I should apologize to my wife. I was very headstrong and always threw tantrums at my boyfriend, but he still tolerated me. When I saw Sister Qianqian silently accompanying Jiang Xiao, I suddenly realized that love is a two-way street. Li Wei, I was wrong. I've realized it, completely realized it. If you want a girlfriend, you should look for someone beautiful and gentle. Screw you and your 388,000 yuan bride price. On the other side, Jiang Sikan took his wife and child to a fun place. In front of them were several strange-shaped devices. Through the round glass cover, they could see that there was a simple operating platform inside. Honey, what are these? Mini sightseeing submarines, which can dive up to 100 meters. Want to have a go? Li Mengling was full of interest after hearing that you can ride it and dive underwater, and said that she could join the team with Qianqian. However, Qianqian suddenly felt like retching, and if Jiang Sikan hadn't helped her in time, she would have fallen. Li Mengling was suddenly shocked when she saw this, and she said, "Xingxing, you're not pregnant, are you?" As soon as these words came out, Qianqian felt her feet grow weak and she almost couldn't stand. You're so annoying. I get seasick, I'm going to throw up. Honey, I'll just go back to the house and rest for a while, you take Mengling and Qianqian and play. I'll keep you company. After beckoning De Zhuang and instructing him to take care of Qianqian and Li Mengling, Jiang Sikan picked up Qianqian in a princess carry and walked towards the bedroom at the back of the yacht. Qianqian originally wanted to go back to see if her mother was okay. However, Li Mengling was timid and didn't dare to play alone, so she insisted on leaving Qianqian behind. The little one had no choice but to tilt her head and get on the sightseeing submarine, then look at her Auntie Mengling speechlessly. Auntie, can you let go of me? You're hurting me. Mom said, if you're timid, don't be brave. Li Mengling blushed, speechless, because she really was both timid and playful. Chapter 57 Qianqian, I'm willing to hand over my bank card and salary and let my husband buy me snow cookies. In the bedroom, Qianqian's mouth was bulging. She wasn't angry, but rather bloated. Seasickness was really difficult to bear. She still wanted to play, but in the end, she could only collapse on the bed, and she couldn't close her eyes, because as soon as she did, she felt the world spinning. Without exaggeration, at a certain moment, it really seemed as if she could see Tainai. Hubby, come here. Jiang Sikan put down his glass, came to the bed and sat down, then Qianqian climbed over and lay on his lap. It seemed that she was uncomfortable, so she sat up and rubbed her head, which made people want to laugh. Silly, my thigh is not a pillow, what else can you rub? Ooh. Hubby, it doesn't feel good. Qianqian whimpered softly, feeling the same as when she was pregnant with Qianqian. It was hard and uncomfortable. She couldn't help thinking that she would rather ride an electric bicycle in the future. Jiang Sikan had already told De Zhuang to return to the ship. Before going back to the island, he would first send the outsiders ashore. It can only be said that Jiang Sikan, the host, has been quite good. It would be inappropriate to stay any longer. So when Su Guohao and the celebrity guests were told to return to shore, they all expressed their gratitude to Jiang Sikan and Qianqian. The understanding was mutual.
If everyone hadn't shown kindness to Jiang Sikan and Qianqian at the beginning, none of the events that followed would have happened. Overall, this episode of the show ended successfully, with the popularity growing several times over, and the attention and popularity also increasing a lot, which made everyone happy. On shore, Li Shi and other celebrities couldn't help but feel emotional as they watched the Fortuna sail away in the golden sunset. On the other side, Jiang Sikan carried his young wife back to the bedroom. Qianqian didn't want to move a muscle, she just wanted to lie quietly.
When you're not feeling well, you can't do anything right.
Qianqian called Jiang Sikan over and asked him very quietly to help her take off her clothes. Qianqian had a total of 4 items of clothing on: a dress, a pair of knickers and underwear.
The biggest restriction was undoubtedly the underwear.
She didn't know whether to say it or not, but the moment Jiang Sikan helped her undo her underwear, Qianqian's mood improved a lot. Looking at the underwear placed next to her, she even playfully stuck out her foot and kicked it away, muttering under her breath, "Zokai."
People like big things. But who understands the difficulty of being big?
Qianqian is also at a loss for words. It wasn't this big before, but it has grown since Qianqian was born. I thought it would go down after Qianqian weaned, but it has actually become permanent. So the originally upright advantage has been added to with the magnificent attribute, and Li Mengling is heartbroken envious every time she sees it.
The millet porridge for dinner is good for the stomach. It's time to drink the medicine again. This time, Qianqian is being naughty. "Honey, I don't want to drink it." "What's wrong?" "Well, I want you to feed it to me."
Jiang Sikan readily agrees and picks up the spoon to serve the medicine. But Qianqian shakes her head and claims that's not what she meant.
"Honey, I want you to feed it to me with your mouth."
Hearing this, Jiang Sikan takes the medicine bowl to her mouth without saying a word. It's just mouth-to-mouth medicine feeding, no problem.
"No, honey. I'm just teasing you. Don't drink it.
It's really bitter." Qianqian quickly stopped him, then grabbed the medicine bowl and gulped it down, then rinsed her mouth, and finally took a lollipop to suppress the bitterness.
"Honey, you idiot, you really do whatever I tell you to do." Qianqian was both moved and a little angry. She was moved by Jiang Sichan's selflessness, but also angry at his straightforwardness. "I must have been out of my mind to tell you to feed me. I definitely was out of my mind. How come I feel like I'm going crazy, like I'd been poisoned? Honey, if I ever act crazy again, just slap me. If that doesn't wake me up, slap me twice. Got it?" His wife went on, but Jiang Sikan just laughed. It seems that he has recovered his strength and is full of energy, otherwise he wouldn't be talking endlessly like a Gatling gun. "Okay, stop and take a break."
Jiang Sikan laughed and swatted Qianqian with a slap, but not on the face, but on the buttocks. The firm skin feels great, and with a pop sound, his young wife's face turned red. Everyone knows she's embarrassed, so she must have recovered from the discomfort of seasickness.
"Stupid husband,"
Qianqian muttered with a pout, her beautiful eyes glaring, as if she wanted to bite someone. Then, Jiang Sikan gave her another slap. He was playing around, she was laughing, her rosy little fists branded with love and affection. Luckily, the door was closed, otherwise Li Mengling would have been sure to be triggered by her gossiping heart if she had passed by. On the open-air balcony, Jiang Sikan leaned back in a rattan chair, and Qianqian lay in his arms. Looking up at the galaxy above them, the young couple discussed their plans for tomorrow. Although there had been a little incident today, they had participated in a variety show, and they had also been photographed. Li Mengling's photography skills were very good, and every photo could be used directly as a mobile phone wallpaper. Li Mengling bragged about this a little, saying that a certain 91 company had hired her as a photographer to be in charge of filming short videos at a high salary, but she didn't go because she didn't want to leave Qianqian. According to Qianqian's thinking, it would be enough to shoot some more tomorrow, and then return to the imperial capital. Because in the afternoon, she got seasick until she almost saw Tainai, her mother-in-law, Gong Mulan, called to inform her that the auspicious date had been looked at, and it was next month. In other words, the wedding is approaching. "Oh, by the way, this is for you." Jiang Sikan took out a card from his bosom. In the moonlight, one could see that it was a bank card. "What's this for?" "Honey, didn't we agree that after we get married, I'll hand over my salary to you? Why are you giving me a bank card?" If an outsider heard this, they would be absolutely shocked. Qianqian, the big star, the top actress, is going to hand over her bank card and salary after the wedding? What kind of nonsense is this? No matter what, I want you to hold on to my bank card. You need to use it to buy me snow cakes. I don't want your card. It feels different buying snow cakes for myself and buying them for me. Qianqian stubbornly refused to take it, tilting her head arrogantly, as if what she had said was very reasonable and unquestionable. If this were known to other men, they would definitely glare at Jiang Qiqing with murderous intent.
We're both human, we're both men, why is there such a big difference? Fine, I'll support you in the future, with your bank card?
Why does it feel so strange? Also, this bank card is from my eldest sister, she told me to give it to you.
Jiang Qiqing explained. Qianqian was even more confused. Do all the family's bank cards have to be handed in? Is this a custom in the Jiang family?
You have to know that when I was in the Jiang family, my father-in-law and mother-in-law each gave me a card.
Chapter 58, Going to the Beach?
You need to blow up the barrel, not the Air Force. Take it, after all, it's from your sister. If you don't take it, and your sister finds out, she'll pinch my ear again. Jiang Qiqing spoke helplessly. When I was little, I would be bullied by my sister, so there's nothing I can do. Girls develop quickly, not to mention being a few years older. When you grow up, it's different. You can switch roles at any time. The reason why I still let my sister pull my ears is because Jiang Shilan is the eldest sister. I don't know what other people think, but Jiang Qiqing feels that being watched over and cared for by his sister is a very happy thing. My sister is busy at work and is afraid of neglecting you, so she specially had someone send this card. There is no limit, you can spend it however you like, you can even buy an elephant home, it will be directly deducted from her anyway. While Jiang Qiqing was talking like this, Jiang Shilan, who was far away on the beach in Hawaii, suddenly sneezed while applying nail polish to her feet. And Qianqian had to accept the bank card. It's hard to say whether to say it or not, but the whole Jiang family is really very good to her as a daughter-in-law.
Thank you, husband, thank you, sister, and thank you, parents.
Qianqian took the bank card and nestled gently in Jiang Qiqing's arms, whispering her thanks. Without any further incident, the couple went to bed early.
Time flew and it was the next day.
At 4 o'clock in the morning, Qianqian suddenly opened her eyes, waking up a minute before the alarm clock. She turned off the alarm clock and leaned over Jiang Qiqing, pinching a lock of hair and starting to tease him.
Jiang Qiqing was soon awakened.
Looking at his daughter-in-law's delicate face, he felt even more love in his heart. He wrapped her in his arms and took a few bites before giving up.
Okay, honey, let's go catch some seafood.
The so-called catching seafood is the process of searching for seafood on the tidal flats and reefs along the coast according to the law of the ebb and flow of the tide. Because picking up things gives a sense of achievement, many people who come to the beach want to try it. Qianqian is no exception. As early as the day before they left for the imperial capital, she had been thinking about this, and last night before going to bed, she set the alarm early. Okay, get up. The couple packed up quickly and neatly, and Qianqian even went to Li Mangling in Qianqian's room on purpose. The two of them, one big and one small, took up more than half of the 3.5-meter-long bed. Qianqian slept on her side in a big shape, and Li Mangling rode the quilt, letting her slip show under her nightdress.
They don't even look good when they sleep.
Qianqian muttered, not even thinking that the way she slept was also very ugly. Just last night, she had stuffed her arms and legs into Jiang Qiqing's arms.
And she bites.
Walking to the edge of the bed, Qianqian called out softly.
Qianqian. Mangling.
Li Mangling was awakened by the call, and when she saw the dawn slowly brighten, she glared at Qianqian angrily.
What the hell? What do you want to go so early for? Give me back my man.
Ooh, the man in my dream is so handsome, with 8-pack abs, long legs, and a great body, except he has no head. Upon hearing this, Qianqian was instantly speechless. She is truly her best friend, and she can even give such a convincing account of a dream with no head, it's creepy.
My husband and I are going to the beach to catch seafood, do you want to come?
Fuck you.
No. I want to sleep.
Li Mangling rolled over and changed the direction she was facing to ride the quilt. Qianqian had to help her pull up her nightdress.
This is so unpresentable.
Next to them, Shanshan, who had not been woken up, suddenly opened her eyes. She had obviously heard her mother's words.
Mom, going to the beach? I'll go.
Qianqian was wide awake, and with a flash sat up and rolled off the bed. She fell to the ground so quickly that she landed on her back, but luckily there was a cushion, otherwise she would have been in pain.
Slow down. Mom, it's not a big deal.
Qianqian cried out in pain, while Qianqian just laughed. The mother and daughter walked out of the room and gently closed the door, while Li Mengling muttered for a while without even opening her eyes.
You're so full of energy, I'm not going. If I go, I'm crazy. It's only a little after 4 o'clock, oh, give me back my beautiful dreams. The family of 3 arrived at the beach.
Jiang Sikan had prepared a complete set of tools, large and small shovels and salt.
Looking around, there were many shells on the beach.
Qianqian ran over with her short legs, picked them up and put them in her arms as she picked them up, and soon she had collected a pile. The little one would also occasionally pick up a shell and hold it to his ear, as if listening.
Dad, Mom, there's the sound of the sea inside this one. Qianqian is very happy, thinking to herself that her kindergarten teacher was right, you can really hear the sound of the sea inside a seashell.
Jiang Sikan and Qianqian smile and nod without saying a word. The children don't understand, but the adults do. Of course you can hear the sound of the waves when you listen to seashells at the beach.
Qianqian is in luck, she finds 2 shiny silver ribbon fish at the start, which live in the deep sea but can't avoid being washed up on the beach.
Once they were settled, Qianqian began to mutter about how to cook them.
1 fried, 1 braised, hey, what a great start.
Qianqian was still picking up shells, and the little one kept muttering about who to give them to while she was doing it.
The blue ones to Grandpa, the pink ones to Grandma, the red ones to Grandpa, the conch to Grandma. Auntie Mengling gets the yellow ones.
It was a very good plan, and if Li Mengling had heard it, she would have been puzzled as to why she was given yellow ones.
Qianqian was playing house.
Qianqian is digging like crazy. She is holding a rake in one hand and a bucket in the other, searching for something seriously. Obviously, the strategy she made before coming has worked, and she will definitely not return empty-handed. On the beach outside, there are many air forces, but Qianqian had a burst bucket the first time she went to the sea. The huge harvest made her very excited, so much so that she tossed for 2 hours without getting tired. Most of the catch today were clams and rock snails, but the advantage was that there were a lot of them, and they weren't small.
In addition, at low tide, Qianqian also knocked some oysters on the rocks, planning to mix them with garlic sauce and make oyster vermicelli when she got back.
When she turned over the stones, she caught a lot of shrimp. Since she had never seen them before, she didn't know if she could eat them, but they were after all trophies, so she put them all in a bucket. The most noteworthy thing was the crab, which weighed 7 or 8 catties. It just so happened that this kind of crab doesn't have much meat, but it can be used to make congee, which is sure to taste delicious.
But if you're still menstruating, can't you eat seafood?
The joy of the original harvest was suddenly cut by more than half.
Unwilling to dampen his daughter-in-law's enthusiasm, Jiang Sikan asked Huang Rentong for advice. The answer he got was, if you want to eat it, eat it. Why bother asking so many questions? According to him, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the balance between yin and yang.
Yin and yang are dynamic, and one will grow while the other will diminish.
As long as the balance is right, there will be no problem. Hearing this good news, Qianqian was overjoyed and gave Jiang Sikan a big kiss.
But even if you're family, don't bite your tongue, it hurts.
Chapter 59, A Sensible and Understanding Good Daughter-in-Law. It was quite a haul.
Jiang Sikan carried 2 buckets, while Qianqian carried 1 in each hand. She used her clothes to carry the shells, and a striped fish was hanging around her neck.
The family of 3 returned home, and Dazhuan was stunned.
When he learned that the young master and his family had gone to the sea before dawn, he couldn't help but think to himself, they really know how to have fun. Dazhuan beckoned the maid, but Qianqian wanted to do it herself. The spoils of war were put in the kitchen, and she also began to close in. Li Mengling was still playing with the lord of the underworld, when suddenly a chill came and startled her. If she hadn't seen Qianqian standing there with a smile, she would have thought she had peed the bed. She pinched Qianqian's little nose, and Li Mengling's brows knitted together. Why is it so cold? Go, take a shower quickly, drink some hot water, don't catch a cold.
With that, Li Mengling rolled over, got out of bed, and carried Qianqian into the bathroom.
In the steamy heat, the 2 of them took a shower together, and the whole time Qianqian kept muttering, shame, shame, shame.
Auntie Mengling has watched you grow up, where haven't I seen it before? Don't block it, you're a girl, you have to block it like this.
Li Mengling laughed and personally taught her, covering her breasts with her hands, bending her body with her legs together.
Qianqian brought the shower head and sprayed her Auntie Li all over.
Auntie Li, let's wash quickly, Mom's breakfast will be ready soon, it's all the harvest from our sea hunt. Upon hearing this, Li Mengling felt ashamed. This won't do, I can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor.
So, no more washing.
After drying herself and changing her clothes, she went straight to the kitchen. She had to help out a little, otherwise she wouldn't feel at ease eating a single grain of rice or a mouthful of vegetables. However, Qianqian would not even let her enter the kitchen, for fear that Li Mengling would disrupt her rhythm. With no choice, Li Mengling could only sit at the dining table with Qianqian and wait. The breakfast prepared by Qianqian was very rich. The seafood porridge was delicious, and the oyster vermicelli was appetizing just by taking a whiff. There was also a plate of golden, crispy fried ribbon fish, which immediately made Li Mengling feel like she was back home, celebrating the new year. She never expected that just by going to the beach, she would get such a big harvest. The rice was dry, the spirit of the rice was dry, and the table was a mess. When the maid came to clean up, Li Mengling hurriedly interrupted and stood up to clean up. "Let me do it." Qianqian didn't say a word. She knew that if her best friend didn't let her do something, she would be upset all day. "Qingqing, where are we going today?" Li Mengling asked while adjusting the equipment. "I don't know, let's wait until my husband calls back." The next second, Jiang Sikan returned, his face not looking good. "What happened to your husband?" "The old man is sick and in the hospital." Upon hearing this, Qianqian hurriedly got up and told Dazhuang and the others to quickly pack their things. "We need to go home, to the imperial capital, quickly." "Honey, let's hurry home." "We'll stop filming for now, we need to take care of business." With that, Qianqian ran back to her room to pack her clothes. Although Jiang Sikan was worried about her father-in-law, at this moment, he couldn't help but be pleased with his daughter-in-law's understanding and sense of proportion. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Sikan put his arms around Qianqian from behind. "Silly, I'll make it up to you when the old man is fine." "You don't need to, honey, the old man being fine is more important than anything else." Qianqian didn't care whether the wedding photoshoot was going well or not, and it was even less important compared to the old man's safety. "Be a good husband, quickly pack up, we'll be heading back to Beijing soon." Then she gave Jiang Sichan's cheek a light kiss to comfort him and tell him not to think too much. Watching his busy daughter-in-law, Jiang Sichan's love for her grew even stronger. It was a long journey from Hainan to the imperial capital. But it wasn't a problem for them. As soon as the plane landed at the airport, a motorcade was there to greet them, and after a while, Jiang Sikan and the others arrived at the Jiang family's private hospital. Li Mengling followed behind, and when she thought about it, she realized that she had just been in Hainan, and now she was in the imperial capital. In the hospital room, Zhang Ruijin was resting with his eyes closed. Zhang Zhilong and Gong Mulan had both put down their work to be by his side. When the door opened and Jiang Sikan returned with his wife and child, Zhang Ruijin, who had been dozing, opened his eyes wide. When he saw his adorable granddaughter, the old man's face instantly lit up with joy. "Grandpa!" Qianqian ran up to him, leaned over the bed, and looked at the old man with worried eyes. "Hey, Qianqian, be good." The old man stroked Qianqian's head, then sat up with great effort. He had always been a strong man, and even though he was in the hospital, he refused to let his son and daughter-in-law help him. "Grandpa, I have a present for you." Qianqian took out a seashell from the crumpled bag and placed it in the old man's hands. This object was very precious to her, and it was also precious to the old man, Zhang Ruijin. He treasured his family most, and even the stone that his grandson, Jiang Sikan, had given him when he was a child, he still treasured it. "Grandpa, Grandma, you have some too." Qianqian was also very clever. She gave the red seashell to Grandpa, and the exquisite conch to Grandma. Don't look at the things as worthless, but here they are priceless, just because they represent Qianqian's heartfelt wishes. Qianqian's arrival made the atmosphere in the hospital room much livelier. Let's just say the little guy is a happy seed, and with his own efforts, he has managed to cheer everyone up. During this time, there were always people coming to visit the old man from time to time. These people either wore executive jackets or military uniforms, and you could tell from a distance that they were not ordinary people. But in front of the old man, everyone sincerely respected him. Li Mengling even heard someone say, "Old man, if you need anything, please feel free to ask." Hearing this, she turned around and left, her intuition telling her that it was better to listen to what she could and not to listen to what she shouldn't. In order to ensure the old man's rest, Zhang Zhilong ordered the guards to stand guard at the entrance of the hallway, and if anyone came to visit, they were to be stopped directly and invited to go to the adjacent conference room. She fell asleep lightly, lying next to the old man. The old man stroked the little one's back and smiled happily, occasionally glancing at his son and grandson and telling them to speak more quietly. "Grandson, let's take Grandpa back to the village tomorrow. He doesn't feel comfortable in the hospital."
Old man, what's the rush? The doctor said you need to be observed for a few more days. No need. I'm not going to die.
The old man was very stubborn and would never change his mind about anything.
Jiang Sikan could only agree.
The next day, they returned to the village. Before he even got out of the car, he saw the villagers waiting at the entrance to the village, carrying eggs, freshly picked fruits and vegetables. During the Chinese New Year and other holidays, there were always visitors at the old man's house, and they were always officials, not young ones. The courtyard and rooms were filled with gifts. From that time on, the villagers knew that the old man was no ordinary person. But no matter how extraordinary he was still their neighbor, and that was enough.
Chapter 60, The Jiang family is full of martial arts skills. What's wrong with the princess? Keep beating her.
After returning to his hometown, the old man's health visibly improved. But something was wrong with his state during this period, because he always loved to reminisce about the past. He reminisced about his comrades in arms who had fought side by side, and the difficulties they had overcome, but he never talked about his past contributions. This is the older generation, whose beliefs are almost materialized, and it is precisely because of this that they can overcome difficulties and dangers, so that their enemies are terrified. The old man always sat under the tree in the courtyard with Qianqian and told stories.
Gradually, Qianqian was influenced by the old man and wanted to be patriotic, self-reliant, and join the army.
In the past, when Qianqian was asked what he wanted to be when he grew up, the little guy would think about it for a while, but in the end he would smile and shake his head to indicate that he didn't know. But now, when asked again, Qianqian would say without hesitation that he wanted to join the army, fly a plane to bomb the little people, and fly an aircraft carrier to teach the big stick. When asked why, Qianqian will say, they all bullied Grandpa and made him cry. No matter who hears Qianqian's answer, they will be deeply moved. The little guy is sensible and has filial piety. 3 days later, the old man asked everyone to leave. I'm fine, so you all go and do your own things.
You're not doing me any good here.
Jiang Sikan could not disobey the old man, so he had to listen. Before leaving, Qianqian took the old man's hand, his dark eyes twinkling, and asked,
Grandpa, I fell asleep last night and didn't hear what your wish was.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruijin laughed.
Grandpa, my wish is to go surfing on the 38th parallel again. In fact, it's a regret.
Okay, when you grow up, you'll know what Grandpa means by that. He put Qianqian in the car, closed the door, and the old man stood outside waving. He knows his own body best. Nothing is wrong with him, but if he stays here all the time, he will get into trouble. So after seeing off his grandson's family, the old man took a hoe from the side room and went down to the field. With his back to the yellow soil and his face to the sky, he was tired but happy. This year is another bumper year, and the first bag of grain will not only be sent to the national treasury, but also used to comfort his drunken comrades in arms, so Jiang Ruijin values it especially. When he got tired, he would sit on the ground, drink some water, and look out at the endless fields. A smile of relief would always appear on his withered old face. On the other side, Jiang Sikan kept talking about how uneasy he felt on the way back to the imperial capital. If a child is like this, let alone the adults Jiang Sikan and Qianqian. Honey, let's go back and spend more time with the old man.
I'm afraid.
Don't worry, the old man never tells lies.
If he says he's fine, he really is fine. I'll just ask someone to keep a closer eye on him. Qianqian didn't finish her sentence, but Jiang Sikan could still hear the meaning behind it.
But the old man is a man of his word, and when he says something, he means it. The old man is telling us to go because he doesn't want to delay our work.
Besides, he's not willing to admit defeat. Didn't you hear him just now? He still wants to go to the DMZ.
Having someone to take care of him all the time is more than anything else the old man can accept. Alas, at his age, he's still so stubborn. Jiang Xixin couldn't help but sigh, but the admiration in his heart grew stronger and stronger. The old man's generation suffered for 3 generations. If it weren't for them, how could he be so carefree?
Let me tell you another interesting thing.
The old man once went to Seoul, the capital of the Korean peninsula, to pick up his comrades in arms.
It seems to have overlapped with the image in his memory. The old man looked here and there, and the locals thought he had never seen high-rise buildings before, so they teased him, "Old man, you've never been to Seoul, have you?"
The old man shook his head firmly, "I have.
I came 60 years ago, carrying a red flag and driving a tank." "Oh yes, at that time it wasn't called Seoul, it was called Seoul." After listening to this, Qianqian froze for a moment, and then her face lit up. "Well, honey, I'm excited just listening to it. Not only that, but the old man later pointed at a building and said to the local man, "Back then, your national flag was flying on top, but my bodyguard kicked it down and it landed on the donkey dung egg below." Puff. Not only was the old man's remark highly destructive, it was also very insulting. Jiang Sikan talked a lot along the way. Qian Jiqing's immediate feeling after hearing this was that China is now a powerful country, and no one dares to underestimate it anymore. Having such an elder in the family, Qian Jiqing is very proud and at the same time very sad. After all, at that time, many soldiers were not even as old as they are. Back in the imperial capital, Jiang Jilong called and told Jiang Sikan and the others to go back. When they returned home, the first thing they asked about was the old man's physical condition. When he learned that they had been sent back, Jiang Jilong felt relieved, and the worry on his face dissipated a lot. Qianqian missed her grandparents and pounced over to them with a cheerful step. "Grandpa, when I grow up, I want to join the army." A sudden remark made Jiang Jilong freeze, but Gong Mulan on the side praised and spoke up. "Good, my Qianqian wants to join the army, and Grandma is the first to support it." Jiang Jilong also came to his senses and immediately expressed his support. Looking at this family, Qian Jiqing opened her mouth a little surprised. Is this a family that supports the military? They are full of martial arts. So, she looked at her husband. "Honey, why don't you go first? When you come back, you will be my soldier brother." I will be the wife of a soldier." He. What a way to send her husband off to the army. "Mom, where's my sister?" "Your sister is here." Before Gong Mulan could finish her sentence, a beautiful figure walked in through the door, followed closely by the housekeeper Zhao Meijing, who was carrying an ice pack. Jiang Sikan also noticed that his sister's eye was actually bruised and swollen like a panda's eye. For a moment, a surge of anger rushed to the heavens. Jiang Sikan was furious and quickly walked up to take the ice pack from Zhao Meijing's hands. "What happened?" "Hiss, it's fine, I didn't suffer any harm." Seeing the worried look in her brother's eyes, Zhang Shirlan couldn't help but feel warm at heart. Qianqian also ran over, and looking at her aunt's gaping mouth, the little guy felt very distressed too, and tugged at Zhang Shirlan's skirt to make her lower her head. "Auntie, Qianqian will blow for you." "Good, Qianqian can blow fairy breath, just one breath, and Auntie won't feel any pain." "Say, what happened?" Jiang Sikan asked in a low voice. Although the siblings had been fighting since they were young, they would definitely stand together when things happened. Zhang Shirlan didn't hide it either, picked up Qianqian in her arms and sat her down on the sofa, and then slowly told the story. "How should I put it? I had a fight with the princess of the island nation, and my sister didn't suffer any losses. I beat it into the hospital." As she spoke, Zhang Shirlan waved Qianqian's little fists. It looked like she hadn't finished breathing.